The reluctant dual cultivator, from campus nerd to heavenly playboy. Front matter. To the relentless pursuit of knowledge, whether it be the elegant dance of subatomic particles or the mystical flow of chi through the meridians. To the awkward moments of first encounters, the fumbling attempts at understanding the universe, both internal and external, and the quiet courage it takes to face the extraordinary when it crashes into the mundane. This story is for the physicists who dream of more, the cultivators who find solace in ancient texts, and anyone who has ever felt a spark of the impossible ignite within the ordinary. May you always find the strength to balance your equations with your enchantments, your logic with your love, and your quiet campus life with the thunderous roar of destiny. This is for you, the seekers, the dreamers, and the ones brave enough to stumble into a world beyond their wildest calculations. Chapter 1. The Mundane and the Miraculous. Li Ming adjusted his glasses, the worn frames a familiar weight on his nose. Sunlight, filtered through the sprawling banyan trees of Zhejiang University, dappled his well-thumbed physics textbook. The air buzzed with the low hum of student chatter, the distant chirp of sparrows, and the rhythmic whir of the campus maintenance crew's leaf blowers, a symphony of the ordinary. For Li Ming, this was the comforting soundtrack to his life. He was a creature of habit, a devotee of the predictable, his world neatly defined by the elegant certainty of equations and the immutable laws of thermodynamics. His morning had begun, as it always did, with a precisely timed alarm at 6:30 a.m. A brisk walk to the campus cafeteria for a balanced breakfast of congee and a hard-boiled egg, followed by a meticulously organized schedule of lectures, lab sessions, and solitary study. His chosen field, physics, was a bastion against the untamed, a discipline where phenomena could be dissected, quantified, and understood. Chaos, in Li Ming's universe, was an anomaly to be corrected, a variable to be eliminated. He thrived on the logic, the undeniable truths that emerge from rigorous experimentation and mathematical proof. Take, for instance, his ongoing skirmish with the vending machine outside the physics department. It was a daily ritual, a minor battle of wits against a recalcitrant piece of technology. This morning, it refused his coin for the third time. He inserted it with practiced precision, the familiar clink echoing slightly in the quiet corridor. The machine's mechanical heart word, gears ground, and then nothing. The coin remained stubbornly in its slot, mocking his attempts at predictable transaction. He sighed, a puff of exasperation that barely disturbed the air. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he tapped the side of the machine, a technique born of repeated frustration and a vague, unscientific hope that a percussive recalibration might prove effective. It didn't. The vending machine remained an enigma, a small, metallic monument to the minor injustices of everyday life. His first lecture was on quantum mechanics, a subject that, while complex, still operated within the framework of understandable principles. Professor Chun, a man whose passion for subatomic particles was as palpable as the chalk dust that perpetually clung to his tweed jacket, expounded on the probabilistic nature of electron behavior. Li Ming scribbled furiously in his notebook, his pen dancing across the page, translating the professor's words into neat diagrams and concise equations. He found a certain beauty in the abstract, a satisfaction in mapping the universe, however infinitesimally, through the language of mathematics. Later, in the echoing quiet of the university library, surrounded by the comforting scent of old paper and quiet contemplation, he tackled a particularly thorny problem set. The questions demanded a deep understanding of rotational inertia and angular momentum. He hunched over his desk, brow furrowed in concentration, his world narrowing to the stark black ink on the crisp white paper. Each solved equation was a small victory, a testament to his diligence and his commitment to unraveling the universe's grand design, one logical step at a time. His friendships, too, were a testament to his predictable nature. He had Zhao Jingjing, his childhood friend, a whirlwind of energy and boisterous laughter who often dragged him out of his academic shell, and Chen Lili, his graduate tutor, whose sharp intellect and serene demeanor he deeply admired. They were constants in his life, familiar anchors in the steady, unchanging currents of his routine. Even his minor irritations, like the persistent cough of the aging projector in the lecture hall or the lukewarm coffee from the campus cafe, were predictable, manageable inconveniences. His philosophy was simple. The universe, at its core, was a grand, intricate machine governed by rules that, while complex, were ultimately decipherable. His life was an attempt to understand those rules, to contribute, in his own small way, to the ever-growing edifice of scientific knowledge. He sought order, not disruption, logic, not whim, certainty, not the bewildering ambiguity that lay outside the carefully constructed boundaries of his academic pursuits. He had no inkling, as he meticulously underlined a passage on Maxwell's equations, that the very foundations of his ordered existence were about to be shattered by forces far beyond the scope of any scientific theory he had ever encountered. The universe, it turned out, held far more than just predictable outcomes and solvable equations. It held miracles, and it held chaos. And Li Ming, the diligent physics major, was about to be thrust headlong into both. The gentle drone of the air conditioning in the physics lab was usually a comforting constant for Li Ming, a monotonous hum that underscored the predictable rhythm of his academic life. Today, however, it seemed to possess a peculiar, almost discordant undertone. He was calibrating the spectrum analyzer, meticulously adjusting the gain and frequency, when a faint, shimmering distortion flickered at the edge of his vision. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, a mere visual anomaly, perhaps a stray reflection off the polished chrome of the equipment. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and attributed it to fatigue. Late nights spent poring over celestial mechanics textbooks were, after all, notorious for playing tricks on the eyes. He refocused on the readings, his brow furrowed in concentration. The graph on the screen displayed a series of sharp peaks and troughs, a familiar pattern for the wavelengths he was analyzing. Yet something felt off. A subtle, persistent static seemed to weave itself into the data, a ghost in the machine that refused to be exorcised by his careful adjustments. He ran a diagnostic, checking the power supply, the grounding, even the integrity of the coaxial cables. Everything registered as nominal. He tapped the side of the analyzer, a habit he'd picked up from his ongoing, largely unsuccessful feud with the vending machine. No change. He sighed, a quiet expulsion of air that barely disturbed the stillness of the lab. It was likely a minor calibration error, something he could resolve with a thorough system reset later. The universe, he reminded himself, was fundamentally orderly. Anomalies were simply parameters yet to be fully understood. Later, as he walked across the sprawling quad, the afternoon sun casting long shadows of the ancient banyan trees, he overheard snippets of conversation that pricked his curiosity, though he'd never admit it. A group of students huddled near the fountain, their voices hushed and excited. He caught a few fragmented phrases, saw it with my own eyes, glowing, not a drone, and another like a ripple in the air, then gone. He dismissed it as typical campus gossip, the kind that flourished in the fertile ground of youthful imagination. Students loved to conjure up fantastical tales, especially after dark. Perhaps someone had seen a rare atmospheric phenomenon, or, more likely, a cleverly disguised drone conducting illicit aerial photography. His rational mind, a finely tuned instrument for dissecting reality, readily supplied plausible explanations. Still, a tiny, persistent seed of unease had been planted. It was the way the air had felt just moments before he'd overheard the students. A peculiar stillness, as if the very atmosphere had held its breath. And the faint, almost imperceptible hum that had vibrated through the soles of his shoes, a resonance that had no discernible source. He'd stopped for a moment then, tilting his head, trying to pinpoint the origin of the sound. It had been deep, primal, and utterly alien to the familiar symphony of campus life. But then, a gust of wind had rustled the leaves, and the moment had passed, leaving him to question his own senses. The next day, during his advanced thermodynamics lecture, Professor Liu paused mid-sentence, his gaze drifting towards the large, arched window. The professor, a man usually as unshakable as the laws of physics he taught, seemed momentarily disoriented. His hand, which had been poised to write an equation on the whiteboard, trembled slightly. "Apologies," he murmured, clearing his throat and resuming his lecture, but the brief flicker of confusion on his face lingered in Li Ming's mind. He'd noticed it again later, a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation in the lab's power supply that caused the lights to dim for a fraction of a second, just as Professor Liu was discussing the concept of entropy. He'd logged it as a power surge, a common occurrence in older campus buildings, yet the timing felt coincidental. Too coincidental. He found himself increasingly scrutinizing the mundane. The way the shadows stretched and warped on the walls of the library, the subtle shifts in the ambient temperature, the sudden, inexplicable silence of the birdsong during his afternoon walks. These were not aberrations. They were deviations from his meticulously catalogued normal. His internal systems, usually so adept at categorizing and dismissing minor inconsistencies, began to flag them as noteworthy. He remembered a peculiar incident from the previous week, something he'd filed away under unexplained technological glitches. He'd been trying to access an online research paper, but his laptop had inexplicably powered down, only to restart moments later with a series of garbled characters flashing across the screen before settling back to his familiar desktop. He'd run a full system scan, a thorough defragmentation, and even considered a factory reset, but the issue had not recurred. At the time, he'd attributed it to a sudden power fluctuation or a corrupted temporary file. But now, replaying the memory, he recalled a fleeting sensation, a prickling on his skin, as if an invisible current had passed through the air, accompanied by a faint scent, like ozone mixed with something he couldn't quite place. Something earthy, yet ethereal. His childhood friend, Zhao Jingjing, with her usual ebullience, had recounted a story about a stray cat she swore had vanished into thin air near the old observatory. "It was right there, Li Ming," she'd insisted, her eyes wide with conviction. "One moment it was rubbing against my leg, the next, poof, gone, like it was never there." Li Ming had offered his usual rational explanation. The cat had likely darted into a nearby bush or under a parked car. Jingjing had rolled her eyes. "You and your logic," she teased. "Sometimes things just happen, you know, without a perfectly quantifiable reason." He'd nodded, a polite acknowledgement, but inwardly, he'd remained unconvinced. The universe, in his experience, did not subscribe to the concept of poof. Yet, the unsettling whispers persisted. Whispers of unusual lights seen hovering over the seldom-used botanical gardens at night, dismissed by the university security as teenagers with powerful flashlights. Whispers of objects moving on their own in deserted classrooms, attributed to drafts or vibrations from passing heavy vehicles. Whispers of a strange, otherworldly music heard drifting from the abandoned bell tower, which the campus groundskeeper swore was just the wind whistling through loose tiles. Li Ming, the staunch advocate of empirical evidence, had diligently filed these tales away as folklore, as the product of overactive imaginations and the human tendency to find patterns where none existed. However, a subtle shift was occurring within him. The rational explanations, once so comforting and complete, were beginning to feel insufficient. The constant, low-level hum he'd started to perceive, the flickering anomalies at the edge of his vision, the inexplicable energy fluctuations that defied his instruments. They were like tiny cracks appearing in the meticulously constructed dam of his worldview. He found himself checking his equipment more frequently, running redundant diagnostics, his fingers hovering over the recalcitrant buttons of the vending machine with a renewed, though still unacknowledged, sense of apprehension. The ordinary, the predictable, the comfortably mundane was slowly, subtly, beginning to fray at the edges, and Li Ming, the man of logic and reason, was starting to feel the unsettling chill of the unknown seeping into his carefully ordered existence. The physics lab, once a sanctuary of predictable laws, now felt like a place where the very air crackled with unseen potential, a prelude to a symphony of the extraordinary that was just beginning to tune its instruments. The lecture hall, usually a predictable echo chamber of Li Ming's own thoughts and Professor Lu's measured pronouncements, felt strangely charged that afternoon. He was diligently taking notes on quantum entanglement, the neat, precise lines of his handwriting a familiar anchor in the sea of abstract concepts. The air, however, seemed to hold its breath, a palpable stillness that settled over the room, a stark contrast to the usual low murmur of the projector and the rustle of turning pages. He glanced out the window, expecting to see an unusual cloud formation or perhaps a flock of birds grounded by an unexpected atmospheric shift, but the sky was a placid, unremarkable blue. Yet, the feeling persisted, a prickling sensation on his skin, like static electricity building before a storm. He'd been on his way to the library, the weight of his backpack a familiar burden, when the subtle disruption in the fabric of his reality escalated. It began as a faint, high-pitched whine, almost beyond the range of human hearing, that seemed to vibrate not through his ears, but directly into his bones. He paused, cocking his head, his internal diagnostic systems whirring to identify the source. It wasn't the HVAC system. He knew its hum intimately. It wasn't the distant traffic. This was too localized, too pure. Then a flicker, not a visual anomaly this time, but a tangible shift in the air itself, a shimmering heat haze effect that seemed to warp the solid brickwork of the adjacent science building. It was fleeting, almost imperceptible, like a glitch in a poorly rendered simulation. Driven by an instinct he couldn't quite categorize, a blend of scientific inquiry and an almost primal sense of unease, Li Ming deviated from his planned route. He found himself drawn towards the less frequented eastern quad, a patch of overgrown greenery largely ignored by the student body, leading towards the old, disused observatory. The whine intensified as he approached, coalescing into a more defined frequency, and the air grew thick, heavy, as if saturated with an unseen energy. He could feel the hairs on his arms standing on end, a response his rational mind struggled to process. This was beyond faulty wiring or atmospheric phenomena he'd studied. This felt other. As he rounded a thicket of overgrown rhododendrons, the source of the disturbance became startlingly clear, and his carefully constructed world of logic and order fractured. Lying amidst a tangle of thorny bushes, her form a stark anomaly against the muted greens and browns of the undergrowth, was a girl. But girl felt like an insufficient descriptor. She was undeniably human, yet radiated an aura that defied any biological or physical explanation Li Ming possessed. She was a vision of ethereal fragility. Her clothes, a flowing, iridescent fabric that seemed to shimmer with an inner light, were torn and disheveled, clinging to her delicate frame. A deep, jagged gash marred her left forearm, from which a slow, viscous liquid, far too vibrant to be mere blood, seeped and pooled on the damp earth. Her skin was impossibly pale, almost translucent, and her breathing was shallow, ragged gasps that barely disturbed the stillness. Yet, even in her evident pain and distress, there was a profound beauty about her, a serene quality that seemed to emanate from her very being. Her hair, the color of spun moonlight, was scattered around her face, and her eyes, when they fluttered open for a brief, disoriented moment, were pools of an otherworldly sapphire, flecked with what looked like miniature galaxies. Li Ming froze, his breath catching in his throat. His mind, usually so adept at swift analysis, struggled to categorize this impossible sight. This was not a stray student, not an injured hiker. The shimmering quality of her garments, the strange luminescence that seemed to cling to her, the palpable aura of raw, untamed energy that pulsed around her. It all screamed of something far beyond his comprehension. A primitive, instinctual fear, a primal recognition of the unknown, flickered through him. He wanted to retreat, to dismiss it as a hallucination, a trick of the light, a product of his increasingly frayed nerves. But the sight of her injured arm, The almost painful vulnerability etched on her face tethered him to the spot. His scientific curiosity, a force as ingrained as his need for empirical evidence, began to wrestle with the fear. What was this energy signature? What was the composition of that fluid? What caused such a profound distortion in the immediate environment? His mind, despite the shock, began to fire off questions, hypotheses, even as his heart hammered against his ribs. The sheer incongruity of her presence in this mundane, familiar corner of campus was staggering. She was a misplaced artifact from a dream, a living paradox dropped into the sterile reality of his academic life. He took a tentative step forward, the dry leaves crunching under his worn sneakers. The sound, so ordinary, seemed jarringly out of place in the presence of such otherworldliness. The girl's eyes, those impossibly blue orbs, flickered towards him. There was no immediate recognition, only a profound weariness and a faint, almost imperceptible tremor that ran through her. It wasn't the tremor of cold, but a deeper, more fundamental instability, as if her very essence was struggling to maintain cohesion. His initial instinct was to turn and report this to the campus security to summon medical professionals. But then, a more potent impulse, one he'd always suppressed in favor of cold logic, surged forward. Empathy. The raw, undeniable pain in her eyes, the sheer helplessness of her situation, bypassed his defenses. He saw not an anomaly, not a scientific puzzle, but a fellow being in distress. He remembered Zhao Jingjing's exasperated pronouncements about things simply happening, and for the first time, he felt a strange, unsettling resonance with her seemingly irrational perspective. He knelt slowly, carefully, the thorns of the rhododendron branches snagging at his trousers. "Are you all right?" he managed to ask, his voice sounding unnaturally loud and rough in the charged silence. The question felt absurd even as he uttered it. Of course, she wasn't all right. She was bleeding, disoriented, and emanating an energy field that was making his teeth ache. She didn't answer, her gaze drifting past him, unfocused. Her breathing hitched, and a soft moan escaped her lips, a sound of pure, unadulterated pain. Li Ming's hesitation evaporated, replaced by a resolute, if bewildered, determination. His scientific mind still buzzed with a million unanswered questions, but his human heart had made its decision. He couldn't just leave her here, injured and vulnerable, no matter how inexplicable her presence. He reached out a hand, then hesitated, acutely aware of the unusual energy radiating from her. I want to help," he said, his voice softer now, gentler. Can I touch you? To see if you're badly hurt." Her gaze slowly, painfully, refocused on him. There was a flicker of something in those sapphire depths, surprise, perhaps, or a nascent flicker of trust. She gave a faint, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture that sent a fresh wave of pain through her. With extreme care, Li Ming reached out and gently touched the edge of her torn garment, then her skin. The sensation was startling. Her skin was cool, impossibly smooth, yet it thrummed with a subtle, internal vibration like a finely tuned instrument. He gently examined her wound. The edges were cauterized, strangely clean, as if the injury had been inflicted by something that burned rather than cut. The fluid, he noted, had a faint, silvery sheen. He carefully removed his backpack, placing it a safe distance away, and rummaged through it, his fingers brushing against his physics textbooks, his calculator, his emergency granola bar. He found a relatively clean handkerchief, his spare socks, anything that might be useful for basic first aid. "This might sting," he warned, his voice a low murmur. He carefully dabbed at the wound with the handkerchief, trying to assess the depth of the injury. The girl flinched, a soft gasp escaping her, but she bore it with a remarkable stoicism, her gaze fixed on some distant point beyond his shoulder. The sheer unnaturalness of the situation weighed heavily on him. He was a physics student, not a doctor, and certainly not equipped to handle whatever this was. Yet he found himself acting with a decisiveness that surprised him, driven by an emergent sense of responsibility. The mundane world, with its predictable equations and late-night study sessions, felt a million miles away, replaced by this surreal, urgent reality. He had stumbled upon something extraordinary, something that defied all his scientific training, and in doing so, had stepped onto a path he could never have anticipated. The encounter was unforeseen, inexplicable, and undeniably, irrevocably his. The otherworldly visitor, whom Li Ming had instinctively begun to think of as the girl, was far from an ordinary student. As he carefully tended to her wound, his analytical mind, even in its state of bewildered shock, couldn't help but catalog the details that screamed of a life lived on entirely different planes of existence. Her skin, though pale and marked by injury, possessed an almost porcelain smoothness, devoid of the usual blemishes and pores of a human complexion. It seemed to possess a subtle, inner luminescence, as if light itself was trapped beneath the surface, struggling to escape. Her features were sculpted with an artistry that transcended mere human aesthetics. High cheekbones, a delicate nose, and lips that, even in their current state of distress, hinted at a natural, captivating beauty. Her hair, a cascade of what he described as spun moonlight, shimmered with an unnatural iridescence, catching the dim light filtering through the leaves and refracting it into a spectrum of soft, ethereal hues. It was unlike any hair color he had ever encountered, not merely blonde or silver, but something that seemed to embody the very essence of luminescence. And then there were her eyes. Even now, clouded with pain and exhaustion, they held a depth and a vibrancy that were utterly captivating. The sapphire blue was so profound, so intensely saturated, that it felt less like a color and more like a window into a cosmic abyss. Flecks of what he'd likened to miniature galaxies swirled within them, hinting at untold eons and unimaginable distances. It was a beauty that was both breathtaking and, in its sheer alienness, a little unnerving. This was not the beauty of Earth. Yet, this exquisite visage was marred by the grim realities of battle. The iridescent fabric of her robes, which had initially seemed to glow with an inner light, was now torn in several places. The jagged rents revealed not just her delicate skin, but also the starkness of her injury. The wound on her arm was a deep, vicious gash, its edges strangely clean, almost cauterized, suggesting a source of trauma far more potent and precise than any conventional blade. From this wound seeped a liquid that was not the familiar crimson of human blood, but a viscous, pearlescent fluid that shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen. It pooled on the damp earth, an alien ichor that pulsed with a subtle, internal glow. Even as he gently cleaned the wound with his handkerchief, Li Ming could feel a faint, residual warmth radiating from it, a testament to the unnatural energies that had caused it. Her posture, even as she lay on the ground, spoke of an ingrained nobility, a grace that no amount of pain could entirely erase. Her movements were minimal, her size soft, and almost imperceptible, as if she were trained to endure suffering with a stoic resolve. But beneath this veneer of control, Li Ming could sense a profound desperation. Her eyes, when they met his, held a plea that transcended words. There was a weariness etched onto her face, a deep-seated exhaustion that seemed to emanate from her very soul. This was not the temporary fatigue of a late-night study session. This was the weariness of one who had faced unimaginable trials and was, for the moment, at the end of her strength. As he continued his makeshift bandaging, Li Ming found his mind racing, piecing together the fragmented clues. The energy readings he'd subtly detected, the shimmering aura, the unearthly beauty, the unusual wound, and now, the palpable sense of desperation, all pointed to one overwhelming conclusion. This was not an accident. This was the aftermath of a fierce conflict. The raw, untamed power that had briefly pulsed around her, the very air that had vibrated with unseen forces, was not a natural phenomenon. It was the echo of a battle, a desperate struggle against something immense and terrifying. A sudden rustling in the dense undergrowth nearby made Li Ming's head snap up. He instinctively moved to shield the girl, placing himself between her and the source of the sound. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the unnerving silence that had settled once more. He strained his ears, listening intently. The rustling stopped, then started again, closer this time, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent a shiver down his spine. It was a sound that spoke of primal hunger, of predatory intent, and it was undeniably chilling. The girl, despite her injured state, stirred. Her already wide sapphire eyes narrowed, and a flicker of something akin to terror, raw and unadulterated, crossed her face. Her breathing grew shallow, and a faint tremor ran through her body, more pronounced than before. It was the tremor of profound fear, of an imminent threat that she recognized with a chilling clarity. "They are here," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, barely audible above the pounding of Li Ming's own heart. The words were laced with a dread that was infectious. "Who are here?" Li Ming asked, his voice a low, urgent whisper, his gaze fixed on the rustling bushes. His scientific curiosity, which had been so dominant moments before, was now eclipsed by a potent, primal instinct for self-preservation and a burgeoning sense of protectiveness towards this enigmatic stranger. Before she could answer, a shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom of the woods. It was not a natural shadow. It was a presence that seemed to absorb the light around it. Li Ming caught a glimpse of something vast and sinuous, scales glinting with an oily, obsidian sheen in the dappled sunlight. A pair of eyes, burning with a malevolent crimson light, fixed on the girl with an unnerving intensity. The growl deepened, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. This was no stray animal. This was something monstrous, something ancient and terrifying, and it was clearly hunting her. The very air grew heavy, charged with a palpable sense of menace. The faint energy Li Ming had detected from the girl seemed to flare in response, a desperate, defiant spark against the overwhelming darkness that advanced. He could feel his own body tensing, his muscles coiled, his mind struggling to process the sheer impossibility of the scene unfolding before him. This was no longer a matter of academic curiosity or simple humanitarian aid. He had stumbled into a conflict that was far beyond his understanding, a battle between forces that defied the known laws of physics and biology. The girl was not just a wounded visitor. She was a fugitive pursued by demonic entities, and her presence on his campus had brought a very real, very tangible danger crashing into his ordinary life. The stakes, he was rapidly realizing, were far higher than he could have ever imagined. The lingering scent of ozone and something akin to petrichor, a smell of earth after a rain, clung to the air around Li Ming, even now, hours after the incident. The girl, Yu Xianer, as she had eventually whispered her name, lay still on the makeshift cot he'd conjured from discarded textbooks and old blankets in his dorm room. Her breathing was shallow but steady, a fragile rhythm against the unsettling silence that had descended after the creature's terrifying retreat. He had managed to scare it off, a feat that still defied logical explanation, relying on a primal surge of adrenaline and perhaps, just perhaps, the lingering echo of the power that had emanated from Yu Xianer herself. He'd hurled a heavy textbook, not with any expectation of impact, but with a desperate, guttural yell that had seemed to shake the very trees. The creature, whatever it was, had recoiled, its crimson eyes narrowing with an intelligent fury before melting back into the encroaching darkness. But the reprieve was temporary. Li Ming felt it in his bones, a cold certainty that settled deep within him. His act of aiding the fallen celestial being had not gone unnoticed, nor had it been without consequence. It was a feeling he couldn't quite articulate, a subtle dissonance in the fabric of reality that now seemed to orbit him. His usually ordered world, governed by the predictable laws of physics and the comforting certainty of empirical evidence, had been irrevocably fractured. It was as if a thin, shimmering veil had been pulled back, revealing a glimpse of something vast, and terrifying lurking just beyond his perception. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, the smooth, cool skin of his forehead doing little to soothe the growing unease. It wasn't just the lingering fear of the creature's return or the sheer impossibility of Yu Xiener's existence, though those were certainly factors. This was something different. A weight had settled upon him, not physical, but spiritual, a burden that pressed down on his very soul. He'd always prided himself on his rational mind, his ability to dissect problems, to find logical solutions. But this was beyond logic. He glanced at Yuciener, her face a mask of serene exhaustion, the alien luminescence of her skin still faintly perceptible even in the dim light of his dorm room. He had cleaned her wound as best he could, the pearlescent fluid having long since ceased to flow, replaced by a faint, silvery scar that seemed to ripple with an inner light. He'd covered it with a clean cloth, his hands still trembling slightly from the encounter. He had acted out of instinct, a basic human impulse to help someone in need. But the universe, it seemed, had a peculiar sense of humor and a brutal way of enforcing its own inscrutable laws. The curse, he was beginning to realize, wasn't some ancient incantation or a physical affliction. It was subtler, more insidious. It was the undeniable link that had just been forged between him and Yu Xiener, a tether that tugged at his very being. He could feel it, a faint hum beneath his skin, a resonance that vibrated in time with her own imperceptible presence. It was as if her extraordinary existence had left an imprint on him, a spiritual stain that could not be washed away. He tried to dismiss it as exhaustion, as the lingering effects of shock. His professors would have scoffed, his peers would have laughed. A curse? Li Ming, have you been reading too many fantasy novels again? But the feeling persisted, growing with each passing moment. It was a sense of being watched, not by human eyes, but by something far older, far more aware. The shadows in his dorm room seemed to deepen, to writhe with an unseen life. The faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead took on a discordant tone, as if struggling to maintain their usual frequency. Even the air itself felt charged, heavy with an unseen energy that made his teeth ache. He stood up, pacing the small confines of his room. He needed to think, to analyze. What were the symptoms? Unexplained phenomena, a growing internal unease, a feeling of being an outsider in his own reality. He'd always been a bit of an anomaly, his ability to perceive subtle energy fields and his uncanny knack for understanding complex systems setting him apart. But this was different. This was an intrusion, a fundamental shift in his perception of the world. He remembered the faint energy readings he'd detected from Yu Xiener, the fleeting spikes on his rudimentary internal sensors. He dismissed them as equipment malfunction, a glitch in his perception. Now, he knew better. That same energy, or a residual trace of it, was now intertwined with his own. It was like a radio frequency that had latched onto his personal broadcast, amplifying and distorting it. He paused by the window, looking out at the familiar quad of the university. Students milled about, their laughter and chatter a comforting, mundane sound. But to Li Ming, it felt distant, unreal. He was no longer entirely part of that world. He had crossed a threshold, and there was no going back. The act of kindness, the simple decision to help a stranger in need, had unwittingly enrolled him in a secret war, a cosmic drama playing out in the shadows of his ordinary life. He thought about the creature again, its obsidian scales and crimson eyes. It had been repelled, yes, but not defeated. It had retreated, a predator momentarily thwarted, but not deterred. And if it was hunting Yuciener, then by extension, it was now a threat to him as well. He was no longer just a bystander. He was entangled. The curse, this invisible tether, had made him a target. A shiver traced its way down his spine, independent of the cool night air. It was the chill of realization, the dawning understanding of the monumental change that had just occurred. His life, the one he had meticulously planned, the one that was supposed to unfold in a predictable sequence of academic achievements, and perhaps a quiet, unremarkable future had just been derailed. He was now bound to Yu Xiener, to her world, and to the dangers that pursued her. He looked back at her, a flicker of something akin to pity, mixed with a grudging admiration, stirring within him. She was a celestial being, a warrior from another realm, brought low by some unseen enemy. And he, a simple student with an unusual aptitude for observation, had become her unlikely protector. It was a role he hadn't asked for, a burden he hadn't sought, but one he was now undeniably carrying. The curse manifested not as a tangible mark, but as a profound shift in his internal landscape. His senses, already finely tuned, seemed to be recalibrating. The subtle energies he had only occasionally perceived now pulsed with a newfound intensity. He could feel the faint life forces of the plants outside his window, the latent power within the electrical grid of the campus, and most disturbingly, the lingering echoes of the conflict that had brought Luciener here. It was overwhelming, a constant barrage of sensory input that threatened to drown his rational mind. He tried to focus, to channel this newfound awareness. If he was to survive, if he was to protect Luciener, he needed to understand this curse, to master its effects rather than be consumed by them. He closed his eyes, trying to filter out the extraneous noise, to find the core of this spiritual affliction. It felt like a parasitic connection, drawing on his own life force, subtly altering his own energy signature to match hers. It was a biological and spiritual parasite, born from a single act of compassion. He remembered a passage from an ancient text he'd stumbled upon in the university library, a dusty tome on esoteric philosophies. It spoke of spiritual resonance, of how powerful emotions and significant events could forge connections between individuals, even across vast distances. He had dismissed it as metaphorical language, poetic embellishment. Now, it felt chillingly literal. His act of mercy, coupled with the immense power unleashed during Luciener's conflict, had created a resonant frequency, a spiritual echo that bound them together. The unease intensified. It was more than just the heightened senses. It was a gnawing feeling of being fundamentally changed. His own spiritual energy, once a steady, predictable hum, now felt unstable. It was as if a foreign element had been introduced, disrupting the equilibrium. He could feel a nascent power stirring within him, a power that was both exhilarating and terrifying. It was born from the curse, from the imprint of Yu Xiener's celestial essence. But it was also uniquely his own. He was no longer just Li Ming, the diligent student. He was Li Ming, the cursed, the bound, the nascent wielder of something. He opened his eyes, the dim light of his dorm room seeming brighter, sharper. The world hadn't changed, but his perception of it had. The mundane and the miraculous had collided within him, and the aftermath was this strange, unsettling curse. It was a constant reminder of his connection to Yu Xiener, a tether that would pull him deeper into her world, whether he was ready or not. His life of quiet study and academic pursuits was over. A new, far more dangerous chapter had just begun, and it was all thanks to a moment of compassion that had become his undoing and perhaps his salvation. The burden of her fate had, in a very real and terrifying way, become his own. He was no longer an observer. He was an integral part of the unfolding narrative, a narrative woven with threads of celestial conflict and earthly peril, all tied together by the inexplicable curse of compassion. Chapter 2. The Improbable Alliance. The silence in the dorm room was thick, broken only by Luciener's soft, rhythmic breathing and the distant hum of campus life filtering through the thin walls. Li Ming, still grappling with the residual ozone tang and the unnerving sense of his world fracturing, found himself staring at the ethereal being on the cot. Her wound, a shimmering, silver scar, pulsed with a faint, internal light, a constant reminder of the impossible reality he now inhabited. The curse, as he'd come to think of it, was more than just a lingering unease. It was a profound and terrifying entanglement, a spiritual resonance that had irrevocably bound him to this otherworldly woman. His ordered, academic existence, so meticulously constructed, had been shattered by a single act of compassion. He was no longer just Li Ming, the diligent student. He was Li Ming, the bound, the cursed, the unwilling participant in a drama that defied all logic and reason. Yu Xian'er stirred, her eyelids fluttering open. The faint luminescence of her skin seemed to intensify as her awareness returned, her sapphire eyes, still holding a hint of otherworldly sorrow, meeting his. A small, almost imperceptible frown creased her brow as she took in his troubled expression. "You are troubled, Li Ming," she stated, her voice a melody that seemed to resonate with the very air around them. It was a voice that carried the weight of ancient wisdom, yet was infused with a vulnerability that tugged at his nascent protective instincts. Li Ming hesitated, searching for words that could even begin to encapsulate the chaos swirling within him. How could he explain the feeling of his reality unraveling, the constant hum of unseen energies, the gnawing certainty that his life had veered onto a path of unimaginable peril? Troubled is an understatement, he finally managed, the words feeling hollow and inadequate. Everything has changed. This curse. It's not just a feeling, is it? I can feel something connecting us. And that creature, it's still out there, isn't it? A sigh, soft as a falling petal, escaped Yusianer. She pushed herself up, her movements fluid and graceful despite her evident exhaustion. The silvery scar on her arm seemed to pulse with a sympathetic glow. "It is more than a curse, Li Ming," she said, her gaze steady and serious. "It is a tether, forged in the crucible of conflict and your intervention. Its purpose is not mere affliction, but a convergence." Li Ming blinked, the word convergence sparking a flicker of academic curiosity amidst his fear. Convergence of what? He braced himself, the prickling sensation of unseen eyes upon him intensifying. He was beginning to understand that his prior perception of the world, governed by empirical data and scientific principles, was woefully insufficient. "The creature," Yu Xian'er continued, her voice deepening, "is a hunter drawn by the scent of potent celestial energy. It seeks to sever my connection to my world, to drain my power. Your act of shielding me, however unintentional, has now intertwined your life force with mine. The tether I spoke of, it binds us, not just in spirit but in essence. Should it find me, it will also find you." Her eyes, so ancient and wise, held a flicker of something that mirrored his own apprehension. And its hunger is insatiable. A cold dread washed over Li Ming. He had known, on some primal level, that his involvement would have consequences, but this was a level of entanglement he hadn't even dared to imagine. He, Li Ming, a student of physics and theoretical mathematics, now a target for a monstrous entity from another realm? It was the plot of a cheap fantasy novel, not the reality of his meticulously scheduled life. "So we're hunted?" he asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. "Together?" "Indeed," Yu Xian'er confirmed. "And survival, for both of us, now depends on a practice that is alien to your world, I suspect. A practice as old as the celestial realms themselves." She paused, her gaze piercing. "Dual cultivation." Li Ming's mind, usually a finely tuned instrument of logic, stumbled. Dual cultivation? The term conjured images from the very fantasy novels he'd been accused of reading too much. It was a concept often found in hushed whispers and suggestive illustrations, usually involving intimate embraces and the exchange of energies. He felt a flush creep up his neck, a sensation entirely foreign to his typically stoic demeanor. His academic pursuits had never involved anything remotely intimate. His closest relationships were with his textbooks and the occasional polite nod to his professors. "Dual cultivation," he repeated, the words feeling clumsy on his tongue. What exactly does that entail?" Yu Xian'er's lips curved into a faint, almost melancholic smile. "It is the art of synchronizing two energies, two souls, into a singular, amplified force. In our case, Li Ming, it is the convergence of your nascent terrestrial energy with my celestial essence. It is a profound union, a melding of yin and yang, where each partner nurtures and strengthens the other. She gestured to the scar on her arm. The creature, and others like it, are attracted to the imbalance created by my weakened state. They feast on vulnerability. Dual cultivation rectifies this imbalance, reinforcing both our vital energies and creating a protective aura that will deter such predators. He listened, his mind racing to process the implications, nurturing and strengthening each other through union. His sheltered academic life, his quiet dorm room, his carefully curated existence had never prepared him for this. He was a man of equations, of verifiable data, of controlled experiments. The idea of spiritual synchronization and energy convergence through intimate contact was bewildering, to say the least. He felt a distinct sense of panic bubbling beneath his carefully maintained composure. But how? He stammered, his voice betraying his apprehension. How does this convergence happen? And how does it protect us? It is a practice that requires absolute trust and a deep spiritual connection, Yu Xian'er explained, her gaze never wavering from his. Through a process of shared meditation, energy transference, and ultimately physical intimacy, we will weave our energies together. Your physical and spiritual essence will become intertwined with mine, amplifying your innate resilience and bolstering my weakened core. It is not merely about the physical act, Li Ming, but the synchronization of intent, of life force. When our energies are one, our combined strength will be exponentially greater than the sum of our individual powers. Li Ming's mind reeled. Physical intimacy. The words echoed in the small room, charged with an unspoken tension. He pictured himself, Li Ming, the socially awkward student who once fainted at the sight of blood during a first aid seminar, engaging in this. It was a terrifying prospect, a radical departure from everything he understood about himself and the world. His understanding of relationships was based on theoretical models and observations from afar, never on personal experience, certainly not on anything involving celestial beings and spiritual energy. Physical intimacy, he repeated, his voice barely a whisper. The flush on his cheeks deepened. You mean like? He trailed off, unable to articulate the full, daunting implication. His imagination, usually adept at calculating trajectories and predicting outcomes, conjured only images of awkward fumbling and profound embarrassment. Yu Xian'er nodded, her expression compassionate but firm. Yes, Li Ming, in the most profound sense. It is the ultimate expression of unity, the most potent conduit for energy exchange. For us, it is not a matter of desire, but of necessity. The curse that binds us is a manifestation of this necessary union. It demands that we achieve a state of perfect synchronization, a dual cultivation that will allow us to not only survive, but to eventually break free from the pursuit of those who hunt us. She then reached beside her hand brushing against a small, intricately carved wooden box that had somehow appeared on the floor. With a graceful movement, she opened it, revealing a scroll of what appeared to be ancient, silken parchment. The script upon it was unlike anything Li Ming had ever seen, a series of elegant, flowing characters that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. This, she announced, carefully unrolling the scroll, is the Yin and Yang Convergence Manual. It is the ancient scripture that guides this sacred practice. Within its pages lies the knowledge necessary for us to achieve the required synchronization. It details the meditation techniques, the energy channeling methods, and the specific stages of physical and spiritual union required for our mutual strengthening. She gestured to the opening lines, which seemed to hum with a subtle energy. It is the key, Li Ming, the only key to our survival. Li Ming's gaze was fixed on the scroll, a mixture of awe and dread warring within him. The Yin and Yang Convergence Manual. It sounded both utterly fantastical and undeniably critical. He was a scientist trained to seek explanations, to find rational solutions. Yet, Here he was, faced with a situation that defied all rational explanation, being offered a solution rooted in ancient mysticism and profound intimacy. His mind, so accustomed to dissecting complex theories, was struggling to grasp the implications of this new path. He felt a profound sense of displacement, as if he had been abruptly transplanted from his familiar laboratory into a realm of alchemy and sorcery. His life had been about understanding the universe through observation and deduction. Now, he was being asked to embrace a practice that relied on intuition, trust, and a vulnerability he had always actively avoided. The inherent paradox was almost overwhelming. He was being asked to embrace the illogical to survive the impossible. "But I don't understand," he confessed, his voice laced with genuine bewilderment. I'm not equipped for this. My knowledge, it's all academic. I don't know anything about this kind of energy or synchronization or intimacy." The word intimacy hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. He imagined trying to navigate such a complex and deeply personal practice with someone he had only just met, someone who was quite literally not of this world. It was a recipe for disaster, a comedy of errors waiting to unfold. Yu Xiener's expression softened further, her gaze filled with a depth of understanding that belied her youth. "I understand your apprehension, Li Ming. This path is indeed far from your accustomed world, but you possess a unique sensitivity. I felt it when you intervened, a nascent power, a subtle resonance that harmonized with my own for a fleeting moment. Your ability to perceive energies, your sharp intellect, your inherent compassion, these are not merely academic traits. They are the very foundations upon which this dual cultivation can be built. You have a natural aptitude, even if you do not yet recognize it." She gently placed the scroll in his hands. The parchment felt strangely warm, alive. The Yin and Yang Convergence Manual is not merely a set of instructions. It is a living guide. It will reveal itself to you, adapt to your understanding, and illuminate the path forward. We will begin with the foundational meditations, gradually building our connection. It will be a journey, Li Ming, one of discovery for both of us. You will learn to understand your own inner energies, and I, in turn, will learn from your unique perspective. This is not just about survival, it is about growth. And perhaps, she added, her voice a whisper, it is about finding a new kind of strength, a strength that lies beyond logic and empirical proof. Li Ming stared at the scroll, his fingers tracing the intricate script. He could feel a faint thrum of energy emanating from it, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate with the unfamiliar pulse now thrumming beneath his own skin. The creature, the curse, the terrifying prospect of intimacy with a celestial being, it all coalesced into a single, overwhelming reality. He was no longer just Li Ming, the physicist. He was Li Ming, the reluctant cultivator, bound by an improbable alliance and a destiny he couldn't comprehend. The Yin and Yang Convergence Manual lay in his hands, a promise of both salvation and a future that was already proving to be far more complicated and far more intimate than he could have ever imagined. His carefully constructed world of predictable laws and logical deductions had been irrevocably replaced by a realm where trust, energy, and a profound, unsettling union were the only constants. The journey into dual cultivation had begun, not with his consent, but with the undeniable, unyielding force of necessity. He could feel it, a strange, nascent power stirring within him, a power born from the very curse that now entwined his fate with Yu Xiener's. It was a terrifying, yet strangely exhilarating prospect. The weight of Yu Xiener's words settled upon Li Ming like a physical burden. Dual cultivation. The term itself was a jarring dissonance, a screeching siren in the otherwise orderly symphony of his academic life. He, Li Ming, a creature of equations, of meticulous laboratory procedures, of the quantifiable and the verifiable, was being presented with a solution that sounded plucked from the pages of a pulp fantasy novel, a genre he'd been reprimanded for indulging in during study hours. His mind, a finely tuned instrument for dissecting complex physical phenomena, sputtered and stalled at the mere mention of it. He found himself staring at the yin and yang convergence manual, its silken surface seeming to shimmer with an almost mocking luminescence. This was not how his meticulously planned life was supposed to unfold. His future was a predictable trajectory of graduate studies, research papers, and perhaps, if he was lucky, a quiet professorship somewhere with a well-equipped physics department. There were no provisions in his personal roadmap for spiritual tethers, celestial hunters, or intimate unions with otherworldly beings. The very idea sent a cold, clammy wave of panic washing over him. His social interactions were already a minefield of awkward silences and fumbled greetings. The prospect of navigating the profound, almost sacred intimacy implied by dual cultivation was nothing short of terrifying. His shyness was legendary, a well-documented affliction that had plagued him since childhood. He recalled vivid memories of being unable to make eye contact during oral presentations, of meticulously crafting email responses to simple social invitations because face-to-face interactions felt like navigating a labyrinth without a map. He was the kind of person who would apologize to a lamppost if he bumped into it. Now, he was being told that his survival depended on a practice that required absolute trust and deep spiritual connection, culminating in physical intimacy. The words themselves felt alien and threatening, echoing in the small dorm room with a force that made his heart pound a frantic, irregular rhythm against his ribs. But that's not possible, he stammered, his voice thin and reedy, betraying the turmoil raging within him. He gripped the edges of the scroll, his knuckles turning white. I don't know how to do any of that. I'm a physicist. I understand quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, relativity. I don't understand energy convergence or spiritual synchronization, and certainly not intimacy, especially not with someone I've just met, and who is from elsewhere. He gestured vaguely towards Usienner, his face flushing a deep, mortifying crimson. His academic mind, so adept at breaking down vast concepts into manageable components, was utterly incapable of processing this. It was like asking a mathematician to suddenly perform open-heart surgery. He pictured himself, Li Ming, the boy who once spent an entire afternoon agonizing over whether to hold the door open for a passing stranger, attempting to engage in some sort of profound spiritual union. The scenario was so absurd, so utterly outside the realm of his lived experience, that a choked laugh escaped his lips, a sound that was more hysterical than amused. He imagined the sheer awkwardness, the stumbling words, the inevitable social blunders, amplified to an unimaginable degree. He was not a man of grand gestures or passionate declarations. His idea of romance, if he'd ever dared to entertain it, involved shared quiet evenings, intellectually stimulating conversations, and perhaps, eventually, a chaste kiss. This was on an entirely different celestial plane. Yu Sienner watched him, her sapphire eyes filled with a mixture of understanding and something akin to pity. She, who had undoubtedly witnessed eons of cosmic drama, was now faced with the bewildered panic of a mortal man whose greatest worldly concern had been acing his next thermodynamics exam. Li Ming, she said softly, her voice a gentle balm against his rising anxiety. Your reluctance is understandable. Your world does not readily embrace such concepts. But the Yin and Yang Convergence Manual is not merely a guide to physical intimacy. It is a comprehensive path to spiritual and energetic alignment. The physical aspect is but one component, the most potent, yes, but it is the culmination of a process that begins with mutual understanding, trust, and the harmonization of your internal energies. She paused, allowing her words to sink in. Your scientific mind, which you deem a hindrance, is in fact one of your greatest assets. It seeks to understand, to analyze, to find the underlying principles. Dual cultivation, at its core, is about understanding the fundamental forces that bind existence, energies, resonances, the interplay of opposing yet complementary forces. Think of it not as a departure from your principles, but as an exploration of a different facet of reality, one that your current framework has not yet encompassed. This was a difficult pill for Li Ming to swallow. He appreciated her attempt to reframe his predicament, to connect it to his existing worldview, but the chasm between theoretical physics and esoteric cultivation felt impossibly wide. But even if I could somehow wrap my mind around the energetic synchronization, he began, his voice still shaky, the partner aspect, it's the insurmountable hurdle. I don't know how to approach this. How does one seek out a partner for dual cultivation? Do I put up flyers? Post on a university forum? Seeking celestial being for essential energy convergence must be proficient in ancient cultivation techniques and possess a profound spiritual connection. Must also be willing to tolerate extreme social awkwardness and a tendency to faint at the sight of unusual phenomena. It sounds utterly ridiculous. He buried his face in his hands, the heat of his embarrassment a palpable sensation. He imagined the sheer mortification of having to explain his situation to anyone, even to himself. His friends would think he'd finally succumbed to the strains of academic pressure. His professors would likely recommend he seek professional counseling. The idea of actively pursuing someone for such an intimate and unusual purpose was anathema to his very being. He was a person who struggled to initiate small talk, who felt a surge of anxiety just ordering coffee. The notion of approaching someone, anyone, and proposing a spiritual and physical union for survival was an Everest he could not even begin to contemplate climbing. Yu Xian'er offered a faint, enigmatic smile. The seeking you speak of is not a matter of external pursuit in the conventional sense, Li Ming. The tether, as I've called it, has already forged a connection between us. The Yin and Yang Convergence Manual will guide us together. It is designed for a pair already bound by destiny, or in our case, by circumstance. You are not being asked to navigate the complexities of social courtship. You're being asked to engage in a necessary partnership, a collaborative endeavor for survival. Your current predicament, your entanglement with me, has already presented you with a partner. The challenge lies not in finding one, but in embracing the one you have been given. She gestured to the scroll again. The manual will teach you how to understand the energies of another, how to discern resonance, how to build trust without necessarily relying on years of conventional interaction. It speaks of attunement, of finding harmony. Your inherent compassion, the very act that led you to shield me, is the foundational attunement. You felt a resonance, however faint. That is the seed from which this partnership can grow. Li Ming listened, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Compassion, resonance. He understood those concepts on a theoretical level, of course, but applying them to the intimate reality of dual cultivation felt like trying to build a bridge with words alone. He was still wrestling with the fundamental absurdity of it all. He, Li Ming, a man whose emotional repertoire consisted of mild irritation and quiet satisfaction, was now slated to engage in a spiritual and physical union with an ethereal being. It was the plot of a web novel he'd been subtly mocked for reading, a story he devoured for its escapism, not for its perceived practicality. But what if the resonance isn't strong enough? He blurted out, the fear of failure gnawing at him. What if I'm just not good at this? What if I mess it up? What if I'm just too awkward? I can't. I can't imagine myself being able to connect with anyone on that level, let alone you, Yu Xian'er. You're so different, so powerful, and I'm just me. Li Ming, the guy who trips over his own feet and accidentally spills coffee on important documents. The images flashed through his mind. Himself, bumbling through a sacred ritual, his face a mask of mortification, while Yu Xian'er, with her ancient wisdom, looked on with a mixture of exasperation and pity. It was a recipe for disaster, a comedic tragedy. He traced the intricate patterns on the scroll, a faint warmth radiating from the parchment. The manual promised guidance, but it couldn't magically erase his ingrained shyness, his inherent awkwardness, his deep-seated fear of intimacy. His entire life had been a testament to his aversion to vulnerability. He wore his academic achievements like a suit of armor, a shield against the messy, unpredictable world of human connection. Now, that shield was being forcibly stripped away, replaced by a path that demanded radical openness, profound trust, and an intimacy that made his stomach churn with apprehension. The manual will provide the techniques, Yu Xian'er stated, her voice steady and reassuring. But you are correct, Li Ming. It requires more than technique. It requires courage, and it requires acceptance. Acceptance of your current circumstances, acceptance of your own inherent qualities, and acceptance of me as your partner in this endeavor. Your awkwardness, as you call it, is not a flaw to be hidden, but a facet of your being. Perhaps, in the realm of dual cultivation, it can even be transmuted. Or perhaps, it will simply be a part of the unique harmony we forge. She looked at him, her gaze piercing yet gentle. You are not being asked to become someone you are not. You are being asked to embrace a new dimension of yourself, a dimension that has been dormant. Your academic pursuits have honed your intellect. This path will hone your spirit, your intuition, your capacity for connection. Do not underestimate the power of your own unique essence, Li Ming. It is precisely this essence, combined with my own, that will create the formidable force needed for our survival. Li Ming let out a long, shaky breath. He looked from the scroll to Yu Xian'er, the stark reality of his situation beginning to solidify. He was a physicist thrust into a world of cultivation, tasked with a practice that defied all his logical frameworks, and needing to do so with a being whose very existence was a testament to the impossible. His inherent shyness, his rigid adherence to rules, his profound social awkwardness. These were not just minor inconveniences anymore. They were significant obstacles, monumental barriers standing between him and survival. The thought of initiating anything, of taking any proactive step towards this dual cultivation, felt like an impossible feat. He was adrift in an ocean of the unknown, and the only lifeline offered involved an intimacy he had actively avoided his entire life. The dilemma was stark, the path forward fraught with a comedic potential born from sheer, unadulterated terror. He was the shy physicist, staring down the barrel of an improbable, intimate alliance, and his meticulously ordered world was crumbling around him, one awkward, terrifying step at a time. The muted hum of fluorescent lights and the low murmur of distant conversations were the first sonic signatures of Yu Xian'er's new reality. It was a far cry from the celestial harmonies or the roaring void she was accustomed to, but it was, for the moment, her sanctuary, disguised in the borrowed skin of an eccentric visiting professor, a persona she had woven with the very threads of arcane illusion and modern knowledge gleaned from Li Ming's own subconscious. She found herself navigating the labyrinthine corridors of a human institution of higher learning. The concept of a university was, to her ancient mind, a fascinatingly elaborate construct, a vibrant ecosystem of young minds grappling with accumulated knowledge, a species of creature dedicated to the meticulous dissection of reality, albeit a reality far more mundane than her own. Her chosen guise was that of Professor Anya Petrova, a visiting scholar in comparative mythology with a penchant for dramatic flair and a habit of speaking in hushed, conspiratorial tones. It was a role that allowed her a certain latitude for unusual behavior, a built-in excuse for the occasional vacant stare into the middle distance as she subtly recalibrated the invisible wards around their borrowed living space, or for the abrupt pronouncements that often left Li Ming bewildered. Her first foray into the faculty lounge had been an exercise in controlled observation. The humans there, clad in their sensible sweaters and tweed jackets, engaged in a ritualistic exchange of small talk. They discussed weather patterns with the fervor usually reserved for discussing cosmic alignments, debated the merits of different caffeinated beverages with the passion of scholars defending their life's work, and shared anecdotes about their offspring with a vulnerability that Yu Xian'er found both perplexing and strangely endearing. The sheer banality of it all was, at first, almost disorienting. They spoke of deadlines, grading, and the perennial struggle for funding, concepts that seemed impossibly trivial when viewed against the backdrop of celestial wars and the delicate balance of universal energies. Yet, she recognized the underlying currents of ambition, frustration, and camaraderie that mirrored those found in any sentient society, regardless of its plane of existence. Her initial interactions were cautious. She adopted a persona of gentle bewilderment, feigning a slight unfamiliarity with certain modern customs, a subtle performance that endeared her to some and marked her as an oddity to others. She observed the intricate dance of social hierarchies, the subtle cues of deference and dominance, the unspoken agreements that governed their interactions. It was a complex tapestry, woven with threads of both genuine connection and subtle manipulation, a miniature reflection of the larger cosmic dance she had always known. Her primary focus, however, remained on Li Ming. She watched him, this brilliant young mind so utterly unsuited for the spiritual and martial arts he now found himself entangled in. He moved through the campus like a phantom, his presence almost apologetic. His interactions, even with his peers, were often stilted, punctuated by awkward silences and fumbled attempts at humor. Yu Xian'er found herself observing him with an intensity that bordered on fascination. His dedication to his studies was palpable, a fierce, almost desperate pursuit of understanding in a world he could quantify and control. But beneath that intellectual armor, she sensed a deep well of untapped potential, a latent sensitivity that her own methods could, with careful guidance, awaken. During one of their clandestine meetings, held in the hushed anonymity of the university library's rarely visited rare books section, a place that felt, ironically, closer to her own time than the sterile modern science labs, she attempted to impart a foundational lesson in energetic awareness. Li Ming, she began, her voice a low murmur that barely disturbed the dust motes dancing in the slivers of sunlight. You are accustomed to observing the external world, to dissecting its physical manifestations. Now, you must learn to perceive the subtle energies that permeate all things, including yourself. Think of it as a different form of measurement, a different spectrum of observation. He looked at her, his brow furrowed in concentration, a familiar look of intellectual struggle on his face. Energies, Professor Petrova, he repeated, the title still feeling alien on his tongue. You mean like electromagnetic fields? Or perhaps thermal gradients? Yu Xian'er offered a small, knowing smile. In a way, yes. But these are energies of a different order. They are the currents of life, the echoes of emotion, the very essence of being. Imagine your own body not just as a collection of cells and organs, but as a vibrant nexus of interconnected energy flows. The tether that binds us, for instance, is a tangible manifestation of such a connection, albeit one that is currently one-sided in its awareness. You feel its presence as a burden, a source of anxiety. I experience it as a persistent anchor, a necessary link. She extended her hand, palm facing him, and a faint, ethereal glow emanated from her fingertips, a soft luminescence that pulsed with a gentle rhythm. Focus your attention here, Li Ming, not on the light itself, but on the sensation it evokes within you. Does it feel warm? Cold? Does it resonate with any feeling within your own being? Li Ming hesitantly extended his own hand, stopping a few inches away from hers. He concentrated, trying to push aside the cacophony of his usual anxieties and focus on the subtle sensations. He felt a faint warmth, not the heat of friction or radiation, but something softer, more pervasive. It felt alive. I feel something, he admitted, surprise coloring his voice. It's like a gentle warmth, yes, and a slight tingling. It's not unpleasant. Good, Yu Xian'er encouraged, her voice imbued with a subtle approval. That tingling is the initial resonance. Is your own energy responding to mine? Your scientific mind seeks quantifiable data, and while these energies are not measured by oscilloscopes or spectrometers, they are no less real. The Yin and Yang Convergence Manual, will provide the framework for understanding and manipulating these flows. But true mastery comes from cultivating your own internal sensitivity. She then shifted her focus to the more immediate challenges of their shared existence. Our primary concern, for now, is maintaining our anonymity. My presence here as Professor Petrova is a delicate illusion. The wards I have established can withstand minor intrusions, but sustained scrutiny would reveal the artifice. Therefore, discretion is paramount. You must continue your routines as normally as possible. Attend your classes, engage with your peers, and avoid drawing any undue attention to yourself or to me. But how do I learn from you if we have to be so discreet? Li Ming asked, his voice tinged with his habitual worry. I can't exactly attend your comparative mythology lectures and expect to learn about dual cultivation, can I? Yu Xiener's lips curved into a subtle smile. You misunderstand. My lectures on mythology are not entirely a facade. The ancient stories, the myths and legends of your world, are often veiled reflections of truths far older and more profound. Many speak of unions between mortals and beings of immense power, of heroes who harnessed unseen forces. These narratives, when viewed through the lens of cultivation, contain kernels of wisdom. I will weave the lessons into my discourse, using the language of myth to convey the principles of energy and spirit. You must listen not just with your ears, but with your intuition. You must learn to discern the hidden meanings, the allegorical representations of the techniques and concepts that will be crucial for your survival. She then touched upon the practicalities of their immediate situation. We are sharing a dwelling, a space that must remain undisturbed. The ambient energies of a human domicile are chaotic. To facilitate our practice, I have begun subtly harmonizing the space. You may notice a certain tranquility, a lessening of the usual mental clutter. This is a necessary step, creating an environment conducive to the refinement of our energies. I have also made adjustments to the local internet, a fascinating network of information exchange you humans have devised. It allows me to access vast repositories of knowledge, which I am cross-referencing with the manual. This will provide us with a more comprehensive understanding of the threats we face and the pathways to circumvent them. Li Ming found himself nodding, his mind racing to keep pace with her explanations. He could feel a subtle shift in the atmosphere of their shared living space, a sense of calm he hadn't noticed before, attributing it to his own burgeoning anxiety being soothed by Yu Xiener's presence. The idea of learning ancient cultivation techniques through lectures on mythology was unconventional, to say the least. It sounded like something out of a parody, a genre he was supposed to avoid. Yet, given his current circumstances, he was willing to entertain any possibility. So, I'm supposed to decipher cultivation's secrets hidden within tales of ancient gods and heroes? He mused, a flicker of his analytical mind engaging with the challenge. It sounds incredibly complicated, and frankly, Professor, a little ridiculous. The path to understanding is rarely straightforward, Li Ming, Yu Xiener replied, her gaze steady. Especially when one is trying to reconcile the tangible with the ethereal, the known with the unknown. Your world is built on observable phenomena, on replicable experiments. This path requires a different kind of observation, a different kind of experimentation, one that involves the self and the unseen forces that govern existence. Think of it as an advanced form of empirical study, where the subject is both the observer and the observed. She paused, allowing him to process her words. Furthermore, my interactions with the wider university community serve another purpose. The tether that binds us creates a subtle, energetic signature, one that can be detected by those who seek us. By establishing myself as a legitimate, albeit eccentric, member of the faculty, I create a layer of obfuscation. My presence, my interactions, my very essence as Anya Petrova become a form of camouflage. It is a complex weaving of illusion and reality, designed to draw attention away from our true purpose. Yu Xiener then guided Li Ming through a simple visualization exercise, encouraging him to focus on the subtle, energetic currents within his own body. She explained how stress and fear constricted these flows, hindering his ability to perceive and utilize them. Imagine a stagnant pond, Li Ming, she instructed. The water is murky, heavy. Now imagine a clear, flowing stream. The water is vibrant, alive. Your own energy can become like that stream, but only if you learn to release the blockages, the knots of tension that bind it. He tried, focusing on the sensation of breath moving in and out of his lungs, attempting to visualize it as a flow of energy. He felt a faint warmth spreading through his chest, a slight loosening in his shoulders. It was a far cry from the profound spiritual awakening he imagined such practices entailed, but it was something, a tangible, albeit subtle, sensation that he could attribute to her guidance. "This is the beginning, Li Ming," Yusianer said, her voice soft but firm. "The manual provides the map, my guidance provides the compass, and your own willingness to explore this new terrain will be your vessel. You're not simply a physicist anymore. You're a cultivator, albeit a novice one, tasked with responsibilities far beyond the confines of your laboratory. Embrace the absurdity, Li Ming. Sometimes, it is in the most improbable circumstances that the greatest transformations occur. And remember, our greatest challenge is not merely surviving the external threats, but mastering the internal landscape. Only then can we truly harness the power necessary to overcome them." She left him with that thought, a lingering sense of both unease and a nascent spark of curiosity as she continued her subtle, intricate dance of deception and guidance within the mundane world of academia. The delicate equilibrium Yusianer had so carefully constructed was, as all such fragile arrangements inevitably were, about to be shattered. The placid waters of academia, which she had begun to navigate with a surprisingly adept blend of ancient arcane skill and borrowed human guile, were about to be churned by a tempest of far more ancient and malevolent origin. The whispers, the subtle shifts in ambient energy that only those attuned to the spiritual currents could perceive had been growing in intensity for days. They were faint at first, like the distant rumble of thunder on a clear horizon. But now they coalesced into a palpable hum of dread, a premonition of darkness encroaching upon their meticulously crafted sanctuary. This disquiet was not born of the mundane stresses of university life, the looming deadlines, the territorial squabbles over faculty parking, or the existential dread of poorly attended lectures. No, this was a resonance of a different order, a chilling echo from a realm where the pursuit of power was a blood sport and morality was a forgotten relic. It was the signature of the Black Lotus sect. To Yusianer, the name itself was a tapestry of grim associations. The Black Lotus was not merely an organization. It was an ancient blight, a festering wound upon the spiritual landscape, known for its utter ruthlessness and its perverse aesthetic. They trafficked in forbidden arts, weaving their malevolent energies into practices that twisted the very essence of cultivation into something grotesque and selfish. Their disciples were not warriors seeking enlightenment, but predators seeking dominion, their hearts calcified by ambition and their souls stained by countless transgressions. Their current obsession, the instrument that had drawn their baleful gaze towards Yusianer and, by extension, Li Ming, was the Yin and Yang Convergence Manual. This ancient tome was not merely a guide to dual cultivation. It was a foundational text, a Rosetta Stone for unlocking the deepest secrets of harmonious energy exchange, a practice that could, in the wrong hands, be amplified into a force of unimaginable destruction. The Black Lotus sect craved this power. They saw in its mastery not the potential for balance and longevity, but the ultimate tool for subjugation. They envisioned a world where their will was absolute, where the very flow of spiritual energy bent to their command, and the Yin and Yang Convergence Manual was the key to unlocking that terrifying possibility. Yusianer had encountered the tendrils of the Black Lotus sect in her previous millennia. They were a constant irritant, a shadowy adversary that thrived in the underbelly of the cultivation world, resurfacing with unnerving regularity, each time more fanatical, more dangerous than before. Their methods were as insidious as they were brutal. They employed spies, assassins, and sorcerers who specialized in deception and manipulation. They understood that a swift, overt attack was often less effective than a slow, agonizing unraveling. They would sow discord, exploit weaknesses, and then strike when their target was most vulnerable. The fact that they were now actively seeking her, and that their pursuit was linked to the manual she carried, amplified Yusien's own sense of urgency. She had hoped to keep their existence a secret from Li Ming for as long as possible, to allow him to acclimatize to the realities of his new existence without the crushing weight of knowing he was being hunted by creatures of such profound malevolence. But the universe, it seemed, had other plans. The threads of fate, so intricately woven, were starting to fray, revealing the jagged edges of impending conflict. The melodramatic flair that characterized the Black Lotus sect was almost a perverse counterpoint to Yu Xian'er's own subtle, measured approach. They reveled in theatrical displays of power, in pronouncements of doom, in the psychological torment of their victims. Their leaders, often cloaked in elaborate robes and adorned with unsettling symbolic jewelry, possessed an almost pathological need for grandeur, for the performance of their own terrifying magnificence. They saw themselves not just as powerful cultivators, but as embodiments of a dark, cosmic destiny, destined to reshape the world according to their twisted vision. Their motivation for hunting Yusien'er was multifaceted, a complex web of ambition, revenge, and a perverse sense of ownership. They believed the Yin and Yang convergence manual was rightfully theirs, a treasure that had been lost to them through some ancient betrayal or cosmic oversight. Yu Xian'er, by possessing it, was seen not just as a thief, but as an obstacle to their grand designs. Furthermore, her very existence, a being of immense power and ancient knowledge, was an affront to their ideology. They trafficked in the perversion of spiritual energy, and Yu Xian'er represented its pure, unadulterated form. Her mastery of its principles, her ability to maintain balance and harmony, was a living testament to everything they sought to corrupt and control. The particular threat that the Black Lotus sect posed was not merely in their individual strength, but in their collective will and their utter lack of compunction. They were a hydra, and for every head that was severed, two more seemed to sprout. Their network of influence extended far beyond the visible world, weaving through the shadows of spiritual cultivation societies, infiltrating clandestine organizations, and leaving a trail of despair and destruction in their wake. Their reach was long, their methods patient, and their cruelty seemingly boundless. This knowledge cast a long, chilling shadow over the otherwise mundane campus. The cheerful chatter of students, the academic debates, the simple rhythm of daily life, all of it now felt like a fragile veneer, a thin shield against the coming storm. Yu Xian'er, with her heightened senses, could feel the encroaching darkness more acutely than most. It was a physical sensation, a prickling on her skin, a tightening in her chest, a subtle distortion in the fabric of reality that hinted at the unseen forces at play. She knew that Li Ming, innocent as he was of the deeper machinations of the cultivation world, would eventually be caught in the crossfire. His connection to her, the energetic tether that bound them, made him a beacon, an undeniable link that the Black Lotus sect would undoubtedly seek to exploit. His perceived weakness, his intellectual rather than martial prowess, would make him an appealing target for their psychological warfare, a pawn they would try to break to get to her. The Black Lotus sect were not simply antagonists. They were a force of nature, a manifestation of the darker aspects of spiritual ambition. Their pursuit of the Yin and Yang convergence manual was not a mere territorial dispute. It was a quest for ultimate power, a desire to twist the very essence of cultivation to their nefarious will. They were the embodiment of corruption, the antithesis of balance, and their emergence now meant that the relatively peaceful existence Yu Xian'er had sought for herself and Li Ming was over. The shadows were lengthening, and the seeds of conflict, sown in the fertile ground of ancient ambition, were beginning to sprout. The university, a bastion of human intellect, was about to become a battleground for forces that transcended the physical realm, a place where the subtle energies of life and death would clash, and where the fate of a powerful ancient artifact, and perhaps much more, would be decided. The arrival of the Black Lotus sect was not just a threat. It was a declaration of war, a brutal reminder that even in the most unlikely of places, the darkness always found a way to seep through. The air in Yusienner's meticulously organized apartment, usually a sanctuary of quiet contemplation and subtle spiritual energies, felt thick with an almost unbearable tension. Li Ming, perched precariously on the edge of a plush armchair, felt like a specimen under a microscope, acutely aware of every twitch and sigh. He had, after a protracted internal debate that felt more like a wrestling match with a particularly stubborn philosophical argument, agreed to this cultivation business. The word itself felt alien, something ripped from the pages of a fantastical novel, not something that applied to him, a student of theoretical physics. So, Li Ming began, his voice a little too high, betraying his unease. He fiddled with the cuff of his sweater, the worn wool a familiar comfort against the swirling chaos of his current reality. Where exactly do we begin? Is there like a textbook? Or a syllabus? He managed a weak smile, an attempt to inject some of his usual humor into the unfolding, bizarre situation. Yu Xian'er, who had been observing him with an inscrutable gaze, her expression a delicate balance between amusement and grave concern, finally spoke. Her voice, usually a soothing balm, held a sharp edge of seriousness. There is no syllabus, Li Ming. No textbook. Cultivation is not an academic discipline to be memorized and regurgitated. It is an innate art, a profound connection to the fundamental energies of the universe. She paused, her eyes like polished obsidian, meeting his. And it begins not with the mind, but with the body and spirit. Li Ming blinked. The body and spirit, right? So like calisthenics or yoga? I'm pretty sure my flexibility is terrible. My doctor keeps telling me to stretch more. He shifted uncomfortably, picturing himself attempting a downward-facing dog. The image was not a flattering one. A flicker of something akin to a smile touched Yu Xian'er's lips. Patience, Li Ming. It is not about contorting your physical form, though physical conditioning plays a role. It is about sensing, feeling. She stood, her movements fluid and graceful, a stark contrast to his own rigid posture. She walked towards the window, her gaze fixed on the cityscape unfolding beyond the glass. Tell me, Li Ming, when you look at the sky, what do you see? The sky, Li Ming echoed, utterly bewildered. I see blue. Clouds. Maybe a plane if I'm lucky. Sometimes birds. He was starting to suspect that Yu Xian'er's definition of sensing involved a level of perception that his own limited, scientifically trained mind was struggling to grasp. And beyond the blue, beyond the clouds, Yu Xian'er prompted, her voice soft yet insistent. Do you feel the vastness? The currents of air, the unseen energies that flow through it, the subtle hum of existence that permeates all things. Li Ming frowned, trying to access some deeper, perhaps metaphorical, sensory input. He closed his eyes, attempting to focus. He felt the slight vibration of the building, heard the distant drone of traffic, the muffled chatter of students in the quad below. He could almost feel the sunlight warming his face through the window. But unseen energies, hum of existence, that was venturing into territory where his physics equations offered no solace. I think I feel a draft, he admitted, a blush creeping up his neck. From the window, maybe, and the building's air conditioning is making a funny noise. He felt a surge of frustration. This was not how he solved problems. He didn't feel his way to answers. He calculated them. Yu Xian'er turned back to him, her expression unreadable. That is the first step, then, to acknowledge what you do not perceive. To open yourself to the possibility that there is more than what your immediate senses tell you. She walked over to a small, intricately carved wooden chest resting on a side table. She opened it, revealing a collection of jade vials and what appeared to be dried herbs. The air around it seemed to shimmer faintly. "We begin with nourishment," she said, selecting a small, pale green vial. "This is a chi-restoring elixir brewed under the light of the full moon. It will help to awaken your latent spiritual senses, to clear the fog of your mundane perception." She unscrewed the cap, and a delicate, floral scent, strangely invigorating, wafted into the room. Li Ming eyed the vial with suspicion. It looked less like medicine and more like something a witch doctor might concoct. "Is it safe? Like, FDA approved?" he blurted out, immediately regretting the question. He was in a world where ancient sects hunted people with forbidden artifacts, and he was worried about regulatory approval. A soft, almost melodic laugh escaped Yu Xian'er. "My dear Li Ming, the Black Lotus sect does not concern themselves with such earthly matters, nor do I. This elixir is crafted from herbs that have been cultivated for centuries, imbued with energies that are pure and beneficial. It will not harm you." She held the vial out to him. "Drink." Hesitantly, Li Ming took the vial. The liquid inside was a pale, translucent green. He sniffed it again. It smelled like a spring meadow after a rain. Taking a deep breath, he tipped the vial back and drank. The liquid was cool and smooth, with a subtly sweet aftertaste. For a moment, nothing happened. He waited, bracing himself for some dramatic physiological change, perhaps an explosion of celestial light or a sudden urge to levitate. Instead, a gentle warmth spread through him, starting from his stomach and radiating outwards. It wasn't an uncomfortable heat, but a soothing sensation like basking in sunlight. Then something shifted. The subtle hum of the air conditioning unit seemed to sharpen, becoming more distinct. The distant traffic noise resolved into individual vehicles. He could even discern the faint rustling of leaves outside, a sound he had never consciously registered before. "Whoa," he breathed, his eyes wide. "Okay, that's different. I can hear the tiny gears grinding in the AC. It's a lot." Yu Xian'er nodded, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. "That is your spiritual sense beginning to awaken. It is a crude awakening, of course, but it is a start. Now, we move to meditation." Meditation. Li Ming's mind immediately conjured images of robed figures sitting cross-legged on mountaintops, chanting in a language he didn't understand. He pictured himself failing miserably, his mind racing with intrusive thoughts about quantum entanglement and whether he'd remembered to lock his bicycle. "Right, meditation," Li Ming said, attempting to sound more confident than he felt. "So do I cross my legs?" And hum. He made a tentative attempt to cross his legs, finding his limbs stubbornly resisting the desired position. He ended up in an awkward, lopsided pretzel. Yu Xian'er watched his struggle with a patient expression. "You may sit as you are comfortable, Li Ming. The goal is not a specific posture, but a state of inner stillness. Focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, drawing in the ambient energy of the world. Exhale slowly, releasing any tension, any distractions." Li Ming took a shaky breath. He tried to focus on his inhale, but his mind immediately latched onto the mechanics of it. Is there an optimal angle for drawing in energy? Is it a passive intake, or does it require conscious effort? What constitutes ambient energy anyway? Is it electromagnetic fields, or something else entirely? His thoughts spiraled, a familiar, frustrating vortex. "I'm trying," he mumbled, his brow furrowed in concentration. "But my brain keeps calculating. It's like I try to find the algorithm for breathing." Yu Xian'er approached him and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Her touch was surprisingly grounding, a warm, steady presence that seemed to anchor him. "Do not try to calculate, Li Ming. Just be. Let the thoughts come and go, like clouds drifting across the sky. Do not grasp them, do not push them away. Simply observe them, and return your focus to your breath." He tried again. He focused on the sensation of air filling his lungs, the gentle rise and fall of his chest. He acknowledged the intrusive thoughts, the scientific queries, The mundane worries about deadlines and laundry. He let them float by like leaves on a stream. And slowly, painstakingly, a sliver of quiet began to emerge within him. The constant hum of his internal monologue, usually a deafening roar, seemed to recede to a whisper. He felt the faint warmth of Luciener's hand on his shoulder, the subtle vibrations of the apartment, the distant sounds of the city. But now, they weren't just a cacophony of noise. They were a part of a larger tapestry, a subtle symphony that he was, for the first time, beginning to hear. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, Luciener removed her hand. "You are making progress," she said, her voice soft. "This stillness, this ability to observe without judgment, is the foundation of all cultivation." The Black Lotus sect, in their haste and their ambition, often overlook this fundamental aspect. They seek power through force, through manipulation, rather than through inner cultivation. Li Ming slowly uncrossed his legs, his limbs feeling stiff and a little numb. "So this inner stillness, it's important for fighting evil cults?" he asked, a hint of his usual sarcasm returning. Yu Xiener's expression grew serious again. "It is essential, Li Ming, for true strength comes not from brute force, but from a centered spirit, an unshakable will. When you are calm and focused, you are less susceptible to their tactics of fear and deception. You can perceive their schemes more clearly and react with clarity, not with panicked haste." She then gestured to a low table between them, on which sat two simple ceramic cups. "Now, for the next step, we will begin with some basic qi circulation exercises. These are designed to help you consciously direct the flow of energy within your body. It is a delicate process and requires concentration." She poured a clear, almost colorless liquid into the cups from a crystal decanter. It smelled faintly of mint and something vaguely earthy. "What is this one?" Li Ming asked, eyeing the liquid warily. He was starting to feel like a test subject in a very strange, very high-stakes experiment. "This is purified spring water, infused with diluted medicinal herbs," Yu Xiener explained. "It aids in the smooth flow of qi. Drink this first." Li Ming took a sip. It was cool and refreshing, with a clean, pure taste. He felt a subtle, tingling sensation on his tongue. "Now," Yu Xiener began, demonstrating a series of slow, deliberate hand movements. "Imagine the qi you absorbed during meditation. Visualize it as a gentle stream, flowing from your dantian, the energy center located just below your navel." She touched her own abdomen. "Feel it moving upwards, along your spine, through your chest, and then down your arms, to the tips of your fingers. Then, imagine it returning to your dantian. Breathe with the flow." Li Ming attempted to follow her movements, his hands feeling clumsy and uncoordinated. He tried to visualize the stream of energy, but his mind kept conjuring images of plumbing diagrams and fluid dynamics equations. He imagined the qi as water, but then he started wondering about viscosity and flow rate. Was there a Reynolds number involved? "It's not really flowing," he admitted after a few minutes of awkward contortions. "It feels more like stagnant water. Or maybe it's just pooling in my dantian. I can't really feel it moving along my spine." He tried again, his brow furrowed, his lips moving in silent calculations. Yu Xiener sighed, a sound that was almost imperceptible. "Li Ming, you are trying to force it. Cultivation is about guidance, not compulsion. Think of it less as a forceful flow and more as a gentle suggestion. Imagine the qi as a whisper, not a shout. Coax it, encourage it, do not demand it." She then took his hand, her fingers delicately guiding his own into the correct positions. "Feel the connection. Feel the subtle vibrations in my palm, and try to replicate that gentle energy within yourself. Breathe into it." Under her guidance, Li Ming's movements became slightly less awkward. He focused on the sensation of her touch, the warmth of her hand, and tried to channel that same gentle energy into his own limbs. He took a deep breath, trying to push away the scientific analysis and just feel. Slowly, a faint sensation began to emerge. It was like a subtle warmth, a gentle thrumming that moved, almost imperceptibly, from his lower abdomen, up his back, and down his arms. It was weak, hesitant, and easily drowned out by his overthinking mind, but it was there. I, I think I feel something, he breathed, his eyes wide with surprise. It's like a faint warmth. Is that it? Yu Xiener's gaze softened. That is it, Li Ming. That is the beginning of qi circulation. It is weak and fleeting, but it is real. You have taken your first steps into the unknown. She released his hand, and the sensation, though still present, immediately felt more fragile. Li Ming looked down at his hands, a mixture of awe and disbelief washing over him. Li Ming, a theoretical physicist who dealt in equations and observable phenomena, was actually feeling spiritual energy. It was illogical, it was improbable, and it was undeniably happening. He looked at Yu Xiener, her serene expression a testament to her mastery of this strange art. So, he said, a grin slowly spreading across his face, a genuine, unforced grin. This is cultivation. It's definitely not in the physics textbook. He paused, the enormity of his situation finally beginning to sink in. But now, it was tinged with a strange, burgeoning excitement. All right, Yu Xiener, what's next? Because if I'm going to survive whatever the Black Lotus sect has planned, I'm going to need more than just stagnant water in my dantian. The initial awkwardness was still there, a constant companion, but a new feeling was starting to bloom alongside it, a hesitant, yet determined, resolve. Chapter 3. The Childhood Friend. The quiet intensity of Yu Xiener's apartment, a space that had only moments ago been thick with the scent of exotic herbs and the nascent hum of awakened senses, was suddenly, irrevocably shattered, not by the rumble of distant traffic or the whine of a passing siren, but by a force of nature that announced its arrival with the boisterous energy of 1,000 firecrackers. The door, which had been firmly shut, burst inward with a resounding bang, admitting not just a person, but an entire whirlwind of motion and sound. Li Ming, you idiot, you're actually here. The voice, a clear, bell-like soprano that somehow managed to possess the volume of a stadium announcer, belonged to a young woman who seemed to have materialized from thin air, radiating an almost palpable aura of boisterous enthusiasm. She was a whirlwind of vibrant color and athletic grace, her movements sharp and decisive, her smile wide and infectious. Her bright, inquisitive eyes, the color of dark chocolate, scanned the room with practiced efficiency before landing on Li Ming, who was still blinking from the sudden sensory overload. This was Zhao Jingjing, Li Ming's childhood friend, his most childhood friend, the one who had been there through scraped knees, questionable fashion choices, and every awkward stage of adolescence. And if there was one thing Zhao Jingjing was, it was a stark, almost comical contrast to Li Ming's own reserved, analytical nature. Where he was a still pond, she was a whitewater rapid. Where he was a quiet library, she was a bustling marketplace. Jingjing, Li Ming stammered, his carefully cultivated inner stillness dissolving like mist under a summer sun. He felt a familiar, almost nostalgic pang of bewildered exasperation. What are you doing here? And you can't just kick down doors. Zhao Jingjing merely grinned, unrepentant. She strode into the apartment, her athletic build evident in the way she moved. Dressed in a sleek, form-fitting tracksuit that hinted at her rigorous training, she exuded an energy that seemed to warp the very air around her. She tossed a gym bag onto a nearby sofa with a casual thud that made Li Ming flinch. Relax, Li Ming. It wasn't locked. Besides, I had a feeling you'd be up to something weird. Cultivation, right? Heard it from your mom. She said you were going to learn special moves. Sounded like you were finally joining a secret ninja society. She winked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Yu Xiener, who had been observing this sudden intrusion with a neutral expression that masked a flicker of surprise, inclined her head politely. Zhao Jingjing, I presume? Li Ming has mentioned you. Her tone was calm, measured, a stark counterpoint to Jingjing's effervescence. Jingjing, however, was not one to be easily intimidated by serene auras or cryptic pronouncements. She beamed at Yu Xian'er, her gaze sweeping over the older woman with an appraising, yet friendly, look. You must be the mysterious mentor Mom was talking about. Wow, you're not what I expected. No flowing robes, no ancient scrolls. She then turned back to Li Ming, a playful smirk gracing her lips. See, Li Ming? I told you this whole cultivation thing was probably going to involve cool outfits and ancient wisdom. Though, I have to admit, your place is way nicer than the dusty temples I imagined. Li Ming pinched the bridge of his nose. It's not like that, Jing. And this is Yu Xian'er. She's helping me. He hesitated, unsure how to explain the delicate balance of energy, meditation, and potentially world-saving endeavors to his perpetually pragmatic, physically inclined friend. Helping you? So, is she going to teach you how to punch through walls? Jing's eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. She bounced on the balls of her feet, an almost palpable eagerness radiating from her. Because I've been practicing my iron fist technique, and I can shatter a brick with a single strike now. It took months of dedicated training, of course. You wouldn't believe the sheer discipline it requires. My sensei, Master Jian, he's a legend. His chi control is out of this world. He says I have potential, but I need to refine my focus. Maybe you can tell me if this cultivation thing is similar? Li Ming felt a familiar sinking feeling. This was going to be more complicated than he'd anticipated. Jing, with her boundless energy and fierce dedication to martial arts, was a force to be reckoned with. She had been training in various martial arts since she was a child, a natural progression from her hyperactive nature and an insatiable desire to channel her energy into something productive. From taekwondo in her early teens, which she'd excelled at, to more traditional forms like Wing Chun and, more recently, Qigong, she approached every discipline with the same fervent intensity. She was already a formidable practitioner, her movements fluid and powerful, her reflexes honed to a razor's edge. It's a bit different, Jing, Li Ming said slowly, choosing his words carefully. It's not just about physical power. It's about sensing energy and inner balance. Jing tilted her head, her brow furrowed in thought. Inner balance? Like not getting angry when Li Ming beats you at video games? She quipped, nudging him playfully. Because I've definitely been working on that. Master Jian says true strength comes from controlling your emotions, not letting them control you. He says my temper is like a wildfire, beautiful but dangerous. He's always telling me to channel it, like water flowing through a rock. Li Ming winced. He remembered the countless hours they'd spent playing video games, his own patience strategizing often no match for her explosive, unpredictable bursts of skill. She was the kind of player who would win a match through sheer aggressive momentum, leaving him utterly baffled as to how she'd achieved it. He often wondered if her gaming style was a subconscious manifestation of her martial arts training. Yu Xian'er, who had been listening intently, stepped forward. Your friend speaks of qi, the vital energy that flows through all living things. Cultivation, in essence, is the art of understanding, manipulating, and ultimately mastering this energy for various purposes, including self-defense and spiritual growth. Your dedication to martial arts, Zhao Jing, has likely already laid a strong foundation for you. You possess discipline, physical conditioning, and perhaps a nascent understanding of internal energy flow. Jing's eyes widened, her playful demeanor momentarily replaced by a look of genuine astonishment. You mean my kung fu? That's actually cultivation. She looked at Li Ming, then back at Yu Xian'er, a dawning realization spreading across her face. So all those hours punching bags and doing that was actually helping me get stronger in a cosmic way? In a manner of speaking, yes, Yu Xian'er confirmed with a slight nod. Your body is already accustomed to rigorous training, and your mind, I suspect, is capable of great focus when properly motivated. The key difference lies in the conscious manipulation of qi, rather than relying solely on physical prowess and instinct. Jing practically vibrated with excitement. So, I'm already on the right track. This is amazing. Li Ming, you lucky duck. You finally found someone who can help you unlock your inner warrior. She clapped Li Ming heartily on the back, nearly sending him tumbling forward. I always knew you were more than just a walking encyclopedia of complicated math. You just needed the right push. Li Ming, still reeling from the sudden shift in conversation, managed a weak smile. He wasn't sure he appreciated being called a walking encyclopedia, but he couldn't deny the spark of hope he felt at Jingjing's enthusiastic, if somewhat misguided, pronouncements. Her presence, though disruptive, was also strangely comforting. She was a constant, a familiar anchor in the swirling chaos of his new reality. Their friendship, forged in the fires of childhood mischief and teenage awkwardness, had always been a source of unwavering support, even if that support sometimes came in the form of playful teasing or blunt honesty. He recalled countless memories, building elaborate forts in his backyard, only for Jingjing to declare herself the supreme commander. Late-night study sessions fueled by junk food, where she would inevitably distract him with a barrage of questions about obscure historical facts that she'd somehow absorbed from a documentary. She had a knack for seeing the extraordinary in the mundane, for finding adventure in the everyday. And now, it seemed, she had found it in cultivation. "So what exactly is your plan, Yusianer?" Jingjing asked, her tone shifting from playful curiosity to a more serious, focused inquiry. She crossed her arms, her athletic stance radiating confidence. "Are you going to teach us both? Because I'm ready to learn anything. Master Jian says I need to learn to use my qi to enhance my strikes, not just brute force. He's been trying to teach me how to feel the energy, but it's so abstract. I'm a very hands-on person, you know? I need to see it or feel it in a way I can understand. Like, can I make my fist glow? Or shoot energy beams?" Yu Xian'er allowed a faint smile to touch her lips. "The path of cultivation is not always about flashy displays." Zhao Jingjing. "While qi manipulation can indeed manifest in spectacular ways, its true power lies in its subtlety, its ability to imbue the practitioner with greater resilience, sharper perception, and a profound connection to the natural world. As for teaching you both," she paused, her gaze flicking between Li Ming and Jingjing, "it is not my intention to formally instruct either of you in the ways of a particular sect. My purpose is to guide you, to help you discover your own paths, and to prepare you for the challenges that lie ahead." She then turned her attention back to Li Ming. "Li Ming, your journey begins with understanding the foundations. The qi-restoring elixir and the meditation exercises we practiced were to awaken your senses and begin to establish inner stillness. Your mind, though inclined towards analytical thought, has the capacity for deep perception. You must learn to quiet the incessant calculations and allow yourself to feel." She then looked at Jingjing, her expression one of thoughtful consideration. "Zhao Jingjing, your inherent talent and dedication to martial arts are undeniable assets. You possess a strong physical foundation and a spirit that craves challenge. However, your impulsiveness and your tendency to rely on brute force may prove to be a hindrance. True cultivation requires patience, control, and a deep understanding of qi, not just its application in combat." Jingjing nodded, taking in Yu Xian'er's words with surprising seriousness. "So, I need to learn to be calmer, more controlled? Master Jian has been saying that too. He says my wildfire needs a riverbed to guide it. But it's hard. When I feel something, I want to act on it. Like if I see a problem, I want to punch it. And that is precisely where the challenge lies," Yu Xian'er said gently. "The Black Lotus sect thrives on such impulsiveness, on the fear and anger that can be easily manipulated. To counter them, you must develop an inner fortress, a state of calm awareness that cannot be easily breached. Your martial arts training has honed your body. Now, we must hone your spirit and your control over qi." Li Ming listened, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. He was barely beginning to grasp the concept of his own qi, and now he had to contend with Jingjing's enthusiasm, Yu Xian'er's enigmatic guidance, and the looming threat of an entire evil cult. It was a lot, more than a lot. It was borderline absurd. So, what's the next step for me? Li Ming asked, his voice a little shaky. More meditation? Or do I get to try punching something now? Maybe a brick? He glanced at Jingjing, a flicker of camaraderie in his eyes. Jingjing, overhearing this, let out a triumphant whoop. Yeah, Li Ming, you need to learn a punch. Come on, you Siener, let's get him started. I'll spar with him. He can try to hit me, and I'll try not to break him. Much. She flexed her fingers, her gaze gleaming with anticipation. Yu Xian'er regarded Jingjing with a knowing look. Sparring is a natural progression, but not yet. Li Ming's qi circulation is still nascent. To engage in strenuous activity without proper control could be detrimental. Instead, we will focus on refining your foundational techniques. Li Ming, we will revisit the qi circulation exercises, this time with a greater emphasis on visualization and directed intent. You must learn to guide your qi with precision, not just hope it flows. She then turned her attention to Jingjing. Zhao Jingjing, your eagerness is commendable, but it must be tempered with discipline. You have a strong grasp of physical techniques. Now, you must learn to integrate qi into your movements. We will begin with basic qi gathering and expulsion exercises, focusing on the subtle infusion of energy into your strikes. Think of it not as brute force, but as a focused application of internal power. Imagine your qi as a stream, not a tidal wave. You must learn to direct its flow precisely, to strike with intention. Jingjing's face fell slightly, her initial burst of excitement momentarily dampened. So, no punching bricks today? She asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Not today, Yu Xian'er confirmed gently. Today, we focus on the subtle art of control. The explosive power will come, but it must be built upon a solid foundation of understanding and mastery. Imagine yourself not as a raging inferno, but as a controlled flame capable of immense heat and power, yet also of delicate precision. Li Ming, though relieved at the postponement of any immediate physical combat, felt a surge of apprehension at the prospect of further qi exercises. He had barely managed to coax a faint warmth from his dantian, and the idea of actively directing it felt like trying to conduct an orchestra with a single, untrained finger. All right, Li Ming said, taking a deep breath. He looked at Jingjing, who was now bouncing on the balls of her feet again, her disappointment seemingly replaced by renewed, if slightly less explosive, enthusiasm. Let's do this. But if I start seeing stars, or my brain begins to do calculus on its own, you're going to have to explain it to me again, Yu Xian'er. Jingjing, ever the optimist, grinned. Don't worry, Li Ming. If you mess up, I'll be here to offer constructive criticism. Or maybe just laugh. We'll figure it out. Together. She shot him a dazzling smile, the kind that always made him feel both exasperated and inexplicably fond of her. As Yu Xian'er began to guide them through the exercises, a new dynamic settled into the apartment. It was a peculiar blend of intellectual inquiry and raw, untamed energy, of ancient wisdom and modern pragmatism, all set against the backdrop of an impending and increasingly real threat. Li Ming, the hesitant physicist, and Zhao Jingjing, the fiery martial artist, were now, by circumstance and by fate, on a path that would intertwine their futures in ways neither could have ever imagined. The childhood friends, once united by scraped knees and shared secrets, were now bound by the ancient art of cultivation and the very real danger that stalked the hidden corners of their world. And as Li Ming struggled to feel the subtle currents of qi, and Jingjing wrestled with the concept of a controlled flame, the echoes of their shared past seemed to whisper through the room, a silent testament to the enduring strength of their bond, a bond that would soon be tested like never before. The journey had begun, not with a bang, but with a whimper of effort from Li Ming and a determined, almost defiant, spark from Zhao Jingjing. The stage was set, the players were in position, and the quiet hum of nascent power was slowly, but surely, beginning to build. The air in Yu Xian'er's apartment, which had only moments ago been filled with the scent of exotic herbs and the nascent hum of awakened senses, was suddenly, irrevocably, shattered. Not by the rumble of distant traffic or the whine of a passing siren, but by a force of nature that announced its arrival with the boisterous energy of 1,000 firecrackers. The door, which had been firmly shut, burst inward with a resounding bang, admitting not just a person, but an entire whirlwind of motion and sound. Li Ming, you idiot, you're actually here. The voice, a clear, bell-like soprano that somehow managed to possess the volume of a stadium announcer, belonged to a young woman who seemed to have materialized from thin air, radiating an almost palpable aura of boisterous enthusiasm. She was a whirlwind of vibrant color and athletic grace, her movements sharp and decisive, her smile wide and infectious. Her bright, inquisitive eyes, the color of dark chocolate, scanned the room with practiced efficiency before landing on Li Ming, who was still blinking from the sudden sensory overload. This was Zhao Jingjing, Li Ming's childhood friend. His most childhood friend, the one who had been there through scraped knees, questionable fashion choices, and every awkward stage of adolescence. And if there was one thing Zhao Jingjing was, it was a stark, almost comical contrast to Li Ming's own reserved, analytical nature. Where he was a still pond, she was a whitewater rapid. Where he was a quiet library, she was a bustling marketplace. Jingjing, Li Ming stammered, his carefully cultivated inner stillness dissolving like mist under a summer sun. He felt a familiar, almost nostalgic pang of bewildered exasperation. What are you doing here? And you can't just kick down doors. Zhao Jingjing merely grinned, unrepentant. She strode into the apartment, her athletic build evident in the way she moved. Dressed in a sleek, form-fitting tracksuit that hinted at her rigorous training, she exuded an energy that seemed to warp the very air around her. She tossed a gym bag onto a nearby sofa with a casual thud that made Li Ming flinch. Relax, Li Ming. It wasn't locked. Besides, I had a feeling you'd be up to something weird. Cultivation, right? Heard it from your mom. She said you were going to learn special moves. Sounded like you were finally joining a secret ninja society. She winked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Yu Xiener, who had been observing this sudden intrusion with a neutral expression that masked a flicker of surprise, inclined her head politely. Zhao Jingjing, I presume? Li Ming has mentioned you. Her tone was calm, measured, a stark counterpoint to Jingjing's effervescence. Jingjing, however, was not one to be easily intimidated by serene auras or cryptic pronouncements. She beamed at Yu Xiener, her gaze sweeping over the older woman with an appraising, yet friendly, look. You must be the mysterious mentor Mom was talking about. Wow, you're not what I expected. No flowing robes, no ancient scrolls. She then turned back to Li Ming, a playful smirk gracing her lips. See, Li Ming, I told you this whole cultivation thing was probably going to involve cool outfits and ancient wisdom. Though, I have to admit, your place is way nicer than the dusty temples I imagined. Li Ming pinched the bridge of his nose. It's not like that, Jingjing. And this is Yu Xiener. She's helping me. He hesitated, unsure how to explain the delicate balance of energy, meditation, and potentially world-saving endeavors to his perpetually pragmatic, physically inclined friend. Helping you? So, is she going to teach you how to punch through walls? Jingjing's eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. She bounced on the balls of her feet, an almost palpable eagerness radiating from her. Because I've been practicing my iron fist technique, and I can shatter a brick with a single strike now? It took months of dedicated training, of course. You wouldn't believe the sheer discipline it requires. My sensei, Master Jian, he's a legend. His chi control is out of this world. He says I have potential, but I need to refine my focus. Maybe you can tell me if this cultivation thing is similar? Li Ming felt a familiar sinking feeling. This was going to be more complicated than he'd anticipated. Jingjing, with her boundless energy and fierce dedication to martial arts, was a force to be reckoned with. She had been training in various martial arts since she was a child, a natural progression from her hyperactive nature and an insatiable desire to channel her energy into something productive. From taekwondo in her early teens, which she'd excelled at, to more traditional forms like Wing Chun and, more recently, Qigong, she approached every discipline with the same fervent intensity. She was already a formidable practitioner, her movements fluid and powerful, her reflexes honed to a razor's edge. It's a bit different, Jingjing, Li Ming said slowly, choosing his words carefully. It's not just about physical power. It's about sensing energy and inner balance. Jingjing tilted her head, her brow furrowed in thought. Inner balance? Like not getting angry when Li Ming beats you at video games? She quipped, nudging him playfully. Because I've definitely been working on that. Master Jian says true strength comes from controlling your emotions, not letting them control you. He says my temper is like a wildfire, beautiful but dangerous. He's always telling me to channel it, like water flowing through a rock. Li Ming winced. He remembered the countless hours they'd spent playing video games, his own patience strategizing often no match for her explosive, unpredictable bursts of skill. She was the kind of player who would win a match through sheer aggressive momentum, leaving him utterly baffled as to how she'd achieved it. He often wondered if her gaming style was a subconscious manifestation of her martial arts training. Yu Xiener, who had been listening intently, stepped forward. Your friend speaks of qi, the vital energy that flows through all living things. Cultivation, in essence, is the art of understanding, manipulating, and ultimately mastering this energy for various purposes, including self-defense and spiritual growth. Your dedication to martial arts, Zhao Jingjing, has likely already laid a strong foundation for you. You possess discipline, physical conditioning, and perhaps a nascent understanding of internal energy flow. Jingjing's eyes widened, her playful demeanor momentarily replaced by a look of genuine astonishment. You mean my kung fu? That's actually cultivation. She looked at Li Ming, then back at Yu Xiener, a dawning realization spreading across her face. So all those hours punching bags and doing kata, that was actually helping me get stronger in a cosmic way? In a manner of speaking, yes, Yu Xiener confirmed with a slight nod. Your body is already accustomed to rigorous training, and your mind, I suspect, is capable of great focus when properly motivated. The key difference lies in the conscious manipulation of qi, rather than relying solely on physical prowess and instinct. Jingjing practically vibrated with excitement. So, I'm already on the right track? This is amazing. Li Ming, you lucky duck. You finally found someone who can help you unlock your inner warrior. She clapped Li Ming heartily on the back, nearly sending him tumbling forward. I always knew you were more than just a walking encyclopedia of complicated math. You just needed the right push. Li Ming, still reeling from the sudden shift in conversation, managed a weak smile. He wasn't sure he appreciated being called a walking encyclopedia, but he couldn't deny the spark of hope he felt at Jingjing's enthusiastic, if somewhat misguided, pronouncements. Her presence, though disruptive, was also strangely comforting. She was a constant, a familiar anchor in the swirling chaos of his new reality. Their friendship, forged in the fires of childhood mischief and teenage awkwardness, had always been a source of unwavering support, even if that support sometimes came in the form of playful teasing or blunt honesty. He recalled countless memories, building elaborate forts in his backyard, only for Jingjing to declare herself the supreme commander. Late-night study sessions fueled by junk food, where she would inevitably distract him with a barrage of questions about obscure historical facts that she'd somehow absorbed from a documentary. She had a knack for seeing the extraordinary in the mundane, for finding adventure in the everyday. And now, it seemed, she had found it in cultivation. So what exactly is your plan, Yu Xiener? Jingjing asked, her tone shifting from playful curiosity to a more serious, focused inquiry. She crossed her arms, her athletic stance radiating confidence. Are you going to teach us both? Because I'm ready to learn anything. Master Jian says I need to learn to use my qi to enhance my strikes, not just brute force. He's been trying to teach me how to feel the energy, but it's so abstract. I'm a very hands-on person, you know? I need to see it, or feel in a way I can understand. Like, can I make my fist glow? Or shoot energy beams? Yu Xian'er allowed a faint smile to touch her lips. The path of cultivation is not always about flashy displays. Zhao Jingjing. While qi manipulation can indeed manifest in spectacular ways, its true power lies in its subtlety, its ability to imbue the practitioner with greater resilience, sharper perception, and a profound connection to the natural world. As for teaching you both, she paused, her gaze flicking between Li Ming and Jingjing. It is not my intention to formally instruct either of you in the ways of a particular sect. My purpose is to guide you, to help you discover your own paths, and to prepare you for the challenges that lie ahead. She then turned her attention back to Li Ming. Li Ming, your journey begins with understanding the foundations. The qi-restoring elixir and the meditation exercises we practiced were to awaken your senses and begin to establish inner stillness. Your mind, though inclined towards analytical thought, has the capacity for deep perception. You must learn to quiet the incessant calculations and allow yourself to feel. She then looked at Jingjing, her expression one of thoughtful consideration. Zhao Jingjing, your inherent talent and dedication to martial arts are undeniable assets. You possess a strong physical foundation and a spirit that craves challenge. However, your impulsiveness and your tendency to rely on brute force may prove to be a hindrance. True cultivation requires patience, control, and a deep understanding of qi, not just its application in combat. Jingjing nodded, taking in Yu Xian'er's words with surprising seriousness. So, I need to learn to be calmer, more controlled? Master Jian has been saying that too. He says my wildfire needs a riverbed to guide it. But it's hard. When I feel something, I want to act on it. Like if I see a problem, I want to punch it. And that is precisely where the challenge lies, Yu Xian'er said gently. The Black Lotus sect thrives on such impulsiveness, on the fear and anger that can be easily manipulated. To counter them, you must develop an inner fortress, a state of calm awareness that cannot be easily breached. Your martial arts training has honed your body. Now, we must hone your spirit and your control over qi. Li Ming listened, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. He was barely beginning to grasp the concept of his own qi, and now he had to contend with Jingjing's enthusiasm, Yu Xian'er's enigmatic guidance, and the looming threat of an entire evil cult. It was a lot. More than a lot. It was borderline absurd. So, what's the next step for me? Li Ming asked, his voice a little shaky. More meditation? Or do I get to try punching something now? Maybe a brick? He glanced at Jingjing, a flicker of camaraderie in his eyes. Jingjing, overhearing this, let out a triumphant whoop. Yeah, Li Ming, you need to learn a punch. Come on, Yu Xian'er, let's get him started. I'll spar with him. He could try to hit me, and I'll try not to break him. Much. She flexed her fingers, her gaze gleaming with anticipation. Yu Xian'er regarded Jingjing with a knowing look. Sparring is a natural progression, but not yet. Li Ming's qi circulation is still nascent. To engage in strenuous activity without proper control could be detrimental. Instead, we will focus on refining your foundational techniques. Li Ming, we will revisit the qi circulation exercises, this time with a greater emphasis on visualization and directed intent. You must learn to guide your qi with precision, not just hope it flows. She then turned her attention to Jingjing. Zhao Jingjing, your eagerness is commendable, but must be tempered with discipline. You have a strong grasp of physical techniques. Now, you must learn to integrate qi into your movements. We will begin with basic qi gathering and expulsion exercises, focusing on the subtle infusion of energy into your strikes. Think of it not as brute force, but as a focused application of internal power. Imagine your qi as a stream, not a tidal wave. You must learn to direct its flow precisely, to strike with intention. Jingjing's face fell slightly, her initial burst of excitement momentarily dampened. So, no punching bricks today? She asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Not today, Yu Xian'er confirmed gently. Today, we focus on the subtle art of control. The explosive power will come, but it must be built upon a solid foundation of understanding and mastery. Imagine yourself not as a raging inferno, but as a controlled flame capable of immense heat and power, yet also of delicate precision. Li Ming, though relieved at the postponement of any immediate physical combat, felt a surge of apprehension at the prospect of further qi exercises. He had barely managed to coax a faint warmth from his dantian, and the idea of actively directing it felt like trying to conduct an orchestra with a single, untrained finger. "All right," Li Ming said, taking a deep breath. He looked at Jingjing, who was now bouncing on the balls of her feet again, her disappointment seemingly replaced by renewed, if slightly less explosive, enthusiasm. "Let's do this. But if I start seeing stars or my brain begins to do calculus on its own, you're going to have to explain it to me again, you sinner." Jingjing, ever the optimist, grinned. "Don't worry, Li Ming. If you mess up, I'll be here to offer constructive criticism. Or maybe just laugh. We'll figure it out. Together." She shot him a dazzling smile, the kind that always made him feel both exasperated and inexplicably fond of her. As Yu Xian'er began to guide them through the exercises, a new dynamic settled into the apartment. It was a peculiar blend of intellectual inquiry and raw, untamed energy, of ancient wisdom and modern pragmatism, all set against the backdrop of an impending and increasingly real threat. Li Ming, the hesitant physicist, and Zhao Jingjing, the fiery martial artist, were now, by circumstance and by fate, on a path that would intertwine their futures in ways neither could have ever imagined. The childhood friends, once united by scraped knees and shared secrets, were now bound by the ancient art of cultivation and the very real danger that stalked the hidden corners of their world. And as Li Ming struggled to feel the subtle currents of qi, and Jingjing wrestled with the concept of a controlled flame, the echoes of their shared past seemed to whisper through the room, a silent testament to the enduring strength of their bond, a bond that would soon be tested like never before. The journey had begun, not with a bang, but with a whimper of effort from Li Ming and a determined, almost defiant, spar from Zhao Jingjing. The stage was set, the players were in position, and the quiet hum of nascent power was slowly, but surely, beginning to build. The silence that followed Yu Xian'er's instructions was punctuated only by Li Ming's shallow breaths and Jingjing's barely suppressed fidgeting. Li Ming closed his eyes, trying to recapture the fragile sense of calm he'd experienced earlier. He focused on his dantian, that elusive point just below his navel, where he was supposed to feel the qi pooling. It was like trying to find a specific grain of sand on an endless beach. He imagined the qi-restoring elixir, the faint warmth it had instilled, and tried to coax it back, to expand it, to make it do something. But it remained stubbornly inert, a dormant ember that refused to catch flame. "Okay, I'm not feeling anything," Li Ming finally admitted, opening his eyes with a sigh. "It's just empty, like my internal hard drive before I install the operating system." Jingjing, who had been attempting to channel her qi into a series of controlled palm strikes, paused. "Mine's like a really fast processor, but sometimes it overheats and crashes," she offered helpfully, demonstrating with a quick, sharp jab that sent a faint ripple through the air. "Master Jian says I need to learn to manage the heat, to cool it down so I can control it better. He says it's like trying to hold lightning in your hand. You can do it, but you have to be really, really careful." Yu Xian'er's gaze settled on Li Ming. "Patience, Li Ming. The awakening of qi is not always a dramatic event. For some, it is a gentle dawn. For others, a sudden burst of light. Your analytical mind, while a powerful tool for understanding the principles of cultivation, can also be a barrier to its intuitive experience. You are attempting to quantify something that must first be felt. Imagine your qi not as a program to be run, but as a living entity. Nurture it, coax it, and it will respond." Li Ming nodded, trying to process this. A living entity. He pictured a tiny, shy creature, perhaps a glowing salamander, nestled in his abdomen. He tried to project feelings of warmth and safety towards it, to encourage it to emerge. It felt ridiculously childish, but he was desperate. Slowly, tentatively, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of warmth. It was barely there, like a whisper in a hurricane, but it was something. I think. I think I felt something, he murmured, a hint of surprise in his voice. Just a little bit of warmth. Excellent, Yusienner said, her tone conveying a rare hint of approval. Now, visualize that warmth as a delicate thread. Imagine it extending from your dantian, weaving its way through your meridians. Do not force it. Guide it like a gentle current. Li Ming closed his eyes again, focusing all his attention on that tiny thread of warmth. He imagined it unfurling, reaching out, exploring the intricate pathways within him. It was a slow, painstaking process. He felt the thread snag in places, twist and turn, and occasionally dissipate entirely. Each setback brought a fresh wave of embarrassment and frustration. He was a man who excelled at solving complex equations, at dissecting intricate theories, yet he was struggling to direct a faint warmth within his own body. Jingjing, meanwhile, was having a different kind of struggle. It's like trying to make a river flow uphill, she grumbled, flexing her hand. I can gather the qi, I can feel it humming around my palm, but making it stick to my fist to add that extra punch, it's like trying to grip smoke. Master Jian says it's about intention. My intention is to hit hard, but the qi, it's too wild. It wants to scatter. Your mastery of physical techniques is like a finely tuned engine, Yu Xiener explained, her voice calm and steady. Now, you must learn to inject the fuel. The qi must not be an uncontrolled explosion, but a precise amplification of your intent. Imagine your strike, not as a force you impart, but as a manifestation of the energy already within you, guided and focused. Think of it as a well-aimed arrow rather than a thrown rock. Li Ming, overhearing this, felt a sudden, almost jarring, thought surface. He had been so focused on the internal aspects of cultivation, on the subtle dance of qi within his own body. But Yu Xiener had mentioned the Black Lotus sect and the need to defend against them. He thought about the potential dangers, the threats they represented. And then, a concept born from a blend of scientific reasoning and the newfound understanding of qi began to form. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. This was going to be incredibly awkward. Yu Xiener, he began, his voice a little shaky. Jingjing, there's another aspect of cultivation I think we should discuss. Something that might be relevant, especially considering, well, the Black Lotus sect. He hesitated, his cheeks flushing. It's called dual cultivation. Jingjing blinked, her brow furrowed. Dual cultivation? Like practicing martial arts with a partner? She asked, her voice laced with genuine curiosity. Master Jian always says sparring is crucial for developing reflexes and learning to adapt to an opponent's style. Is that what you mean? Li Ming squeezed his eyes shut for a brief moment, wishing he could disappear. No, not exactly. It's a bit more intimate than that. He fumbled for words, his mind racing to find the least embarrassing way to explain. In some cultivation traditions, it's believed that the interaction between two practitioners, specifically between a man and a woman, can lead to a more profound and rapid advancement of their respective powers. The exchange of qi, when done under specific conditions, can amplify growth. He felt a wave of heat wash over him, certain he was about to spontaneously combust. Jingjing stared at him, her mouth slightly agape. Her initial confusion slowly morphed into something akin to amusement, then to a surprising spark of interest. You mean like romantic stuff? With qi? She asked, her voice laced with a mischievous grin. So like kissing gives you power boosts? That's wild. Is it true? Does it actually work? Her eyes, which had been so focused on her own training moments before, now gleamed with a very different kind of intensity. Her pragmatic, martial arts-focused mind seemed to seize upon this new, bizarre concept with an almost alarming eagerness. Yu Xiener watched the exchange with a serene, unreadable expression. Dual cultivation, or Hisheng, as it is known in some circles, is a complex and often misunderstood practice, she stated, her voice cutting through Jingjing's enthusiastic interrogation. It is not merely a physical act, but a profound, energetic, and spiritual union. When performed correctly, with mutual respect, understanding, and a shared cultivation goal, it can indeed accelerate the refinement of qi, enhance spiritual comprehension, and strengthen the practitioner's cultivation base. However, it is also a path fraught with peril. Misguided attempts can lead to energetic imbalances, spiritual deviation, and even the corruption of one's core. Li Ming felt a pang of relief that Yu Xian'er had stepped in, but also a fresh wave of dread. He had barely managed to explain the concept without stammering incoherently, and now Yu Xian'er was detailing its complex and often misunderstood nature, along with its inherent perils. He glanced at Jingjing, who was now practically vibrating with anticipation, her earlier frustration with qi control seemingly forgotten. So, it's like a special kind of training session. Jingjing pressed, her voice bouncing with excitement. Can I do it? Can you teach us, Yu Xian'er? Master Jian has been trying to get me to be more receptive. He says I'm too focused on attacking and not enough on balance. Maybe this Hixing thing is the key. Li Ming's stomach churned. He hadn't even considered the possibility of him being the one to engage in this with Jingjing. He had mumbled the words dual cultivation more out of a sense of theoretical completeness, a logical next step in a comprehensive approach to cultivation, rather than a practical suggestion for their immediate future. The idea of engaging in such an intimate practice with Jingjing, his boisterous childhood friend, was mortifying. He pictured their shared history, scraped knees, treehouse adventures, awkward school dances. The thought of crossing that threshold into something so physically and spiritually charged sent a jolt of pure panic through him. It is not a practice to be undertaken lightly, or out of mere curiosity, Yu Xian'er cautioned, her gaze fixed on Jingjing. The Black Lotus sect, for example, has corrupted this art, using it for nefarious purposes to drain the life force and cultivation of unsuspecting individuals. True dual cultivation requires a deep trust and a genuine connection between practitioners. It is a sacred exchange, not a battlefield maneuver. Jingjing's excitement seemed to dim slightly at the mention of the Black Lotus sect's perversion of the art, but the spark of interest remained. So it's not just about hitting harder? She asked, her voice softer. It's about growing together? Spiritually? Precisely, Yu Xian'er confirmed. It is about harmonizing energies, about achieving a synergy that elevates both practitioners. It requires a clear mind, a pure heart, and a willingness to share one's cultivation path with another. Li Ming remained silent, his mind a whirl of conflicting thoughts. He could see the logic behind dual cultivation as a method of accelerated growth, especially given the urgency of their situation. The idea of amplifying his own nascent qi by drawing upon a partner's energy was appealing. But the thought of doing so with Jingjing, it was a bridge too far, at least for now. He was still struggling to feel his own qi, let alone to engage in a complex energetic exchange with another person. So, if it's so complicated and dangerous, why even bring it up? Jingjing asked, turning her attention back to Li Ming, her tone a mixture of genuine confusion and a hint of playful accusation. You made it sound like it was some kind of secret weapon. Are you planning to, practice it with me, Li Ming? Because I don't know if I'm ready for that. I mean, we're friends. Like best friends. Since forever. You know all my embarrassing childhood stories. You probably know more about my awkward phases than I do. She let out a nervous laugh. Li Ming felt his face heat up again. No, I mean, not necessarily with you, Jingjing. Not right away, anyway. I thought it was something we should be aware of, as a potential path. And, well, given that we're both going to be cultivating and, the Black Lotus sect, it seemed like a relevant piece of information. He was digging himself deeper. He knew it. His attempts at logical, detached explanation were failing spectacularly in the face of Jingjing's directness and his own inherent awkwardness. A potential path, Yu Xian'er echoed softly, her gaze thoughtful. Indeed, but one that requires a foundation of trust and understanding. Li Ming, Your hesitation is understandable. Your journey is just beginning, and the nuances of qi manipulation are still a mystery to you. Jingjing, your desire for progress is admirable, but you must temper it with wisdom. True strength is not always found in the most direct or aggressive path. So, you're saying it's a no for now? Jingjing asked, a slight pout forming on her lips. Because I'm not sure I have the pure heart thing down yet. I still get really annoyed when Li Ming picks the last slice of pizza. Li Ming managed a weak chuckle. I promise, Jingjing, if we ever get to that point, you'll be the first to know, and I'll make sure you get the last slice of pizza from then on. Deal, Jingjing declared, her usual boisterousness returning, though a thoughtful glint remained in her eyes. But seriously, Li Ming, you look like you were going to faint when you said that. Are you okay? You're all red. Is it like a side effect of talking about it? Li Ming shook his head, trying to regain some semblance of composure. No, I'm fine. Just a little overwhelmed, I suppose. This whole cultivation thing is a lot to take in. He was more than overwhelmed. He was mortified. He had just essentially confessed a theoretical interest in intimate cultivation practices with his childhood friend, a friend who had seen him in his most embarrassing moments, who knew him better than almost anyone. The thought of that becoming anything more was both terrifying and, he admitted to himself in the quiet corners of his mind, strangely intriguing. But the terror far outweighed the intrigue for now. Well, we're in it together, right? Jingjing said, clapping him on the shoulder with a force that made him wince. Whatever this cultivation thing is, we'll figure it out. And if it involves, sharing chi or something, we'll just have to find a really good instructor. Maybe someone who's a master of both martial arts and romantic chi exchange. She winked, her smile back in full force. Don't worry, Li Ming. We'll take it one step at a time. First, we learn to punch without breaking the furniture. Then, maybe we can worry about glowing fists and whatever that other thing is. Li Ming could only nod, a faint smile touching his lips. Jingjing's unwavering optimism and her ability to steer even the most awkward conversations back towards a semblance of normalcy were truly remarkable. He was still deeply embarrassed, but a part of him was also reassured. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges he could barely comprehend, but at least he wouldn't be facing alone. His childhood friend, the whirlwind of energy and pragmatism, was by his side, ready to face whatever strange new world cultivation had to offer, even if that meant grappling with the bizarre concept of romantic chi exchange. For now, though, the immediate concern remained, understanding the elusive dance of chi within his own body. The idea of dual cultivation, for all its theoretical potential, felt like a distant, almost fantastical peak. The foothills of basic chi circulation were proving challenging enough. The air in Yu Xiener's minimalist apartment, usually a sanctuary of quiet contemplation and the faint scent of exotic herbs, was now a battlefield of clashing energies. Li Ming, still attempting to grasp the concept of directing his nascent qi, was finding it akin to herding particularly stubborn, invisible cats. Zhao Jingjing, on the other hand, was a coiled spring of kinetic energy, her every movement a testament to years of rigorous martial arts training. Yet her attempts to consciously infuse qi into her strikes felt like trying to pour honey through a sieve. Yu Xiener, observing them from her usual serene vantage point, offered quiet, pointed corrections, her presence a steady anchor in the rising tide of their combined awkwardness. Focus, Li Ming, Yu Xiener's voice, calm and resonant, cut through the soft thuds and frustrated sighs. You are trying with the qi, not guide it. Think of it as a gentle persuasion, not a forceful command. Imagine it as a soft breeze, not a gale. Li Ming, eyes squeezed shut, scrunched his nose in concentration. He was currently attempting a basic qi circulation exercise, a seemingly simple task of drawing energy from his dantian up through his conception vessel and down through his governing vessel. His dantian, that mysterious energy center, felt less like a wellspring of power and more like a leaky faucet that occasionally dripped. He tried to visualize the gentle breeze, but his mind, ever prone to analytical detours, conjured up images of his university physics lectures, complete with complex fluid dynamics equations that were utterly useless in this context. It just feels sluggish, he confessed, opening his eyes. Like trying to download a massive file on dial-up. Jingjing, who was practicing a series of palm strikes, each accompanied by a focused exhale, nodded vigorously. Mine feels like it's trying to run away. I can gather it. I can feel a humming, but when I try to channel into my palm for a strike, it just disperses. Poof, like a deflating balloon. Master Jian says it's because I'm too aggressive. He says I need to learn to contain the energy, not just unleash it. She punctuated her statement with a sharp, precise jab, and for a fleeting moment, the air around her palm seemed to shimmer. Yu Xian'er inclined her head. Precisely. Li Ming, your challenge is activation and direction. Jingjing, yours is containment and control. The Yin and Yang Convergence Manual speaks of the gentle embrace and the focused flow. Li Ming, you must learn to embrace the qi, to coax it into existence, and then guide its gentle path. Jingjing, you must learn to focus your unleashed energy, to create a unified stream, not scattered droplets. She then turned to Li Ming. Try again. This time, do not focus on the amount of qi, but on the feeling of its presence. Imagine a tiny ember within your dantian and gently fan it. Do not blow on it. Simply allow the air to circulate around it, nurturing its nascent warmth. Li Ming closed his eyes again, a faint blush still lingering on his cheeks from their previous discussion about dual cultivation. He tried to banish the thought of Jingjing's boisterous questions and his own mortifying answers, focusing instead on the minuscule warmth he had felt earlier. He pictured a tiny, glowing coal nestled in his abdomen. He imagined breathing around it, not on it, allowing a soft current to flow. Slowly, tentatively, the warmth began to return, a little stronger this time, more consistent. It was like a shy firefly, flickering to life in the darkness. I think it's working, he murmured, a spark of genuine excitement in his voice. It feels warmer, more present. Good, Yusiana replied, a rare hint of a smile touching her lips. Now, visualize that warmth as a delicate thread of light. Allow it to ascend, gently, through your center. Do not pull it. Let it draw itself upward, like a vine reaching for the sun. Meanwhile, Jingjing was wrestling with her own particular brand of qi difficulty. She executed another palm strike, and this time, the shimmer was more pronounced but still fleeting. It's like I have this incredible power, and I can feel it, but I can't hold onto it for the strike, she explained, frustration evident in her voice. It's like trying to catch a greased watermelon. It's there, but it's just so slippery. Yu Xian'er turned her attention to Jingjing. Your qi is like a spirited horse, Jingjing, full of power, ready to run. But without a skilled rider, it will bolt uncontrollably. The focus flow requires you to become that rider. Imagine the qi gathering in your palm, not as a chaotic burst, but as a tightly coiled spring ready to be released with precision. Feel its tension, its potential. Then, when you strike, visualize that tension being transferred, not dissipated. Think of a whip cracking, the energy traveling from the handle to the tip in a single, swift motion. Jingjing frowned, trying to picture it. A coiled spring, a whip. Her mind, accustomed to visualizing impact and force, struggled with these more nuanced concepts. She tried again, gathering the qi, feeling its familiar hum. She imagined it coiling, tightening. When she struck, she focused on the intent of the strike, the destination of the energy. A faint, almost imperceptible pulse emanated from her palm, stronger than before. Whoa, she breathed, flexing her hand. That felt different, tighter. It's like I put a little more oomph into it, but it didn't feel like it was going to explode everywhere. That is the beginning of synchronization, Yu Xian'er stated. The qi is beginning to align with your intent, rather than resisting it. Now, Li Ming, try to direct your gentle thread of qi towards Jingjing's energy field. Do not try to merge them, merely to connect. Imagine your thread of warmth extending outward, like a tendril seeking out another source of warmth. Li Ming's eyes widened slightly, directing his chi outward towards Jingjing. This felt like a significant step, a tangible move towards actual cultivation beyond mere internal exercises. He had spent years analyzing the world from a detached, observational perspective. Now, he was being asked to actively interact with another person's energy. He took a deep breath, trying to push away the lingering awkwardness of their previous conversation. He focused on the warm thread within him, feeling its gentle, persistent glow. He extended it, visualizing it reaching out, a delicate tendril of light. He could feel Jingjing's energy, a vibrant, crackling force, like a contained thunderstorm. It was so different from his own tentative warmth. He extended his thread, and it seemed to be drawn towards her energy like a moth to a flame, yet it didn't burn out. Instead, it seemed to weave into it. At the same time, Jingjing was experiencing something equally novel. As she gathered her chi for another strike, she felt a strange, gentle pressure, like a soft, warm breath against her own energy. It wasn't intrusive, but rather complementary. "Whoa, Li Ming, what was that?" she exclaimed, momentarily pausing her practice. It felt like a soft hand reaching out to mine. It's not fighting my chi, it's tickling it." Li Ming blinked, a surprised grin spreading across his face. "Tickling it? That's a unique description. I was just trying to extend my warmth towards you, like Yusienner said. It's the initial stages of yin and yang convergence," Yusienner explained, her gaze steady. Li Ming's gentle, nurturing chi, the yin energy, is beginning to interact with Jingjing's more dynamic, active chi, the yang energy. They are not merging, but rather resonating. They are beginning to harmonize. This is the foundation of the art of synchronization. She looked at them both. "Li Ming, your thread of qi, though faint, has provided a stable point of contact. Jingjing, your coiled energy, though powerful, has found a point of gentle resonance. Now, maintain that connection. Li Ming, visualize your warmth expanding slightly, nourishing her focused energy. Jingjing, visualize your coiled power being gently guided by his warmth, becoming steadier, more directed." This was where things became truly peculiar. As Li Ming focused on expanding his warmth, he felt a strange sensation, as if his own qi was being amplified. It wasn't an overwhelming surge, but a subtle enhancement, like a weak signal suddenly gaining clarity. He felt a quiet sense of strength, a newfound steadiness within himself. Jingjing, meanwhile, felt her own coiled energy become less volatile. The wild urge to unleash it was tempered by Li Ming's gentle presence. It was as if his warmth was providing a subtle anchor, allowing her to maintain the coiled tension for longer with greater control. Her next strike, when she finally executed it, was remarkably smooth. The pulse of energy that emanated from her palm was not just stronger, but also more refined, its edges sharper, its trajectory more precise. "Okay, that was way better," Jingjing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was like he was the stabilizer, and I was the engine. He made my engine run smoother. "This is insane." Li Ming, feeling a surge of accomplishment that was entirely new to him, managed a shy smile. It felt connected, like we were playing a very strange, very quiet, two-player game. "A game that is accelerating your progress," Yusienner observed. The manual states that when yin and yang energies are in compatible resonance, the cultivation process can be magnified. Li Ming, you are beginning to understand how to nurture and direct qi, and through Jingjing, you are experiencing its potential amplification. Jingjing, you are learning to control your immense power, finding steadiness through external resonance. This is a rudimentary, yet significant, form of synchronization. She instructed them to maintain the connection for a few more minutes, focusing on the subtle interplay of their energies. Li Ming found himself less focused on his internal mechanics and more on the gentle hum of Jingjing's energy field. He could feel its vibrant pulse, its potential for immense power, and surprisingly, he felt no fear, only a sense of cooperative effort. Jingjing, in turn, found her focus sharpened by Li Ming's steady presence. The chaotic energy within her settled, becoming a potent force that she could feel poised and ready, not just erupting. When Yu Xian'er finally instructed them to release the connection, a palpable sense of calm settled over Li Ming. His dantian felt less like a leaky faucet and more like a gently humming generator. He felt a quiet sense of inner balance, a stillness he hadn't experienced before, even during his deepest meditations. Jingjing, on the other hand, vibrated with a controlled energy. She felt lighter, more grounded, despite the surge of power she had experienced. "That was amazing," she declared, a wide grin splitting her face. "It's like we just unlocked a secret level. I actually feel like I learned something, like my punches are stronger, but also cleaner." Yu Xian'er nodded. This is the first step in understanding the art of synchronization. It is not merely about combining power, but about harmonizing energies to achieve a greater whole. Li Ming, you provided the stable foundation, the nurturing yin. Jingjing, you provided the dynamic expression, the potent yang. Together, you created a synergistic flow that benefited both of you. She then offered a more specific instruction for Li Ming. Your gentle thread of qi needs to be more defined, Li Ming. Practice extending it, visualizing its structure. Think of it as a fine filament, capable of delicate manipulation. You may find it helpful to practice with small, inert objects. Attempt to channel a subtle current of qi into them, to feel their energetic composition, however faint. Li Ming nodded, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. So like trying to sense the qi in a pebble or a leaf. Precisely, Yu Xian'er confirmed. It is an exercise in perception and fine control. The more you can feel the subtle energies around you, the more adept you will become at manipulating your own. For Jingjing, the instruction was to further refine her coiled spring of energy. You must learn to maintain that coiled tension for longer periods. Jingjing, Yu Xian'er instructed. Practice gathering your qi, holding in your palm, and then releasing it with deliberate intent, not just through a strike, but as a focused expulsion of energy. Imagine you're not merely punching, but directing a precise beam of power. Think of it as a laser, not a hammer. Jingjing puffed out her chest, her enthusiasm undimmed. A laser. I like that. So, can I try on like a water bottle? See if I can make it vibrate. Yu Xian'er allowed a small smile. If you exercise caution and control, yes. The key is to focus the qi, to make it a concentrated beam rather than a diffuse burst. As Li Ming began to practice his qi thread by focusing on a nearby potted plant, attempting to feel its faint energetic signature, and Jingjing practiced her focused qi expulsion on a discarded water bottle, a new rhythm settled into the apartment. The initial awkwardness had been replaced by a focused, albeit still slightly comical, determination. Li Ming, usually lost in theoretical constructs, found himself actively engaged with the physical world through the subtle lens of qi. Jingjing, the embodiment of raw power, was learning the grace and precision of controlled force. The art of synchronization, even in its most rudimentary form, had begun to weave its influence, binding the unlikely pair together not just through shared friendship, but through a shared, burgeoning cultivation. It was a strange dance of yin and yang, of gentle persuasion and focused power, all unfolding under the watchful, serene gaze of their enigmatic mentor. And as Li Ming tentatively felt the faint life force of a fern, and Jingjing sent a focused pulse of qi that made a water bottle wobble precariously, they were, in their own peculiar way, synchronizing their paths, one qi-infused breath at a time. The journey had truly begun, not with a single powerful stride, but with the hesitant yet harmonious intertwining of two very different, yet surprisingly complementary, energetic threads. The foundation was being laid, not just for individual growth, but for a future where their combined strengths might just be the key to facing whatever challenges lay ahead. The faint, almost imperceptible thrumming that had begun in Li Ming's dantian during his practice with Jingjing didn't immediately subside. Instead, it lingered, a quiet hum beneath the surface of his consciousness, like the residual warmth after a pleasant conversation. He attributed it to residual energy, a temporary side effect of pushing his spiritual limits, or rather, his nascent spiritual limits. But as the day wore on, and he found himself back in the familiar, if somewhat sterile, environment of his university dorm room, he began to notice subtle shifts. It started with light. The fluorescent lamps in his study cubicle, usually a harsh, unforgiving white, seemed to soften, their edges blurring slightly. He found himself squinting, not because they were too bright, but because they possessed a peculiar depth, as if he could perceive layers of illumination previously hidden. He rubbed his eyes, blaming it on lack of sleep, a constant companion to his academic pursuits. But then the sounds changed. The incessant chatter of his dorm mates, the distant drone of traffic, the rhythmic clicking of keyboards, they all seemed to acquire a new dimension. He could isolate individual sounds with astonishing clarity, as if aural filters had been installed in his ears. The scraping of a chair across the floor from 2 rooms down was no longer just a noise. It was a distinct series of vibrations, each nuance of friction and pressure laid bare. He found himself pausing mid-sentence during a phone call with his parents, a strange sensation prickling at the back of his mind. His mother's voice, usually a warm cascade of domestic concerns, suddenly carried an undertone he had never perceived before, a faint tremor of worry, a subtle note of fatigue that she clearly tried to mask. He dismissed it as an overactive imagination, a consequence of spending too much time with Yusienner and her cryptic pronouncements on Qi. Yet, the feeling persisted, a persistent whisper at the edge of his perception, suggesting that reality, as he knew it, was a far more intricate tapestry than he had ever imagined. The most unsettling and perhaps most exciting change came during his physics lecture. Professor Zhang, a man whose lectures were typically dry recitations of equations, was explaining the principles of quantum entanglement. Li Ming, as usual, was taking diligent notes, his pen scratching across the paper, when he suddenly felt a strange resonance with the professor's words. It wasn't just intellectual comprehension. It was a visceral understanding, as if the abstract concepts were manifesting in his mind as tangible energies. He could almost see the entangled particles, tiny nodes of interconnectedness, vibrating in unison across impossible distances. He could feel the delicate threads of influence, the subtle tugs and pulls that defied classical physics. He looked around the lecture hall. The other students were scribbling away, their faces a mixture of concentration and glazed-over boredom. They saw equations on a whiteboard. Li Ming, for a fleeting moment, saw a symphony of interwoven energies, a dance of unseen forces that governed the very fabric of existence. He blinked, and the vision, or rather, the heightened perception, receded, leaving him with a lingering sense of awe and a profound disorientation. This subtle, yet undeniable, shift in his perception was the first tangible evidence that the cultivation, however rudimentary and awkward, was having an effect. It wasn't a sudden surge of power, no explosive display of supernatural ability. Instead, it was a gentle reordering of his senses, an expansion of his awareness that hinted at the immense potential dormant within him. The discomfort he often felt during his cultivation sessions, the awkwardness of sharing such intimate energy with Jingjing and Yusienner, was slowly being eclipsed by a burgeoning sense of wonder. He found himself actively seeking out these moments of heightened perception, these glimpses into a reality that operated by rules far more fascinating than those of university exams. He remembered Yusienner's words, "The qi, once awakened, begins to refine the vessel it inhabits." He was beginning to understand what she meant. His body, his mind, his very senses were being subtly reshaped, honed by the flow of this mysterious energy. It was like discovering a new sense, one that allowed him to perceive the underlying currents of the world. This newfound perception was intoxicating, a powerful motivator that whispered promises of further discovery, of unlocking deeper secrets. It was a tangible reward, a concrete reason to persevere, even when the path ahead seemed shrouded in mystery and tinged with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jingjing was experiencing her own, more outwardly demonstrable advancements. Her martial arts training, always intense, had taken on a new sharpness. During their practice sessions, she had noticed that her strikes, already powerful, now carried an extra weight, a focused intensity that surprised even her. The coiled spring Yu Xiener had described was no longer just an analogy. She could feel in her core a tightly wound ball of energy ready to be unleashed with pinpoint accuracy. One afternoon, while sparring with her trainer, Master Jian, she executed a series of rapid palm strikes. Usually, Master Jian would offer minor critiques on her stance or the angle of her wrists. Today, however, he paused, his eyes wide with a flicker of surprise. Jingjing, he said, his voice unusually measured. Your power, it feels different, more concentrated. It's as if you've learned to channel your energy into a single, focused point, rather than letting it dissipate. Jingjing grinned, a flash of pure exhilaration in her eyes. I think it's because of Li Ming, she blurted out, then immediately regretted her candor. Explaining the subtle energy exchange, the yin and yang convergence, to Master Jian, a man steeped in traditional martial arts, felt like trying to explain color to someone born blind. Master Jian raised an eyebrow, a slight frown creasing his brow. Li Ming, the young man from your studies? He was referring to the occasional, somewhat bewildered, appearances Li Ming made at their training dojo, often a silent observer. Yes, Jingjing continued, choosing her words carefully. When we practice together, focusing our energies, it feels like my own power becomes more stable, more directed, like it's not just brute force anymore, but something sharper. She demonstrated by striking a heavy wooden practice dummy. The impact was significantly more resonant than usual, a deep thud that echoed through the training hall. The dummy visibly shuddered. Master Jian approached the dummy, examining the point of impact. Remarkable. The penetration seems deeper, and the residual vibration is far more controlled. It's as if you've learned to strike with the precision of a needle rather than the broad sweep of a hammer. He looked at Jingjing, a newfound respect in his gaze. Whatever this new method entails, continue with it. Your progress has been extraordinary. For Jingjing, this validation from Master Jian was a profound reinforcement. She had always been driven by the pursuit of physical perfection, the mastery of her own body and its capabilities. To feel a tangible improvement, one that was not just a result of harder training, but of a new, almost mystical element, was exhilarating. The awkwardness she sometimes felt in her interactions with Li Ming, the shy glances and the forced politeness, began to fade into the background, replaced by a growing appreciation for the unique synergy they shared. She found herself looking forward to their cultivation sessions with a new eagerness. The feeling of Li Ming's gentle qi weaving into her own, steadying her explosive power, was becoming a cherished sensation. It was like finding the perfect counterweight to her own impetuousness. She could feel her movements becoming more fluid, her strikes landing with an uncanny accuracy that she had never achieved before. Her kicks, usually powerful but sometimes lacking in precise execution, now snapped out with razor-sharp control, each one hitting its intended target with unnerving force and finesse. During a particularly grueling session of kata, a sequence of prearranged movements, Jingjing found herself executing the forms with a fluidity she had only dreamed of. Each block was perfectly timed, each strike delivered with optimal power and speed. She could feel her muscles working in perfect harmony, her qi flowing through her meridians like a vibrant river, guided and amplified by the subtle resonance she had come to associate with Li Ming's presence. When she finished, breathless but exhilarated, Master Jin simply nodded, a rare, approving smile gracing his lips. That, he said, was perfection, Jingjing. True mastery. This external recognition, coupled with her own internal awareness of her enhanced abilities, solidified Jingjing's understanding of the cultivation's efficacy. It was no longer just an experiment, a peculiar arrangement born of circumstance and Yu Xiener's eccentric tutelage. It was a genuine pathway to greater strength, a method that unlocked potential she hadn't even known she possessed. The initial discomfort and awkwardness of the dual cultivation were still present, a faint blush that would rise to her cheeks whenever Li Ming's gaze lingered too long. But it was now tempered by a growing sense of confidence and a deep-seated gratitude for the unexpected strength they were discovering together. Li Ming, in his dorm room, ran a hand over the surface of his desk. He could feel the grain of the wood, the microscopic imperfections, with a clarity that was almost overwhelming. He could sense the subtle vibrations of the building's structure, the faint hum of the electrical wiring. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a world teeming with subtle energies and interconnected forces. He picked up a pencil and focused, trying to replicate the feeling of extending his chi, of creating a filament of light. He concentrated, picturing the gentle warmth he had felt, the subtle connection he had made with Jingjing. He felt a faint tingle in his fingertips, and when he pressed the pencil against a blank sheet of paper, he noticed a subtle, almost imperceptible difference in the way the graphite adhered to the fibers of the paper. It was as if his touch, guided by his nascent chi, had subtly altered the surface tension, creating a slightly darker, more defined line. It was minuscule, barely noticeable, but to Li Ming, it was proof. Proof that the practice was working, that he was indeed changing, evolving. The awkwardness, the inherent strangeness of it all, still lingered, but it was now a secondary concern, overshadowed by the thrill of discovery and the dawning realization that his life was about to become far more extraordinary than he had ever dared to imagine. The childhood friend, the eccentric mentor, the bizarre cultivation practices, they were all leading him down a path he never knew existed, a path illuminated by an inner light he was just beginning to perceive. The subtle shifts in Li Ming's perception, initially dismissed as the lingering effects of his cultivation, began to take on a more ominous hue. His enhanced senses, so adept at discerning the nuances of qi and the delicate interplay of energies, now seemed to pick up on discordant notes within the usually harmonious symphony of the university. It started with a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, a primal alarm bell that sounded whenever he walked past the old, disused observatory on the western edge of campus. The building, long abandoned and rumored to be haunted, had always been a source of local folklore. But now, to Li Ming's heightened awareness, it hummed with an unsettling energy, a low, guttural thrum that felt alien and predatory. One crisp autumn evening, while returning from a late-night study session, Li Ming found himself drawn towards the observatory. The moon was a sliver in the ink-black sky, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters across the manicured lawns. The usual nocturnal sounds of the campus, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional car, seemed to recede, replaced by a profound, unnerving silence emanating from the direction of the observatory. A faint, acrid scent, like burnt ozone mixed with something ancient and decaying, tickled his nostrils. He stopped, his senses on high alert. He could feel it now, a palpable concentration of dark qi, thick and cloying, seeping from the dilapidated structure. It was unlike anything he had encountered before, devoid of the familiar warmth of human emotions or the raw, untamed power of nature. This was something manufactured and malevolent. He cautiously approached the perimeter fence, his enhanced vision piercing the gloom. Through a broken pane of glass in a ground-floor window, he saw movement. Not the scurrying of rats or the flapping of bats, but a figure, shrouded in darkness, manipulating a complex array of arcane symbols etched onto the dusty floor. The symbols pulsed with a faint, sickly green light, and the air around them crackled with suppressed energy. The figure's movements were precise, economical, and imbued with an aura of cold, calculating power. Li Ming felt a jolt of recognition, a chilling echo of the descriptions Yu Xiener had given him of the Black Lotus sex practitioners, those who sought to manipulate qi for their own nefarious purposes, twisting the natural order to their will. He instinctively retreated, melting back into the shadows of the campus's sprawling oak trees. He knew, with a certainty that settled like a stone in his gut, that this was no mere campus prank or the ramblings of local superstition. This was a direct threat, an intrusion of the hidden world into his meticulously constructed, albeit recently complicated, ordinary life. The Black Lotus sect. The name itself resonated with a sinister finality. He had heard Yu Xiener mention them in hushed tones, weaving tales of their ruthlessness and their insatiable hunger for power. Until now, they had seemed like a distant, abstract menace, a chapter in a martial arts novel rather than a tangible danger. But the oppressive aura emanating from the observatory, the sight of those pulsing runes, confirmed their presence. They were here, on his campus. The encounter left Li Ming deeply unsettled. His enhanced senses, once a source of wonder and excitement, now felt like a burden, an unwelcome spotlight illuminating the encroaching darkness. He found himself scanning crowds, his gaze lingering on faces, searching for any hint of the cold intent he had sensed. The mundane aspects of university life, lectures, dorm room discussions, the casual camaraderie with his friends, felt increasingly fragile, a thin veneer over a brewing storm. Jingjing, too, began to notice the subtle shifts, though her perception was grounded in a different kind of awareness. Her martial arts training, now infused with a greater potency thanks to her cultivation with Li Ming, had made her acutely sensitive to disruptions in energy flow. During a sparring session with Master Jian, she faltered for the first time in weeks. A sudden, jarring surge of chaotic qi, like static electricity on a massive scale, had rippled through the training hall, momentarily throwing her off balance. "What was that?" Master Jian exclaimed, his hand instinctively going to his side as if warding off an unseen blow. His usually stoic demeanor was replaced by a rare look of alarm. Jingjing, though shaken, managed to regain her composure. I don't know, Master." It felt like a wave of something unpleasant. She could still feel the residual unease, a faint metallic tang in the air that her enhanced senses couldn't quite identify. Master Jian, a man who had dedicated his life to understanding the flow of qi, was visibly troubled. It wasn't natural, he stated, his voice grave. It felt forced, like a deliberate disruption. Something is interfering with the natural equilibrium. He looked at Jingjing, his gaze sharp. "Did you feel it with Li Ming?" Jingjing shook her head. "No, it was only after we finished practicing, and it wasn't connected to him. It felt external." She then recounted her experience with the observatory, the unsettling feeling, the strange scent, the shadowy figure, albeit in less detail, omitting the parts that might sound too fantastical. Master Jian listened intently, his brow furrowed in thought. He had heard whispers, fragmented rumors of certain factions within the cultivation world who operated outside the established sects, individuals who dabbled in forbidden arts. The Black Lotus sect was one such rumor, spoken of in hushed tones by those who understood the darker currents of the cultivation world. "The Black Lotus sect," Master Jian murmured, the name barely a whisper. "They are known for their pursuit of discordant cultivation. They seek to twist and manipulate qi, often for destructive purposes. If they are indeed operating on campus, it represents a grave danger, not only to you and Li Ming, but to the entire student body." The implications hung heavy in the air. Their clandestine cultivation sessions, meant to enhance their abilities and deepen their bond, had inadvertently made them targets. They were now on the radar of a dangerous organization, an organization that would likely see their unique synergy as a threat, or perhaps a resource to be exploited. The increasing frequency of these anomalies was undeniable. A week later, a powerful energy surge was detected near the physics department, causing minor equipment malfunctions and a brief, inexplicable power outage. Professor Zhang, Li Ming's quantum entanglement lecturer, who was known for his meticulous scientific approach, was baffled. His instruments registered a massive influx of exotic energy, unlike any known electromagnetic phenomenon. He dismissed it as a freak occurrence, a statistical anomaly, but Li Ming, with his newly awakened senses, knew better. He had felt the surge as well, a violent ripple that had momentarily overwhelmed his perception, like a deafening roar in the midst of a quiet melody. It had the same signature as the energy emanating from the observatory, albeit on a larger scale. Later that same week, a fellow student, a quiet, unassuming art major named Wei Chun, who had a reputation for being perpetually lost in his own world, began exhibiting strange behavior. He was often seen sketching in deserted corners of the campus, his eyes darting around nervously, his movements jerky and unpredictable. One afternoon, Li Ming overheard a conversation between two concerned students about Wei Chun. They said he'd been muttering about shadows watching and whispers in the dark. When they tried to approach him, he had reacted with a sudden, unnerving burst of speed, disappearing into the crowd before they could get a clear look at him. Li Ming, his enhanced senses prickling with unease, had caught a fleeting glimpse of Wei Chen's eyes. They held a vacant, terrified look, but beneath it, a faint, flickering glow of the same sickly green light he had seen pulsing from the ruins at the observatory. Wei Chun, Li Ming suspected, had become an unwitting pawn, or perhaps a victim, of the Black Lotus sect's influence. The sect's methods were insidious, preying on vulnerabilities, manipulating latent energies, and ensnaring unsuspecting individuals into their web of darkness. Li Ming felt a surge of protective anger, not just for himself and Jingjing, but for the entire campus community that remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger. The jovial atmosphere of the university was slowly being replaced by an undercurrent of unease. The students, though largely oblivious to the true nature of the disturbances, felt the subtle shifts. A collective sense of apprehension began to permeate the air, a quiet anxiety that no one could quite articulate. It was the feeling of being watched, the prickling sensation of unseen eyes, the lingering doubt that something was fundamentally wrong. Li Ming found himself caught in a precarious balance. He was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, the benefits of which were becoming increasingly undeniable, and the burgeoning connection with Jingjing was evolving into something far more profound than he had ever anticipated. Yet, he was also acutely aware of the escalating threat, the palpable presence of the Black Lotus sect, and the growing certainty that their world, once confined to the quiet practice rooms and the hushed whispers of their mentors, was about to collide violently with the everyday reality of university life. The shadows were no longer lingering. They were casting long, dark tendrils across the hallowed grounds of his academic sanctuary. The childhood friend, his own burgeoning power, and the sinister machinations of a hidden sect were weaving a dangerous tapestry, and Li Ming was at its very center, the threads of his destiny tightening with each passing day. The peaceful university campus, a place of learning and youthful dreams, was fast becoming a battleground, and the first skirmishes had already begun. Chapter 4. The Alluring Tutor. The air in the graduate studies office hummed with a sterile efficiency, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy Li Ming had been sensing around campus. Fluorescent lights cast a cool, impartial glow on the rows of filing cabinets and the muted beige of the walls. Li Ming found himself clutching the worn strap of his backpack, his heart thrumming a nervous rhythm against his ribs, a beat entirely out of sync with the quietude of the room. He was here for his graduate tutor assignment, a bureaucratic necessity that, for him, had taken on an almost mythical significance. He had been told to report to Professor Chenlili's office, a name that had already begun to echo with a certain gravitas in the hushed conversations of his peers. He'd heard the whispers, of course. Chun Lily was more than just a professor. She was an enigma, a woman who moved through the hallowed halls of academia with an almost ethereal grace. Her research was groundbreaking, her lectures were renowned for their intellectual rigor, and her presence, well, that was something else entirely. Students spoke of her with a mixture of awe and nervous admiration. She was the epitome of sophistication, a woman whose intelligence was matched only by her striking, understated beauty. Descriptions varied, but a common thread emerged, an aura of calm, almost detached elegance, a composure that seemed as impenetrable as the glass walls of her office. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming pushed open the door. The room was exactly as he'd imagined, yet somehow more. It was a space that spoke of quiet power and refined taste. Bookshelves lined one wall, overflowing with volumes that seemed to range from dense scientific treatises to ancient philosophical texts. A minimalist desk dominated the center of the room, impeccably organized, with a single, elegant lamp casting a warm pool of light. And then there was Chun Lily herself. She was seated behind the desk, her posture perfect, her movements deliberate and graceful. She wore a tailored charcoal gray suit, the fabric catching the light subtly, accentuating her slender frame. Her dark hair was pulled back in a sleek, low bun, revealing the delicate curve of her neck. Her features were sharp, intelligent, with high cheekbones and a precise jawline. But it was her eyes that held Li Ming captive. They were a deep, intelligent hazel, intelligent and observant, and held a depth that hinted at a universe of unspoken thoughts. There was no overt flirtatiousness, no manufactured charm, just an unassailable self-possession that was both intimidating and profoundly alluring. Mr. Li Ming? Her voice was a low, melodic contralto, calm and even, without a hint of the hurriedness that often characterized university faculty. It was a voice that commanded attention, not through volume, but through its sheer, unadulterated clarity. Li Ming, who had been momentarily lost in his contemplation of her presence, blinked and straightened his shoulders. "Yes, Professor Chun. That's me." His voice, he realized with a pang of mortification, sounded far too eager, a little too breathless. He cleared his throat, trying to inject some semblance of academic decorum into his tone. "I'm here for my graduate tutor assignment." Chun Lily offered a small, almost imperceptible smile. It didn't quite reach her eyes, which remained keenly observant. "Indeed. Please have a seat." She gestured to a chair opposite her desk. The movement was fluid, economical, a study in practiced elegance. As Li Ming sat down, he felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him. He was acutely aware of his slightly rumpled student attire, the faint scent of, well, whatever residual energy clung to him from his recent cultivation endeavors. He felt like a rough-hewn stone placed beside a polished gem. He'd spent countless hours honing his martial arts and internal energy, his focus unwavering in his quest for power and, more recently, in his burgeoning feelings for Jingjing. Yet, in the face of Chun Lily's quiet sophistication, his own nascent power felt clumsy, his romantic aspirations bordering on the absurd. "I've reviewed your undergraduate transcript, Mr. Li," Chun Lily began, her gaze steady. "Your academic record is commendable. However, your research proposal is rather ambitious. Investigating the interplay of subquantum entanglement and qi circulation dynamics. It's certainly a novel approach." Li Ming swallowed. This was it, the moment of truth. He had poured his heart and soul into that proposal, weaving together his understanding of theoretical physics with the esoteric principles of cultivation. He had dared to suggest that the seemingly disparate worlds of quantum mechanics and qi manipulation might, in fact, be more interconnected than conventional science acknowledged. "I believe there's a fundamental resonance between the two, Professor," he explained, trying to keep his voice even. "The way qi flows, its inherent waveform properties, the subtle energetic exchanges, they share certain mathematical and observational parallels with quantum phenomena. I'm hoping to explore those parallels, to bridge the gap." Chun Lily leaned back slightly, her fingers steepled beneath her chin. She didn't dismiss his ideas outright, which was more than he had dared to hope for. Instead, she offered a measured response. A bold hypothesis, Mr. Lee. It requires not only a deep understanding of both fields, but also an exceptional capacity for abstract thought and empirical verification. Are you prepared for the challenges that such interdisciplinary research entails? I am, Professor, Li Ming said, his resolve hardening. He couldn't tell her the full truth, of course. He couldn't explain that his understanding of qi wasn't purely theoretical, that he had direct, hands-on experience, that his senses were now attuned to energies that science had yet to classify. But he could pursue this research with the same dedication he applied to his cultivation. And, more importantly, he had an ulterior motive, one that made this assignment infinitely more significant than mere academic pursuit. He desperately wanted to cultivate with Lily. The thought, as it had first bloomed in his mind, still felt audacious, bordering on reckless. Jing was his childhood friend, his confidant, the one person who understood the strange new world he was being thrust into. His feelings for her were genuine, deep, and evolving. But Lily, she represented a different kind of challenge, a different kind of lure. Her refined power, her almost impossibly controlled demeanor, her sheer intelligence. These were qualities that Li Ming found himself drawn to, perhaps even more than he cared to admit. He imagined the potential for cultivation with someone of her caliber, the exquisite dance of energies, the profound insights that such a partnership might unlock. It was a dangerous fantasy, he knew, a potential powder keg of social awkwardness and academic impropriety. But he couldn't shake the feeling that she, like Jing, possessed a depth of understanding that transcended the ordinary. And the idea of dual cultivation, of harmonizing energies with someone so utterly composed, so elegant, it was a tempting prospect, a dark, tantalizing whisper in the back of his mind. The university has high expectations for its graduate students, Lily continued, her voice cutting through his reverie. Your work will be closely monitored. I expect diligence, integrity, and a willingness to push the boundaries of your own understanding. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Lee? Li Ming's mind raced. He had 1,000 questions, most of which he couldn't possibly voice. How did she manage to maintain such an aura of serene control? What was the source of her profound intelligence? Was there more to her than met the eye? He settled for a more practical inquiry. Will we be working primarily in the lab, Professor? Or will there be opportunities for field work, perhaps collecting data in unusual environments? He chose his words carefully, hinting at the possibility of venturing beyond the sterile confines of the university, where his unique abilities might prove more useful. Lily's gaze flickered for a moment, a subtle shift that Li Ming, with his newly sharpened senses, couldn't quite decipher. Was it surprise? Interest? Or simply a fleeting expression of contemplation? Our research will be dictated by the demands of the project, Mr. Lee, she said, her tone returning to its measured calm. If your hypothesis leads us to require data from unconventional locations, we will consider it. However, the foundational work will be conducted within established academic parameters. It wasn't a direct affirmation, but it wasn't a dismissal either. It was a perfectly crafted response, leaving room for interpretation, for possibility. Li Ming felt a sliver of hope. He would have to tread carefully, navigate the delicate social landscape of academia, and somehow, subtly, convince her to engage in something far beyond the scope of a typical graduate research project. The thought of dual cultivation with Lily was both exhilarating and terrifying. She was a woman who seemed to hold all the cards, her elegance and intellect a formidable shield. He imagined the sheer awkwardness, the potential for misunderstanding, the inherent imbalance of their dynamic. How could he, a student still finding his footing, possibly propose such a thing to a professor of her stature? He thought of Jing, her straightforwardness, her earnestness. The idea of dual cultivation with her felt natural, almost inevitable, a comfortable progression of their deepening bond. With Lily, It felt like attempting to scale a sheer, icy mountain face with only a silken thread. It was a pursuit that required not just power, but finesse, an understanding of subtle cues, and a willingness to embrace the potentially catastrophic consequences of miscalculation. As he left Professor Chen's office, the sterile air of the Graduate Studies Department seemed to dissipate, replaced by the familiar, albeit now more charged, atmosphere of the university campus. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows, and the usual murmur of student activity filled the air. But for Li Ming, everything had shifted. His world, already complicated by the encroaching darkness of the Black Lotus sect and his deepening feelings for Jingjing, had just gained a new, impossibly alluring dimension. Chun Lily was not just his tutor. She was a puzzle, a challenge, and, in the most audacious and dangerous corner of his mind, a potential partner in a cultivation he had only begun to imagine. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with both academic rigor and the thrilling, terrifying prospect of a different kind of learning, a learning that promised to be as elegant as it was enigmatic. He knew, with a growing certainty, that his time as a graduate student would be far from ordinary. The allure of the forbidden, the pursuit of knowledge, and the whisper of dual cultivation with the enigmatic Professor Chen Lily had woven themselves into the fabric of his destiny, creating a tapestry far more intricate and dangerous than he could have ever anticipated. He had to find a way, a subtle approach, a delicate dance, to unlock the hidden depths of this captivating woman, to see if the spark of potential dual cultivation could ignite beneath her composed exterior. It was a quest that would require all his cunning, all his newfound power, and a healthy dose of sheer, unadulterated nerve. Li Ming's mind, usually a battlefield of internal energies and looming threats, was now a frantic workshop, desperately assembling a facade of scientific legitimacy. He needed to articulate the unspoken, to couch the inherently mystical in the language of empirical research. He took another steadying breath, picturing himself as a detached observer, an unbiased researcher presenting a novel hypothesis. The image of Chun Lily's discerning gaze was his muse, his target audience, and his greatest challenge. "Professor Chun," he began, his voice regaining a measure of its natural cadence, yet laced with an underlying urgency that he hoped would be mistaken for academic passion. "My proposal for interdisciplinary research, specifically focusing on the bioenergetic resonance between interconnected systems, stems from a foundational belief that many seemingly disparate phenomena in nature operate under unified energetic principles. I posit that the complex circulatory pathways of organic life, what ancient traditions might term qi or life force, share fundamental energetic signatures with certain observable quantum phenomena, particularly those involving entanglement and subtle field interactions." He paused, allowing his words to hang in the air, observing Chun Lily's reaction. Her expression remained impassive, her eyes fixed on him with an intensity that suggested she was dissecting every syllable. This was good. It meant he had her attention. He pressed on, elaborating on the theoretical framework. "Consider, for instance, the concept of subquantum entanglement," he continued, leaning forward slightly, his hands resting on his knees as if emphasizing a point on an invisible whiteboard. "The instantaneous correlation between entangled particles, regardless of distance, suggests a form of communication or connection that transcends conventional spatiotemporal limitations. I propose that the energetic pathways within living organisms, particularly those that have undergone rigorous training to enhance their internal energy, essentially to amplify and refine their inherent bioenergetic field, might exhibit analogous properties. This amplified bioenergy, when harmonized and directed, could potentially exhibit resonant frequencies that interact with or even influence surrounding energetic fields in a manner that mirrors quantum entanglement." He dared to use a carefully chosen analogy, one he hoped would bridge the chasm between his clandestine knowledge and her scientific rigor. Think of it like sympathetic vibrations in acoustics. When two tuning forks are struck and one is placed near the other, the second will begin to vibrate at the same frequency. My hypothesis is that highly refined bioenergetic fields, when in proximity and aligned, can achieve a similar state of sympathetic resonance. This resonance, I believe, can facilitate a more efficient transfer of, let's call it informational energy or vitality, between two aligned individuals. This transfer, when consciously directed and harmonized, is what I term bioenergetic resonance collaboration. Li Ming felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. He was walking a tightrope, conjuring jargon that sounded plausible, yet skirted the precipice of outright fantasy. He was essentially describing dual cultivation, the merging of spiritual energies for mutual growth and empowerment, as a cutting-edge field of bioenergetic research. The idea of informational energy and vitality transfer was a deliberate abstraction of the essence of cultivation, a way to frame the profound energetic exchange as a measurable, if currently theoretical, scientific process. The implications of such a phenomenon, if proven, he pressed on, his voice gaining a subtle fervor that he hoped conveyed scientific conviction rather than personal desire, could revolutionize our understanding of biological systems, interpersonal communication, and even therapeutic interventions. Imagine the potential for accelerated healing, enhanced cognitive function, or even the development of new forms of energy generation, all through the controlled application of bioenergetic resonance. The unusual environments I mentioned earlier would simply be settings where such resonant fields might be more pronounced or measurable, perhaps due to localized energetic anomalies or specific environmental compositions. He paused again, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He had laid it all out, a meticulously crafted explanation designed to appeal to her intellect, to her scientific curiosity. He had painted a picture of a groundbreaking research project, one that promised to unlock new frontiers of knowledge. He had studiously avoided any mention of the more intimate aspects of such a collaboration, the direct, energetic merging that was the core of dual cultivation. He had presented it as a partnership of minds and energies, a scientific pursuit rather than a deeply personal and potentially romantic endeavor. Chun Lily remained silent for a long moment, her gaze steady and unwavering. Li Ming felt a surge of both dread and anticipation. Had he overplayed his hand? Had the scientific veneer been too thin, revealing the desperate yearning beneath? Or had he, through sheer audacity and a twisted form of creativity, managed to pique her scientific interest, opening a door he hadn't dared to believe would exist? Finally, she spoke, her voice a low murmur that seemed to vibrate in the quiet office. "Mr. Li, your proposal is ambitious. The terminology you employ, while novel, suggests a deep immersion in both established scientific principles and a less conventional theoretical frameworks." Her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, and Li Ming felt a prickle of unease. Had she seen through a charade? "You speak of bioenergetic resonance and informational energy transfer as if they were quantifiable metrics," she continued, her tone measured analytical. "However, the current scientific paradigm offers no direct empirical evidence for such phenomena. While concepts like entanglement and resonance are valid within their respective fields, their application to complex biological systems in this manner is highly speculative. Your hypothesis requires a significant leap of faith, supported by what precisely?" Li Ming's stomach clenched. This was the crux of it. He couldn't present his internal cultivation as evidence. He couldn't offer the feeling of chi flowing, or the heightened senses, or the raw power he now possessed. He had to rely on the abstract, on the theoretical. "My evidence, Professor, lies in the observed correlations and the potential for experimental verification," he stated, his voice firm, drawing on the conviction he felt when practicing his techniques. "The mathematical models of quantum field theory offer a robust framework for understanding subtle interactions. My research aims to identify analogous mathematical structures within the observed dynamics of advanced biological energy systems. If such structures exist, then the phenomena I describe are not only plausible but predictable. Furthermore, The very existence of disciplines that focus on cultivating and directing internal energy, while often couched in philosophical or spiritual terms, points to an underlying reality that science has yet to fully grasp. My work seeks to bridge that gap, to provide a scientific language and methodology for understanding what has previously been considered esoteric. He was taking a huge gamble, framing the existence of cultivation itself as circumstantial evidence for his hypothesis. It was a circular argument, he knew, but one he hoped would resonate with her intellectual curiosity. He was essentially saying, this stuff exists, even if you don't have the tools to measure it yet. And I'm proposing to develop those tools. I propose a series of controlled experiments. Li Ming continued, pushing forward with his carefully constructed narrative. Initially, we could focus on establishing baseline energetic signatures of individuals with varying levels of internal cultivation. This would involve developing sensitive biofeedback mechanisms and advanced scanning technologies, perhaps adapted from existing neurological or electromagnetic imaging techniques, but calibrated to detect subtler energetic fluctuations. We would then attempt to induce and measure resonant responses between paired individuals under controlled conditions. The objective would be to demonstrate a statistically significant correlation between proximity, alignment of intent, and measurable energetic exchange, beyond what can be attributed to known biological or environmental factors. He saw a flicker in her eyes, something that might have been intrigue. He knew that presenting a concrete, albeit hypothetical, experimental plan was crucial. It demonstrated that he wasn't just spouting vague ideas. He had a vision for how to approach them, how to make them tangible, measurable. Furthermore, he added, seeing an opportunity to further legitimize his request, I believe that bioenergetic resonance collaboration, as I've termed it, could also offer novel insights into the mechanisms of consciousness and subjective experience. The profound changes in perception and awareness reported by individuals who engage in deep meditative or energetic practices could be partially explained by an enhanced capacity to interact with and process subtle energetic information. My research could potentially provide a scientific basis for understanding phenomena like heightened intuition, empathy, or even altered states of consciousness as a result of refined bioenergetic resonance. He was layering his request with multiple potential benefits, hoping to catch her interest from several angles. He was selling it not just as a personal pursuit, but as a potentially paradigm-shifting area of scientific inquiry. He needed her expertise, her mind, her resources, and he was trying to frame it as a mutually beneficial intellectual partnership, a grand scientific quest. This isn't merely about the study of energy transfer, Professor, Li Ming concluded, his voice earnest. It's about understanding the fundamental interconnectedness of life at a level we've only begun to theorize about. It's about developing the tools and methodologies to explore those connections empirically. My proposal is for an advanced research collaboration, a deep dive into the very fabric of existence. And I believe your expertise in theoretical physics and complex systems would be invaluable in navigating this uncharted territory. I'm not asking for mere supervision, Professor. I am asking for a partner in a groundbreaking endeavor. He met her gaze directly, his own eyes conveying a desperate plea for understanding, for acceptance of his meticulously crafted scientific fiction. He had laid his intellectual cards on the table, a daring gamble born of a desperate need. He had presented his desire for dual cultivation not as a romantic fantasy, but as the logical, albeit highly speculative, next step in scientific discovery. Now he could only wait, his fate hanging on her interpretation of his carefully constructed scientific facade. The allure of the unknown, disguised as rigorous research, hung heavy in the air between them, a silent, charged question waiting for its answer. He hoped she would see not just the student, but the scientist, the pioneer, the one who dared to ask the unaskable questions and propose the unthinkable experiments. He had offered her a glimpse into a world of potential, a world where the mystical and the scientific might finally converge, all wrapped in the guise of academic pursuit. The air in Professor Chen's private laboratory hummed, not with the whirring of machinery, but with a palpable, almost electric tension. Li Ming found himself in this sterile sanctuary, ostensibly to discuss the nascent stages of his bioenergetic resonance collaboration research. The previous overtures, cloaked in the guise of scientific proposal, had been met with a measured, analytical curiosity from Chun Lily that both thrilled and terrified him. Today, however, the research was no longer a hypothetical construct. It was becoming a lived, albeit carefully curated, experience. He watched as Chun Lily moved with an almost uncanny grace, her focus on the sophisticated, yet subtly modified, equipment scattered around the room. These were not mere scientific instruments in the conventional sense. Li Ming had, through clandestine means, integrated several artifacts and enchantments that subtly amplified and monitored energetic frequencies, disguised within the shell of cutting-edge diagnostic tools. He had explained them away as proprietary biofield sensors and quantum resonance imagers, terms that, while scientifically vague, held a certain allure for a mind as sharp as Chin Lily's. The initial calibration requires a baseline reading of established energetic patterns, Chin Lily stated, her voice cool and precise, devoid of the subtle tremor Li Ming had detected in his previous encounter. She was holding a delicate sensor, its surface glowing with a faint, ethereal blue light. We need to establish a control group, so to speak, even if it's just a solitary reading of individual fields before introducing the variable of interaction. Li Ming nodded, his heart thrumming a rhythm that was far from scientific. Precisely, Professor. The objective is to isolate and quantify the individual energetic signatures. My hypothesis is that individuals who have undergone rigorous mental and energetic discipline will exhibit distinct baseline frequencies, a more coherent, amplified, and stable bioenergetic field. He was, of course, referring to cultivators, but he dared not use the term aloud. Instead, he opted for descriptive, scientific-sounding approximations. "And what metrics are we looking for?" she inquired, turning to face him. The subtle shift in her posture, the way her gaze lingered for a fraction of a second longer than strictly necessary, sent a jolt through him. He swallowed, forcing himself to remain composed, to project the image of a dedicated researcher. "We're looking for subtle variations in electromagnetic output, fluctuations in localized gravitational fields, and, most importantly, what I've termed coherence resonance values," Li Ming explained, his mind racing to keep pace with his own fabricated terminology. These coherence values would represent the degree to which an individual's internal energetic systems are harmonized and synchronized. Higher coherence suggests a more refined and powerful bioenergetic field. He was, in essence, describing the purity and strength of one's spiritual energy, the foundation of cultivation. Chin Lily hummed thoughtfully, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the sensor. "Gravitational anomalies? That's unexpected. Are you suggesting that biological systems can generate localized gravitational distortions?" This was the delicate dance. Li Ming had to steer her towards his desired conclusions without revealing the true nature of his power. Not necessarily distortions in the classical sense, Professor, but rather subtle influences on the fabric of space-time itself, measurable as minute shifts in ambient gravitational potential. Think of it as a highly concentrated energetic field subtly warping its immediate surroundings. It's a fringe theory, I'll admit, but one that is beginning to be explored in advanced theoretical physics, particularly in relation to vacuum energy and zero-point energy fields. He was essentially describing the power of a nascent golden core capable of influencing the very fabric of reality. He then guided her to a designated area within the lab. "For the initial phase, Professor, I believe it would be most illuminating if we could conduct a paired reading. You, as a leading mind in theoretical physics with a profound understanding of complex systems, and myself with my practical experience in observing and influencing these energetic phenomena." He had subtly framed his past experiences in the mystical world as practical observations and influences. Chun Lily's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. You're certainly not lacking in confidence, Mr. Lee. Very well. Let us see what these proprietary biofield sensors reveal. They stood facing each other, a carefully calculated distance between them. Li Ming had instructed Chun Lily to place her hands on two separate metallic plates, linked to the sensors. He, in turn, was instructed to hold a similar, smaller sensor. The room's ambient lighting dimmed, and the instruments began to glow with a soft, pulsating light, bathing them in an otherworldly luminescence. Now, Li Ming instructed, his voice low and steady, trying to channel the calm focus of his cultivation. I need you to clear your mind, Professor. Focus on your breath, on the flow of energy within you. Do not attempt to force it, merely observe it. Feel its presence. Chun Lily complied, her usual intellectual intensity replaced by a serene focus. Li Ming could feel it, a subtle shift in the air, a gathering of something intangible. It was the first hint of her own latent abilities, an echo of the innate power that flowed through his bloodline, but manifested in a different, more subtle way. Her energy was not the raw, potent force of a cultivator, but rather a refined, crystalline resonance akin to the intricate harmonies of a celestial symphony. It was pure and receptive, seeking its yang counterpart. He then began his own subtle practice. He visualized the golden core within him, a miniature sun of pure spiritual energy. He drew upon it, not with the aggressive, direct intent he might have used in a life-or-death situation, but with a gentle, probing exploration. He allowed his own yang energy to unfurl, a warm, vibrant current seeking to harmonize with the yin energy radiating from Chun Lily. The sensors whirred, their readouts flickering wildly. On a large monitor, intricate wave patterns began to form, swirling and intermingling. Li Ming watched with a mixture of awe and trepidation. He was witnessing the nascent stages of their dual cultivation, not through the crude, instinctual merging he had experienced with Jingjing, but through a deliberate, almost scientific interplay of their energies. Remarkable, Chun Lily murmured, her eyes fixed on the monitor. The coherence values are fluctuating in tandem. They are mirroring each other. Precisely, Li Ming breathed, a genuine smile finally breaking through his facade. Observe how the peaks and troughs of your energy signature are aligning with mine, and vice versa. This is the initial stage of bioenergetic resonance. Your inherent yin energy, Professor, is proving to be exceptionally receptive, allowing for a rapid and profound harmonization with my yang-aligned energetic field. He was treading a fine line, using scientific terms to describe the intimate dance of their spiritual energies. He felt a warmth spreading through him, not just from his own cultivation, but from the subtle exchange occurring between them. It was a different sensation than he was accustomed to. With Jingjing, it had been a powerful, almost overwhelming influx of raw energy, a primal merging that left him breathless and revitalized. This, however, was more nuanced, a delicate interweaving, a symphony of subtle vibrations. Chun Lily's energy was like a cool, flowing stream, gently caressing and refining the fiery currents of his own. Your energetic field is unusually potent, Mr. Lee, Chun Lily observed, her voice laced with a hint of wonder. It possesses a remarkable clarity and depth. It feels ancient, yet vibrantly alive. And the way it interacts with mine, it doesn't overwhelm, but rather complements. It's as if a missing harmonic has been found. Li Ming's heart did a peculiar flip. He was accustomed to praise for his strength, for his prowess. But this was different. Her observation of his energy's clarity and depth, and its ancient, yet vibrantly alive quality was a testament to the purity of his cultivation base, a fact he usually kept hidden. Her perception of it as a missing harmonic was a brilliant, almost poetic description of how their energies were beginning to align. That is the essence of bioenergetic resonance collaboration, Professor, Li Ming replied, his voice softer now, the academic pretense beginning to fray at the edges, replaced by a genuine, albeit cautious, intimacy. It's not about overpowering one another, but about finding that perfect point of synchronization, where two distinct energies can merge and create something greater than the sum of their parts. Your yin energy provides the grounding and refinement, while my yang energy provides the impetus and amplification. Together, we can achieve a state of energetic equilibrium that is far more potent than either could achieve alone. He was essentially describing the core principle of dual cultivation, the merging of yin and yang energies for mutual advancement. He was portraying it as a scientific principle, a form of advanced energetic alchemy, rather than the spiritual practice it truly was. As the session progressed, Li Ming found himself increasingly drawn into the subtle dance of their energies. He focused on maintaining the harmonious flow, on channeling his cultivation not as a weapon or a tool for self-preservation, but as an offering, a carefully orchestrated offering of his yang energy to the receptive yin of Chun Lily. He felt her presence not just as a physical being in the room, but as an energetic entity, her subtle power resonating with his own. He guided their joint practice, subtly adjusting his own internal cultivation to draw out specific responses from her. He nudged his energy, causing subtle ripples of warmth to emanate from him, and he felt a corresponding ebb and flow from her, a gentle pulse that seemed to mirror his intentions. He visualized the connection between them as a delicate, shimmering thread of light, woven from his golden yang energy and her pearlescent yin energy. The data suggests an exponential increase in coherence resonance when both subjects actively engage in focused, synchronized intent, Chun Lily noted, her brow furrowed in concentration as she analyzed the readings. The fluctuations are no longer merely mirroring. They're actively influencing each other, creating novel energetic waveforms that are not present in either individual baseline reading. Li Ming felt a thrill of accomplishment. They were not just passively resonating, they were actively co-creating new energies. This was the true power of dual cultivation, the ability to forge new paths of spiritual energy through mutual cultivation. This is the collaborative aspect, Professor, he explained, his voice husky with suppressed excitement. Our synchronized intent, our shared focus on this research, is creating a feedback loop. Your analytical mind, your focus on empirical observation, and my intuitive understanding of these energetic flows are merging. This isn't just a study of resonance. It's an active exploration of its potential. He carefully curated the intensity of the exchange. He did not push too hard, not yet. He wanted to build a foundation of trust and scientific curiosity to ensure that Chun Lily saw this as a groundbreaking research opportunity, not as a clandestine attempt at seduction. Yet, he couldn't deny the undeniable attraction that simmered beneath the surface of their professional interactions. Her sharp intellect, her serene composure, and the subtle hints of untapped power within her were a potent combination. As the session neared its end, Li Ming intentionally amplified his yang energy, a gentle, inviting warmth that flowed outwards. He felt Chun Lily's energy respond, a subtle quickening of her pulse, a barely perceptible deepening of her breath. Her eyes met his across the dimly lit lab, and in that moment, the scientific pretense felt thinner than ever. There was an unspoken understanding, a shared recognition of something profound and elemental passing between them. The results are unprecedented, Mr. Li, Chun Lily stated, her voice a low murmur, the scientific detachment momentarily overshadowed by a hint of something more personal. The efficiency of energy transfer, the creation of these novel waveforms, it suggests possibilities that far exceed my initial theoretical frameworks. Your hypothesis, while speculative, is proving to be remarkably accurate in its predictions. Li Ming felt a surge of triumph, mingled with a growing sense of anticipation. He had successfully bridged the gap between his hidden world and hers. He had presented the practice of dual cultivation as a scientific endeavor, and in doing so, he had opened a door that he had only dreamed of. The dance of yin and yang had begun, not in the shadows of a secluded chamber, but under the sterile lights of a university laboratory, with the hum of scientific instruments as their accompaniment. And Li Ming knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within his soul, that this was just the beginning. The allure of the forbidden, disguised as the pursuit of knowledge, had ensnared them both, and the journey ahead promised to be as intellectually stimulating as it was intoxicating. He offered her a subtle, knowing smile, a promise of further exploration, of deeper discoveries, both scientific and personal. The dance was far from over. The controlled environment of Professor Chen's laboratory, once a sterile arena for scientific inquiry, had transformed into a crucible for something far more profound. As Li Ming continued to synchronize his spiritual energy with Chun Lily's, the exchange wasn't merely a reciprocal flow of power, it was a profound intellectual and spiritual dialogue. He found himself delving into depths of understanding he hadn't anticipated, the nuances of their energetic interplay unlocking new perspectives on cultivation principles. He began to see how the seemingly disparate concepts of his martial sect, the rigorous mental discipline, the precise manipulation of qi, the cultivation of an unshakable spiritual core, could be reinterpreted through the lens of advanced physics. He realized, for instance, that the concept of energetic coherence, which he had so carefully framed in scientific terms, was intrinsically linked to the cultivation of mental fortitude. The ability to maintain a stable, focused state of mind under duress, a cornerstone of any cultivator's journey, was directly analogous to the stability and coherence of an energy field. When his own spiritual energy wavered under stress, he noticed a corresponding dip in the coherence resonance values on their instruments, a phenomenon he could now intellectually dissect as a breakdown in focused intent. This realization wasn't just theoretical. It began to inform his internal practice. He started to consciously weave the principles of maintaining energetic integrity under external perturbation into his meditation, finding that his focus sharpened and his control over his qi became more refined. It was as if Chun Lily's analytical mind, even when inadvertently contributing to the data, was refining his own understanding of his spiritual practice. Furthermore, the subtle gravitational anomalies they had detected, which Li Ming had explained as localized space-time warping, began to offer him deeper insights into advanced qi manipulation. He speculated that the ability to subtly influence these gravitational potentials was a manifestation of a cultivator's mastery over their internal energy, allowing them to exert a degree of control not just over their own bodies, but over the very fabric of their immediate environment. This concept, which he had previously understood through instinct and rigorous training, now had a theoretical framework. He began to experiment with subtle shifts in his internal energy, visualizing the creation of minute gravitational gradients. And to his surprise, he found he could exert a more precise control over the trajectory of small objects, a feat that had previously required immense effort and concentration. It was like discovering a cheat code for his own cultivation, a way to quantify and refine techniques that had always been somewhat nebulous. He could see how a higher cultivation realm, perhaps a nascent soul or immortal ascension stage, might achieve far more dramatic effects, truly bending space and time to their will by mastering these fundamental principles. The intellectual spark ignited by Chun Lily's questioning was fanning the flames of his spiritual growth, pushing him towards a more profound and nuanced understanding of his own abilities. He realized that his previous experiences, forged in the crucible of harsh training and life-or-death battles, had given him a practical, almost intuitive grasp of these forces, but Chun Lily's scientific rigor was providing him with the intellectual scaffolding to truly comprehend and elevate them. Chun Lily, too, found herself transformed by their collaboration. The initial scientific curiosity had blossomed into something far more profound, an awakening of senses and perceptions she had only ever encountered in the most abstract theoretical musings. The energetic resonance she experienced with Li Ming was not merely a scientific observation. It was a visceral, almost spiritual awakening. She felt a newfound clarity of thought, a sharpening of her intuition that surpassed anything she had ever known. Complex theoretical problems that had previously vexed her for weeks now resolved themselves with startling speed and elegance. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing her to perceive the underlying mathematical and energetic structures of the universe with an unprecedented clarity. Moreover, she began to experience phenomena that defied conventional scientific explanation, yet felt undeniably real. She could sense subtle shifts in ambient energy fields, almost like a sixth sense, allowing her to anticipate events before they occurred or to discern the underlying emotional states of those around her. This heightened perception was particularly noticeable when she was in Li Ming's presence. She could feel the ebb and flow of his energy, not just as a quantifiable force, but as a distinct presence, a complex symphony of power and intent. This sensitivity extended beyond Li Ming, as she found herself becoming more attuned to the subtle energies of her surroundings, the faint energetic signatures of plants, the residual energy imprints in ancient artifacts, and even the faint whispers of energy left behind by significant events. This burgeoning spiritual awareness began to bleed into her research, transforming it. Her theories on quantum entanglement and exotic energy fields, once confined to theoretical constructs, now felt grounded in a tangible reality. She found herself able to visualize complex energetic interactions, not as abstract equations, but as dynamic, flowing processes. This allowed her to devise experiments that were not only scientifically sound, but also tapped into these previously unseen energetic dimensions. She theorized that the gravitational anomalies Li Ming had mentioned could be a manifestation of a deeply interconnected energy field, a universal consciousness that could be accessed and influenced through focused intent. This was a radical departure from her previous work, a leap into the esoteric that she now felt emboldened to explore. She began to experience what could only be described as nascent spiritual abilities. During moments of deep concentration, she found herself able to subtly influence the behavior of small, non-living objects, a gentle nudge of energy that could cause a pen to roll or a paperclip to shift. She also found that her meditative states were becoming more profound, allowing her to access a deep reservoir of inner peace and mental clarity. She realized that Li Ming's yang-aligned energetic field wasn't just amplifying her own energy, it was acting as a catalyst, unlocking dormant potentials within her that had been hidden for a lifetime. It was as if her own energy, so receptive and analytical, was finally finding its perfect counterpart, allowing it to blossom and express itself in ways she had never imagined. The sterile laboratory had become a sacred space, the hum of the instruments a mantra, and the exchange of energies a form of profound, transformative worship. The intellectual sparks were igniting a spiritual fire within her, a fire that promised to illuminate the deepest mysteries of existence. She was no longer just a physicist. She was becoming an explorer of the unseen, a pioneer on the frontier of both science and spirit. The air around Skyward University, usually a placid reservoir of youthful ambition and academic pursuit, had begun to ripple with an unseen disturbance. It was a subtle tremor, detectable only by those attuned to the intricate currents of spiritual energy, and it emanated from the very heart of the institution. For the Black Lotus sect, an ancient and formidable organization whose roots ran deep into the shadowed valleys of cultivation lore, such anomalies were not to be ignored. They were omens, harbingers of change, and more importantly, potential threats to their meticulously maintained balance of power. Deep within the sect's most secluded sanctuaries, where incense smoke curled in serpentine patterns towards ancient, carved ceilings, elders consulted their most sacred divinatory tools. Whispers of the Lotus of the Ninth Heaven, a legendary artifact rumored to hold unparalleled cosmic power, had begun to surface in their scrying pools, its potential reawakening echoing through the spiritual ley lines of the land. The readings, once faint and fragmented, now pulsed with growing intensity, pointing directly towards the bustling metropolis that housed Skyward University. It was a chilling convergence of fate, a cosmic alarm bell that demanded immediate investigation. Elder Mei Ling, her face a roadmap of centuries etched by both wisdom and hardship, traced a shimmering glyph in a bowl of moonlit water. The surface churned, coalescing into an image, a sprawling university campus, vibrant and alive with a potent, yet nascent spiritual aura. Her keen eyes, accustomed to discerning the subtlest shifts in qi, focused on a particular nexus of energy, a confluence that felt both familiar and unsettlingly new. "The readings are undeniable," she murmured, her voice raspy like wind through dry leaves. "The echoes of the lotus are growing stronger. They are resonating with something or someone within that mortal realm." Her subordinate, a younger cultivator named Jian, bowed his head respectfully. "Elder, what is your command? Shall we dispatch disciples for a full reconnaissance?" Mei Ling's gaze remained fixed on the swirling water. "Reconnaissance is insufficient. This energy signature is complex. It is not the raw, untamed power of a naturally occurring spiritual vein, nor the focused might of a seasoned cultivator reaching for a breakthrough. It is something intertwined, a fusion, perhaps, of the mundane and the profound." A flicker of intrigue, quickly masked by a stern resolve, crossed her face. "We must proceed with caution. The Black Lotus does not reveal its hand carelessly. Send a small, discreet team. Their objective, to identify the source of this resonance, assess its nature, and, if necessary, neutralize it before it falls into the wrong hands. Or worse, before it awakens further." Jian nodded, understanding the gravity of the unspoken threat. The Black Lotus sect was not merely an ancient order. It was a guardian, a custodian of potent spiritual forces that, in the wrong hands, could shatter the delicate equilibrium of the world. The Lotus of the Ninth Heaven, even in its dormant state, was a prize beyond measure, and its reawakening at a place as public as a university campus was an invitation for chaos. Days later, a seemingly innocuous group of individuals arrived at Skyward University, blending seamlessly into the vibrant tapestry of student life. Among them were disciples whose cultivation was subtle, their spiritual presence masked behind the guise of ordinary students, and others who specialized in infiltration and subtle manipulation. Their leader, a woman known only as Whisper, possessed an uncanny ability to move through crowds unseen and unheard, her senses honed to the subtlest energetic vibrations. Her mission was clear: to locate the source of the burgeoning spiritual anomaly, the whispers of the lotus that had reached the ears of her sect. Whisper, a wisp of a woman with eyes that seemed to hold the depth of a starless night, moved with an almost preternatural grace through the university grounds. She had been dispatched with a rudimentary, scrying amulet, a relic imbued with a fraction of the Black Lotus's divinatory power, designed to home in on the unique energetic signature they had detected. As she walked, she felt the amulet pulse faintly against her skin, a subtle thrumming that grew stronger as she neared the main science building. Her initial inquiries, conducted with practiced ease and a disarming smile, yielded little. The professors and students she subtly questioned spoke of breakthroughs in physics, advancements in energy research, and the usual academic buzz. No one seemed to be aware of any unusual spiritual activity, which, in a way, was more concerning. It suggested the anomaly was being handled with a level of discretion that bordered on secrecy, or perhaps its true nature was so foreign that it was simply being misinterpreted. One afternoon, as Whisper discreetly observed the main laboratory through a reinforced window, her scrying amulet pulsed with an undeniable intensity. The building itself seemed to hum with a low, resonant frequency that only she could perceive, a symphony of energies that resonated with the dormant power her sect sought. She saw, within the brightly lit laboratory, a young man and woman deeply engrossed in their work. The young man, his brow furrowed in concentration, seemed to be manipulating something with an almost palpable force of will, while the woman, her expression a mixture of intense focus and burgeoning wonder, observed readings on a complex array of scientific instruments. It was then that Whisper noticed something peculiar. As the young man exerted his will, a faint, almost imperceptible distortion seemed to ripple around him, like heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day. The instruments beside the young woman flickered, their readings spiking erratically before stabilizing. This wasn't just advanced physics. This was something more. The energy signature of the amulet was screaming, pointing directly at the two individuals within that room. "This is it," Whisper whispered to herself, a predatory glint in her eyes. "The source of the resonance. But what is it?" Her investigation, however, was not to go unchallenged. Unbeknownst to Whisper, another faction had also taken notice of the unusual energy fluctuations around Skyward University. This group, the Crimson Phoenix Clan, a rival sect known for its more aggressive approach to acquiring spiritual artifacts, had also detected the stirrings. Their methods, however, were far less subtle. One evening, as Li Ming was heading back to his dormitory, a sudden surge of cold energy washed over him, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. He instinctively reached for the hilt of his concealed sword, his senses on high alert. The air around him grew heavy, charged with an aggressive intent that was palpable. He saw, in the periphery of his vision, a shadowy figure detach itself from the darkened alcove of a building. The figure was cloaked, its features obscured, but the radiating aura of hostility was unmistakable. "You," a voice rasped, devoid of any warmth, "possess something that does not belong to you. The Crimson Phoenix Clan demands its surrender." Li Ming's mind raced. He hadn't overtly revealed his cultivation to anyone outside of his immediate circle, and he certainly hadn't acquired anything that belonged to this Crimson Phoenix Clan. This was a case of mistaken identity, or worse, a deliberate attempt to draw him out. He felt the familiar stirrings of his own chi, a warm, resolute power that contrasted sharply with the frigid aura of his attacker. "I know not of what you speak," Li Ming replied, his voice steady, though his internal energy was already coiling like a spring. "I am but a student. You have the wrong person." The shadowy figure let out a harsh laugh. "A likely story. The energy signature around you is undeniable. The artifact will be ours." The figure raised a hand, and a blast of frigid, crimson energy shot towards Li Ming. Li Ming reacted instantly. With a fluid motion, he sidestepped the attack, the blast of energy scorching the pavement where he had stood moments before. He then unleashed a torrent of his own pure, yang-infused chi, a wave of golden light that clashed violently with the incoming crimson energy. The impact sent shockwaves through the immediate vicinity, causing streetlights to flicker and nearby students to look around in confusion, attributing the disturbance to faulty wiring or a minor tremor. The clash of energies was brutal. Li Ming felt the corrosive chill of the Crimson Phoenix Clan's attack attempting to seep into his defenses, but his cultivation, honed by years of rigorous training and now amplified by his recent breakthroughs with Professor Chun, held firm. He countered with a focused surge, pushing the attacker back. The Crimson Phoenix operative, clearly surprised by Li Ming's resistance, snarled, "You have some skill, student, but you are no match for the Phoenix." The figure then produced a small, intricately carved crimson amulet. As they spoke a few words in a language Li Ming didn't recognize, the amulet pulsed with an ominous red light, and a wave of intense heat radiated from it, causing the air to shimmer. "This is a containment sigil," the figure hissed. "It will trap your energy, making you easy prey." Li Ming recognized the danger. This wasn't just a physical confrontation, it was an attempt to cripple his spiritual power. He knew he couldn't afford to be caught by such a technique, especially with the Black Lotus sect likely on his trail as well. He needed to end this quickly. Gathering his internal strength, Li Ming focused his qi not just as a defensive shield, but as a weapon. He envisioned the essence of his own cultivated power, the pure, radiant energy that flowed through him as a blazing sun. With a roar that was more of a controlled release of power, he unleashed a focused beam of golden light, imbued with the destructive force of pure yang energy. It struck the crimson amulet head-on. There was a blinding flash, followed by a deafening crack. The amulet shattered into 1,000 pieces, the crimson light dissipating into nothingness. The Crimson Phoenix operative staggered back, clutching their hand, which was now glowing red from the backlash. "This is not over," they spat, before melting back into the shadows, their mission of immediate acquisition thwarted. Li Ming watched the figure disappear, his chest heaving slightly. He knew this was just the beginning. The cultivation world, with its hidden sects and ancient rivalries, was slowly but surely encroaching upon his otherwise ordinary university life. The Black Lotus sect was searching for the source of a powerful resonance, a resonance that he and Professor Chun were inadvertently amplifying. And now, the Crimson Phoenix clan had also taken notice, eager to claim whatever power they believed he possessed. He glanced around, ensuring no one had witnessed the full extent of the confrontation. The few students who had seen the bright flashes and heard the crackle of energy were already hurrying away, muttering about a fireworks accident or a faulty electrical transformer. The anonymity he had so carefully cultivated was his greatest shield, but even that was becoming increasingly precarious. As he continued his walk back to his dormitory, a sense of unease settled over him. The subtle investigations of the Black Lotus sect and the outright aggression of the Crimson Phoenix clan were clear indicators that his cultivation was attracting attention from forces far more powerful and dangerous than he had ever anticipated. He was no longer just a student dabbling in advanced physics and hidden cultivation techniques. He was becoming a focal point, a nexus around which ancient powers were beginning to stir. The whispers of the lotus were growing louder, and with them, the shadows of his enemies were stretching closer. He could feel it. The delicate balance he had maintained was about to be shattered, and he was caught squarely in the center of the coming storm. The university, once his sanctuary, was rapidly becoming a battleground, and he, along with Professor Chun, were the prize. The thought sent a chill down his spine, a chill that had nothing to do with the receding energy of the Crimson Phoenix attack, and everything to do with the looming presence of the Black Lotus. The search had begun in earnest. Chapter 5. The Professor's Guise. The air in the Skyward University campus, usually a placid reservoir of youthful ambition and academic pursuit, had begun to ripple with an unseen disturbance. It was a subtle tremor, detectable only by those attuned to the intricate currents of spiritual energy, and it emanated from the very heart of the institution. For the Black Lotus sect, an ancient and formidable organization whose roots ran deep into the shadowed valleys of cultivation lore, such anomalies were not to be ignored. They were omens, harbingers of change, and more importantly, potential threats to their meticulously maintained balance of power. Deep within the sect's most secluded sanctuaries, where incense smoke curled in serpentine patterns towards ancient, carved ceilings, elders consulted their most sacred divinatory tools. Whispers of the Lotus of the Ninth Heaven, a legendary artifact rumored to hold unparalleled cosmic power, had begun to surface in their scrying pools, its potential real equation echoing through the spiritual ley lines of the land. The readings, once faint and fragmented, now pulsed with growing intensity, pointing directly towards the bustling metropolis that housed Skyward University. It was a chilling convergence of fate, a cosmic alarm bell that demanded immediate investigation. Elder Mei Ling, her face a roadmap of centuries etched by both wisdom and hardship, traced a shimmering glyph in a bowl of moonlit water. The surface churned, coalescing into an image, a sprawling university campus, vibrant and alive with a potent, yet nascent spiritual aura. Her keen eyes, accustomed to discerning the subtlest shifts in qi, focused on a particular nexus of energy, a confluence that felt both familiar and unsettlingly new. "The readings are undeniable," she murmured, her voice raspy like wind through dry leaves. "The echoes of the lotus are growing stronger. They are resonating with something or someone within that mortal realm." Her subordinate, a younger cultivator named Jian, bowed his head respectfully. "Elder, what is your command? Shall we dispatch disciples for a full reconnaissance?" Mei Ling's gaze remained fixed on the swirling water. "Reconnaissance is insufficient. This energy signature is complex. It is not the raw, untamed power of a naturally occurring spiritual vein, nor the focused might of a seasoned cultivator reaching for a breakthrough. It is something intertwined, a fusion, perhaps, of the mundane and the profound." A flicker of intrigue, quickly masked by a stern resolve, crossed her face. "We must proceed with caution. The Black Lotus does not reveal its hand carelessly. Send a small, discreet team. Their objective, to identify the source of this resonance, assess its nature, and, if necessary, neutralize it before it falls into the wrong hands. Or worse, before it awakens further." Jian nodded, understanding the gravity of the unspoken threat. The Black Lotus sect was not merely an ancient order. It was a guardian, a custodian of potent spiritual forces that, in the wrong hands, could shatter the delicate equilibrium of the world. The lotus of the ninth heaven, even in its dormant state, was a prize beyond measure, and its reawakening at a place as public as a university campus was an invitation for chaos. Days later, a seemingly innocuous group of individuals arrived at Skyward University, blending seamlessly into the vibrant tapestry of student life. Among them were disciples whose cultivation was subtle, their spiritual presence masked behind the guise of ordinary students, and others who specialized in infiltration and subtle manipulation. Their leader, a woman known only as Whisper, possessed an uncanny ability to move through crowds unseen and unheard, her senses honed to the subtlest energetic vibrations. Her mission was clear: to locate the source of the burgeoning spiritual anomaly, the whispers of the lotus that had reached the ears of her sect. Whisper, a wisp of a woman with eyes that seemed to hold the depth of a starless night, moved with an almost preternatural grace through the university grounds. She had been dispatched with a rudimentary, scrying amulet, a relic imbued with a fraction of the Black Lotus's divinatory power, designed to home in on the unique energetic signature they had detected. As she walked, she felt the amulet pulse faintly against her skin, a subtle thrumming that grew stronger as she neared the main science building. Her initial inquiries, conducted with practiced ease and a disarming smile, yielded little. The professors and students she subtly questioned spoke of breakthroughs in physics, advancements in energy research, and the usual academic buzz. No one seemed to be aware of any unusual spiritual activity, which, in a way, was more concerning. It suggested the anomaly was being handled with a level of discretion that bordered on secrecy, or perhaps its true nature was so foreign that it was simply being misinterpreted. One afternoon, as Whisper discreetly observed the main laboratory through a reinforced window, her scrying amulet pulsed with an undeniable intensity. The building itself seemed to hum with a low, resonant frequency that only she could perceive, a symphony of energies that resonated with the dormant power her sect sought. She saw, within the brightly lit laboratory, a young man and woman deeply engrossed in their work. The young man, his brow furrowed in concentration, seemed to be manipulating something with an almost palpable force of will, while the woman, her expression a mixture of intense focus and burgeoning wonder, observed readings on a complex array of scientific instruments. It was then that Whisper noticed something peculiar. As the young man exerted his will, a faint, almost imperceptible distortion seemed to ripple around him, like heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day. The instruments beside the young woman flickered, their readings spiking erratically before stabilizing. This wasn't just advanced physics. This was something more. The energy signature of the amulet was screaming, pointing directly at the two individuals within that room. "This is it," Whisper whispered to herself, a predatory glint in her eyes. "The source of the resonance. But what is it?" Her investigation, however, was not to go unchallenged. Unbeknownst to Whisper, another faction had also taken notice of the unusual energy fluctuations around Skyward University. This group, the Crimson Phoenix Clan, a rival sect known for its more aggressive approach to acquiring spiritual artifacts, had also detected the stirrings. Their methods, however, were far less subtle. One evening, as Li Ming was heading back to his dormitory, a sudden surge of cold energy washed over him, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. He instinctively reached for the hilt of his concealed sword, his senses on high alert. The air around him grew heavy, charged with an aggressive intent that was palpable. He saw, in the periphery of his vision, a shadowy figure detach itself from the darkened alcove of a building. The figure was cloaked, its features obscured, but the radiating aura of hostility was unmistakable. "You," a voice rasped, devoid of any warmth, "possess something that does not belong to you. The Crimson Phoenix Clan demands its surrender." Li Ming's mind raced. He hadn't overtly revealed his cultivation to anyone outside of his immediate circle, and he certainly hadn't acquired anything that belonged to this Crimson Phoenix Clan. This was a case of mistaken identity, or worse, a deliberate attempt to draw him out. He felt the familiar stirrings of his own chi, a warm, resolute power that contrasted sharply with the frigid aura of his attacker. "I know not of what you speak," Li Ming replied, his voice steady, though his internal energy was already coiling like a spring. "I am but a student. You have the wrong person." The shadowy figure let out a harsh laugh. "A likely story. The energy signature around you is undeniable. The artifact will be ours." The figure raised a hand, and a blast of frigid, crimson energy shot towards Li Ming. Li Ming reacted instantly. With a fluid motion, he sidestepped the attack, the blast of energy scorching the pavement where he had stood moments before. He then unleashed a torrent of his own pure, yang-infused chi, a wave of golden light that clashed violently with the incoming crimson energy. The impact sent shockwaves through the immediate vicinity, causing streetlights to flicker and nearby students to look around in confusion, attributing the disturbance to faulty wiring or a minor tremor. The clash of energies was brutal. Li Ming felt the corrosive chill of the Crimson Phoenix Clan's attack attempting to seep into his defenses, but his cultivation, honed by years of rigorous training and now amplified by his recent breakthroughs with Professor Chan, held firm. He countered with a focused surge, pushing the attacker back. The Crimson Phoenix operative, clearly surprised by Li Ming's resistance, snarled, "You have some skill, student, but you are no match for the Phoenix." The figure then produced a small, intricately carved crimson amulet. As they spoke a few words in a language Li Ming didn't recognize, the amulet pulsed with an ominous red light, and a wave of intense heat radiated from it, causing the air to shimmer. "This is a containment sigil," the figure hissed. "It will trap your energy, making you easy prey." Li Ming recognized the danger. This wasn't just a physical confrontation. It was an attempt to cripple his spiritual power. He knew he couldn't afford to be caught by such a technique, especially with the Black Lotus sect likely on his trail as well. He needed to end this quickly. Gathering his internal strength, Li Ming focused his chi, not just as a defensive shield, but as a weapon. He envisioned the essence of his own cultivated power, the pure, radiant energy that flowed through him as a blazing sun. With a roar that was more of a controlled release of power, he unleashed a focused beam of golden light, imbued with the destructive force of pure yang energy. It struck the crimson amulet head-on. There was a blinding flash, followed by a deafening crack. The amulet shattered into 1,000 pieces, the crimson light dissipating into nothingness. The Crimson Phoenix operative staggered back, clutching their hand, which was now glowing red from the backlash. "This is not over," they spat, before melting back into the shadows, their mission of immediate acquisition thwarted. Li Ming watched the figure disappear, his chest heaving slightly. He knew this was just the beginning. The cultivation world, with its hidden sects and ancient rivalries, was slowly but surely encroaching upon his otherwise ordinary university life. The Black Lotus sect was searching for the source of a powerful resonance, a resonance that he and Professor Chun were inadvertently amplifying. And now, the Crimson Phoenix clan had also taken notice, eager to claim whatever power they believed he possessed. He glanced around, ensuring no one had witnessed the full extent of the confrontation. The few students who had seen the bright flashes and heard the crackle of energy were already hurrying away, muttering about a fireworks accident or a faulty electrical transformer. The anonymity he had so carefully cultivated was his greatest shield, but even that was becoming increasingly precarious. As he continued his walk back to his dormitory, a sense of unease settled over him. The subtle investigations of the Black Lotus sect and the outright aggression of the Crimson Phoenix clan were clear indicators that his cultivation was attracting attention from forces far more powerful and dangerous than he had ever anticipated. He was no longer just a student dabbling in advanced physics and hidden cultivation techniques. He was becoming a focal point, a nexus around which ancient powers were beginning to stir. The whispers of the lotus were growing louder, and with them, the shadows of his enemies were stretching closer. He could feel it. The delicate balance he had maintained was about to be shattered, and he was caught squarely in the center of the coming storm. The university, once his sanctuary, was rapidly becoming a battleground, and he, along with Professor Chun, were the prize. The thought sent a chill down his spine, a chill that had nothing to do with the receding energy of the Crimson Phoenix attack, and everything to do with the looming presence of the Black Lotus. The search had begun in earnest. Meanwhile, a new, yet strikingly familiar, presence had settled upon Skyward University, cloaked in the guise of academic curiosity and an almost alarming level of eccentricity. Professor Yu Xiener, a name whispered with a mixture of awe and mild apprehension amongst the faculty, had arrived. Her credentials were impeccable, showcasing a PhD from an obscure, albeit prestigious, Eastern institute and a reputation for groundbreaking research in theoretical physics, specifically concerning energy transference and quantum entanglement. Yet, it was her personal demeanor that truly set her apart. She moved through the hallowed halls of academia with a peculiar blend of grace and barely contained chaotic energy. Her attire was a testament to her unique fashion sense. Flowing robes and vibrant, jewel-toned silks, often adorned with intricate, hand-embroidered celestial patterns, paired with practical, yet stylish, sturdy boots that seemed surprisingly well-suited for navigating the sprawling campus. Her silver hair, often tied back in an elaborate bun that defied gravity and logic, was streaked with vibrant threads of amethyst and sapphire, catching the light with every animated gesture. Her eyes, a sharp, intelligent sapphire blue, held a perpetual glint of mischief, as if she were privy to a joke that the rest of the world had yet to understand. Her initial interactions with students were a masterclass in controlled bewilderment. During her first lecture on advanced quantum mechanics and the nature of reality, she began not with equations or diagrams, but with a philosophical discourse on the interconnectedness of all things, drawing parallels between subatomic particles and the concept of spiritual qi. She would pause mid-sentence, a faraway look in her eyes, only to resume with a burst of inspired brilliance, scribbling complex theories onto the whiteboard with a speed that made one doubt the dexterity of human hands. One moment, she might be dissecting the Schrödinger equation with laser-like precision. The next, she would be demonstrating the concept of entanglement by tossing two identical jade pendants into the air, only for them to land with their etched dragons perfectly mirroring each other, regardless of their individual trajectory. "Observe, my dear students," she would exclaim, her voice ringing with an infectious enthusiasm that was hard to resist. "The universe, in its infinite wisdom, reveals its secrets in patterns. The dance of the electrons, the flow of the wind, the very breath you take. It is all a grand symphony of interconnected energies. Think of it, if you will, as the subtle ebb and flow of the Tao, the cosmic principle that binds all existence. Your thoughts, your intentions, they are not merely ephemeral whispers in the void. They are currents, ripples that influence the very fabric of reality. Today, we shall explore how these ripples manifest in the quantifiable, the measurable, the scientific. The students, a mixture of wide-eyed freshmen and seasoned graduate students, were, to say the least, perplexed. Some scribbled furiously, attempting to keep pace with their tangents, believing these were some avant-garde teaching methods designed to foster lateral thinking. Others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure if they were attending a physics lecture or a particularly abstract philosophy seminar. A few, however, a select few who possessed a keen intuition or perhaps a hidden sensitivity, felt a subtle resonance within her words, a deeper meaning that transcended the academic jargon. They recognized the underlying principles, the echoes of cultivation techniques disguised in the language of science. Professor Yu's teaching style was less about rote memorization and more about experiential learning, albeit in a highly unconventional manner. She would often assign homework that involved meditating for 10 minutes before attempting a problem, or encourage students to feel the energy of a system rather than just calculating its output. Imagine the electrons are tiny celestial dragons, she'd instruct, their movements dictated by ancient cosmic laws. Can you sense their dance? Can you feel the subtle chi they exude as they orbit their atomic nucleus? Her interactions with her colleagues were equally fascinating. She'd greet the stoic head of the physics department, Professor Sterling, a man whose life revolved around empirical data and irrefutable proof, with a cheerful bow and an offer of divine elixir tea, which she claimed was brewed from herbs that promoted heightened cognitive function and spiritual clarity. Professor Sterling, a man of predictable habits and a deep suspicion of anything that couldn't be replicated in a sterile laboratory, would usually just nod curtly and retreat to his office, muttering about unforeseen variables. Yet, beneath the layers of eccentricity and unconventional pedagogy, Professor Yu Siener was a master strategist. Her presence at Skyward University was no accident. She was a seasoned operative of the Black Lotus sect, dispatched with a singular, crucial mission: to observe, to gather intelligence, and, if necessary, to subtly influence events concerning the burgeoning spiritual anomaly. Her role as a visiting professor was the perfect cover, providing her with unfettered access to the university's inner workings and a plausible reason to be in close proximity to potential focal points of spiritual activity. Her keen senses, honed by years of cultivation and her innate spiritual awareness, allowed her to perceive the subtle currents of energy that flowed through the campus. She felt the stirrings that Whisper, the infiltration specialist, had detected, but her perspective was broader. She understood that the lotus of the ninth heaven was not merely an artifact. It was a nexus of immense power, a point where the mundane and the spiritual planes intersected with a force that could reshape the world. Her objective was to understand the nature of this intersection, to identify the individuals who were inadvertently or deliberately amplifying this power, and to ensure that it remained under the sect's watchful, guiding influence. Professor Yu's interactions with Li Ming were particularly noteworthy, though he remained blissfully unaware of her true intentions. She would often accidentally cross his path, offering him a knowing smile or a cryptic piece of advice disguised as academic mentorship. She observed his innate talent, the raw power he possessed, and the unconscious ways he manipulated spiritual energy through his scientific endeavors. She saw the echo of the lotus within him, not as a passive artifact, but as a vibrant, almost sentient force that responded to his developing abilities. During one of her spontaneous campus patrols, Professor Yu found herself near the physics department building. Her specially designed amulet, a far more refined and powerful instrument than Whispers, pulsed with a gentle, resonant hum. The energy signature was distinct, a harmonious blend of scientific precision and raw, untamed spiritual power. It led her directly to the laboratory where Li Ming and Professor Chun were often engrossed in their work. She observed them through the reinforced glass, a faint smile gracing her lips. Li Ming's concentration was a palpable force. His was shaping the very energy he was studying. Professor Chun, with her sharp intellect and pragmatic approach, was the perfect foil, grounding Li Ming's more ethereal inclinations in the tangible world of scientific inquiry. Their collaboration, Yu Xiener realized, was inadvertently acting as a catalyst, amplifying the dormant power of the lotus. Remarkable, she murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on Li Ming. The fusion of the scientific and the spiritual. He is not merely a conduit, he is a conductor. And the energy, it responds to him like a living entity. This is no mere artifact, it is an awakening. Her presence as a professor allowed her to subtly steer Li Ming's research. She would pose hypothetical questions during casual encounters that nudged him towards exploring specific energy frequencies or resonance patterns that were intrinsically linked to the lotus's power. She subtly guided his understanding of quantum entanglement, framing it in terms that mirrored the principles of spiritual connection and energy transference. Li Ming, she said one afternoon, as he was packing his bag, her voice laced with genuine academic curiosity, I was pondering your recent experiment with the plasma containment field. Have you ever considered the possibility that the stability of the field is not solely dependent on the electromagnetic forces, but also on the inherent resonance between the particles themselves? A sort of collective consciousness, if you will, that dictates their willingness to remain bound. Li Ming paused, his brow furrowed. A collective consciousness? Professor, that sounds more like philosophy than physics. Yu Xiener chuckled, a melodious sound that seemed to disarm his skepticism. Ah, but where does physics end and philosophy begin, my dear Li Ming? The universe is a vast tapestry, woven with threads of both the tangible and the intangible. Consider this. If particles can exhibit quantum entanglement, a phenomenon that suggests an instantaneous connection across any distance, is it so far-fetched to imagine a form of interconnectedness that influences their collective behavior? Perhaps the energy you're manipulating possesses a will of its own, a desire to coalesce, to expand, to resonate. Her words, though couched in scientific terminology, struck a chord with Li Ming. He had felt that will of its own, that almost sentient response from the energy he was working with. It was a concept that he had been grappling with internally, unable to articulate it within the confines of conventional scientific discourse. Professor Yu Xiener, with her eccentric lectures and peculiar analogies, had somehow managed to give it form. Resonate, Li Ming repeated, the word echoing in his mind. I think I understand what you mean, Professor. It's like the energy itself is trying to achieve a state of harmony, and my actions are helping it get there. Precisely, Yu Xiener exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. You are not just controlling the energy, Li Ming. You are collaborating with it. You are facilitating its natural inclination. And that, my young physicist, is a very rare and potent form of discovery. She then patted his shoulder, her touch surprisingly warm and imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible current of spiritual energy. Keep exploring that resonance, Li Ming. It is a path that leads to profound truths. Her influence extended beyond Li Ming. She engaged with other faculty members, subtly probing for any unusual occurrences or observations that might be linked to the anomaly. She listened to gossip in the faculty lounge, observed the security patrols, and even attended departmental meetings, her presence a vibrant splash of color and intellectual curiosity in the often monochromatic world of academia. She would often pose theoretical scenarios in her lectures that mirrored the situations her sect was investigating, gauging the students' reactions and gathering snippets of information that might otherwise go unnoticed. One day, during a departmental seminar, a junior researcher nervously presented a paper on anomalous energy readings detected in the vicinity of the university's main research complex. The readings were erratic, defying conventional explanation, and have been dismissed as equipment malfunctions or environmental interference. Professor Yu, however, leaned forward, her eyes narrowing with a keen interest that bordered on predatory. "Fascinating," she interjected, her voice cutting through the polite applause. "These readings you described, are they consistent with, say, a localized temporal distortion? Or perhaps an energetic resonance that fluctuates with atmospheric pressure? Have you considered the possibility of a naturally occurring, yet exceptionally potent, spiritual nexus point interacting with your instruments?" The junior researcher, taken aback by the directness and the unusual terminology, stammered, "Spiritual nexus point? Professor, we are dealing with quantum fluctuations, not mysticism." Yu Xian'er smiled, a serene, knowing smile. "My dear doctor," she said, her voice soft but firm, "sometimes the most profound scientific discoveries lie at the intersection of what we deem to be empirical and what we dismiss as mystical. The universe has a way of blurring those lines. These malfunctions you are observing might be the very whispers of phenomena that our current scientific paradigms are not yet equipped to fully comprehend. I suggest you explore the implications of energetic resonance with a slightly more open mind. Perhaps consider the ancient philosophies that spoke of the world's hidden energies. They may offer a unique perspective." Her words, though delivered with a disarming charm, sowed seeds of doubt and curiosity. The junior researcher, along with other faculty members present, left the seminar with a new, albeit perplexing, avenue of inquiry to consider. Professor Yu Xian'er, meanwhile, had gained invaluable insight. The anomalous energy readings, her instincts told her, were directly connected to Li Ming's experiments and the burgeoning power of the lotus. She also kept a discreet watch on Whisper. The two women, though operating with different methodologies, were aligned in their ultimate goal. Yu Xian'er, from her position of academic authority, provided a broader overview and a means of subtly influencing the direction of research, while Whisper, with her clandestine operations, focused on direct observation and intelligence gathering. They communicated through coded messages embedded in academic papers and discrete drop-offs at designated locations around the campus. Yu Xian'er knew that the Black Lotus sect was not dealing with a simple artifact retrieval. They were at the precipice of something far greater, something that required not just power, but understanding and control. Her days were a carefully orchestrated dance between academic duties and clandestine surveillance. She would spend her mornings in her impeccably organized office, surrounded by ancient texts and cutting-edge scientific equipment, meticulously analyzing energy signatures and cross-referencing them with astrological charts and historical records. Her afternoons were spent in lectures, captivating her students with her unconventional lessons, all while subtly steering them towards a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of science and spirituality. Her evenings were often dedicated to discrete observations, using her advanced cultivation techniques to perceive the subtle shifts in spiritual energy that permeated the campus, always keeping a watchful eye on Li Ming and the growing aura of power that surrounded him. She saw the growing concern in Li Ming's eyes, the quiet determination with which he pursued his research, and the subtle signs that he was beginning to grasp the true nature of the energies he was working with. She knew, with the certainty of a seasoned cultivator, that he was a key player in the unfolding events. And as the whispers of the lotus grew louder, Professor Yu Xian'er, the eccentric but brilliant visiting professor, remained at the heart of the storm, a silent guardian orchestrating the delicate balance of power, all under the guise of academic pursuit. Her mission was complex, her methods subtle, but her resolve was as unyielding as the ancient mountains from which her sect hailed. She was the Black Lotus, blooming in the heart of Skyward University, its petals slowly unfurling to reveal a power that would soon shake the foundations of their world. Professor Yu Xian'er's presence had undeniably injected a potent dose of the surreal into the otherwise predictable rhythm of Skyward University's physics department. Her lectures, initially met with a mixture of amusement and academic curiosity, had rapidly evolved into something akin to performance art, albeit with equations. Li Ming, often finding himself seated in the front row, felt like an unwilling participant in a cosmic vaudeville act, torn between his genuine fascination with the scientific underpinnings of her theories and the sheer absurdity of their presentation. Consider, for instance, the humble electron, Professor Yu declared one Tuesday morning, her silver hair practically crackling with an unseen energy. She held aloft a shimmering, hand-painted silk fan, which she then proceeded to open and close with a series of swift, precise movements. When it orbits its nucleus, it is not merely subject to the laws of electromagnetism. No, it is performing a delicate ballet, a cosmic dance dictated by the very chi that flows through the universe. Think of it as a tiny, celestial dragon, weaving through the celestial currents. If you try to force it to constrain it with brute mathematical force alone, it will resist. But if you invite it, if you understand its desires, its inclinations, then you achieve true harmony. A ripple of confused murmurs went through the lecture hall. Li Ming, who had diligently scribbled down the official syllabus-approved description of electron orbitals, found himself staring blankly at his notes. Professor Chun, seated a few rows back, had a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips, her gaze fixed on Professor Yu with an expression that suggested she was both amused and intellectually stimulated. And how, Professor, a brave graduate student, known for his unwavering adherence to empirical data, ventured from the back. Does one invite an electron? Does it accept invitations? Professor Yu's sapphire eyes twinkled. She swept the fan across the room, a graceful arc that somehow managed to encompass the entire student body. My astute questioner, it accepts the invitation of understanding. It responds to resonance. Much like a skilled cultivator attunes themselves to the spiritual energies of the world, you must attune yourself to the inherent nature of the subatomic realm. Imagine you are trying to coax a shy spirit to emerge from its hidden grove. You do not shout, you do not brandish a weapon. You offer respect, you demonstrate harmony, and you allow your own inner energy to resonate with its hidden frequency. Li Ming pinched the bridge of his nose. He had spent the previous night meticulously calculating the energy states of a hydrogen atom, a process that involved complex quantum mechanics. Now, he was being asked to think of it as charming a shy spirit. The dissonance was almost physically painful, yet, annoyingly, Professor Yu's analogies often held a strange kernel of truth. He recalled the way the energy in his experiments had seemed to respond to his intention, to his quiet focus, in a way that pure calculation couldn't explain. The grading system was another source of bewilderment. Professor Yu eschewed traditional exams in favor of what she termed resonance assessments. These involved students presenting their research findings not through written reports or oral presentations, but by attempting to demonstrate their understanding through a tangible, often abstract, manifestation of their chosen concept. One student, tasked with explaining the principles of wave-particle duality, had opted to perform a traditional Chinese sword dance, arguing that the fluid movements represented the wave nature, while the sharp, precise strikes embodied the particle aspect. Professor Yu had awarded him full marks, proclaiming his harmonious integration of kinetic energy and focused intent to be a profound expression of quantum principles. Li Ming's own resonance assessment loomed. He was to demonstrate his understanding of controlled energy transference, the very concept he and Professor Chun had been exploring. While Professor Chun had suggested a detailed simulation and data analysis, Professor Yu had instead advised him to find the point where the river of power meets the sea of potential and guide its flow with the gentle hand of intention. What does that even mean? Li Ming had groaned, pacing his dormitory room. It means, Professor Chen had replied, with an exasperated but fond sigh, that Professor Yu expects you to perform some sort of spiritual interpretive dance with a lightning bolt. But my research, it's about practical applications, about tangible results. And she believes that the most tangible results come from the deepest understanding, which, in her estimation, requires a certain spiritual alignment, Professor Chun had explained. Try to integrate your scientific knowledge with whatever this gentle hand of intention entails. Perhaps visualize the energy flow, connect with it on a level beyond mere measurement. This dual mentorship was proving to be an exercise in extreme mental gymnastics. Professor Chun provided the solid ground of scientific rigor, the empirical evidence, the logical framework. Professor Yu, on the other hand, offered celestial dragons and shy spirits. Li Ming felt like he was being pulled in two directions by incredibly powerful, yet vastly different, forces. The faculty meetings were a particularly fertile ground for comedic clashes. Professor Sterling, the head of the physics department, a man who communicated primarily through spreadsheets and stern pronouncements, found himself constantly bewildered by his new colleague. Professor Yu, Sterling would begin, his voice a low rumble of restrained impatience. Regarding the budget for the new particle accelerator, we need concrete figures, projected operational costs, and a clear justification for the requested allocation of funds. Professor Yu would nod sagely, often while meticulously arranging a small collection of brightly colored crystals on the conference table. Ah, Professor Sterling, the particle accelerator, a magnificent endeavor. But have you considered the inherent spiritual resonance of the subatomic particles themselves? If we can align their collective chi, their energetic hum, their very will to accelerate, we might find that the need for brute force, and thus the excessive expenditure, diminishes considerably. Imagine, if you will, the particles themselves volunteering for the task, eager to fulfill their cosmic destiny. We would need merely to provide the proper energetic conduit, a channel of pure intent. Sterling would blink slowly, as if trying to process a foreign language. Professor Yu, are you suggesting we consult the particles about their financial requirements? Not their financial requirements, Professor Sterling, their energetic inclinations. Yu Xiener would counter, her eyes bright with earnest conviction. If we nurture their inherent desire to explore, to collide, to transform, the energy expenditure will follow naturally. It is akin to tending a garden. If the soil is rich and the sunlight is warm, the flowers bloom with an effortless grace. We must ensure this soil of the particle accelerator is imbued with positive, resonant energy. Li Ming, often present at these meetings as a representative of the student research body, would discreetly bury his face in his hands, trying to suppress a snort of laughter. He could see the wheels turning in Sterling's head, the desperate attempt to translate Professor Yu's pronouncements into something remotely quantifiable. Sterling would eventually concede, usually with a sigh that suggested he was accepting a particularly persistent hallucination, and scribble a note that read something like, "Investigate particle enthusiasm and positive energetic soil." Further clarification required. Professor Yu's approach to collaboration was equally unconventional. She once suggested to a team working on advanced materials that they imbue their newly synthesized alloys with the calming essence of moonlight and the resilience of ancient mountain springs to enhance their structural integrity. The lead researcher, a meticulous engineer named Dr. Anya Sharma, had looked at her as if she had grown a second head. Professor Yu, Dr. Sharma had stated, her voice tight with professional decorum, our alloys are designed to withstand extreme temperatures and pressures through precise molecular bonding and atomic lattice structures. We are not sure how moonlight or mountain springs would factor into that equation. Ah, but Dr. Sharma, Yu Xiener had replied, her gaze serene, you are overlooking the subtle, yet powerful, influences of the natural world. The moon governs the tides, the ebb and flow of energies. Mountains endure for millennia, their strength a testament to deep-rooted stability. By infusing your materials with the essence of these forces, you are tapping into a primal power that transcends mere molecular arrangement. It is about creating a material that not only is strong, but feels strong, that resonates with the very concept of endurance. Dr. Sharma, after a moment of stunned silence, had merely nodded and retreated, muttering something about needing to review the definition of thermodynamics. Li Ming found himself increasingly adept at navigating this academic minefield. He learned to translate Professor Yu's pronouncements into actionable scientific concepts, much like a skilled diplomat bridging two vastly different cultures. When she spoke of harmonizing energy flows, he understood it as optimizing energy transfer efficiency. When she mentioned awakening dormant potentials, he interpreted it as unlocking latent capabilities within a system. His own research, focused on the intersection of spiritual energy and quantum mechanics, became the perfect testing ground for this dual mentorship. Professor Chen pushed him to refine his models, to gather irrefutable data, to ensure his theories were sound and replicable. Professor Yu, meanwhile, encouraged him to trust his intuition, to explore the more abstract aspects of energy manipulation, and to understand the subtle interplay between consciousness and the physical world. Li Ming, Professor Yu had said to him one afternoon, as he was struggling to reconcile a particularly stubborn data anomaly, sometimes the universe does not wish to be measured, but to be understood. Imagine you're trying to capture the scent of a rare flower. You cannot simply weigh it, can you? You must inhale deeply, allow its essence to fill your senses, to imprint itself upon your very being. Your data is a scent. Do not just analyze it. Inhale it. Feel its resonance. He had taken her advice, closing his eyes and trying to connect with the energy signatures he was detecting. He focused not on the numbers, but on the feeling of the energy, its ebb and flow, its unique vibration. And in that moment of quiet contemplation, a new pattern emerged in the anomaly, a subtle harmonic that had eluded him in his purely analytical approach. It was as if the data itself had subtly shifted, revealing its secrets when approached with a different kind of understanding. This was the precarious balance he had found himself in. On one hand, he had the unwavering support and rigorous guidance of Professor Chun, his anchor in the rational world. On the other, he had Professor Yu, the enigmatic dispenser of cosmic wisdom and celestial dragons, who challenged him to look beyond the tangible, to embrace the intangible, and to understand that perhaps, just perhaps, the universe was far more wondrous and interconnected than his textbooks had ever suggested. His life at Skyward University had transformed from a predictable pursuit of knowledge into a thrilling, often hilarious, adventure. He was not just studying physics. He was learning to speak its hidden language, a language spoken in both the precise equations of quantum mechanics and the lyrical pronouncements of ancient arts. And as the whispers of the lotus of the ninth heaven continued to stir, Li Ming found himself uniquely equipped, a bridge between two worlds, navigating the absurdities of academia with the quiet determination of a cultivator and the bewildered amusement of a student who had accidentally stumbled into a much grander and much funnier reality. The clash between ancient wisdom and modern academia was not just a source of humor. It was the very crucible in which his understanding and his power were being forged. The subtle currents of academic life at Skyward University often flowed deeper than they appeared, a fact Li Ming was only beginning to grasp, primarily through the bewildering, yet increasingly insightful, interactions with Professor Yu. Her lectures, a vibrant tapestry of scientific principles interwoven with the esoteric language of cultivation, were more than mere pedagogical eccentricities. They were, he was slowly realizing, carefully constructed lessons, each pronouncement a potential breadcrumb leading him toward greater understanding and safety. He had initially dismissed her often cryptic advice as the whimsical ramblings of an eccentric genius, but the uncanny accuracy and timely relevance of her pronouncements were beginning to erode his skepticism. During one particular lecture, Professor Yu had embarked on a lengthy, seemingly unrelated tangent about the migratory patterns of ancient phoenixes. She described how these mythical birds, when sensing an impending celestial shift or a disturbance in the natural order, would instinctively seek out locations imbued with potent spiritual energy, places where the ley lines of the earth converged, creating sanctuaries of revitalizing chi. She spoke of their ability to sense subtle, energetic fluctuations, akin to a tremor before an earthquake, and their need to replenish their own reserves before embarking on perilous journeys or confronting unseen threats. These magnificent creatures, she had declared, her voice carrying a weight that transcended the usual academic tone, are drawn to pockets of pure essence, where the veil between the physical and the spiritual is thinnest. They understand that to weather the storm, one must first find a harbor of strength. At the time, Li Ming had dutifully scribbled notes, marveling at the vivid imagery and the poetic linkage she drew between mythology and environmental sensitivity. He had filed it away as another of Professor Yu's captivating, albeit non-examinable, analogies. It wasn't until a week later, while poring over his research on energy transference, that the true meaning of her words clicked into place. He had been struggling with a particularly unstable energy containment field, one that seemed to fluctuate wildly, defying all conventional stabilization methods. Recalling the Phoenix's sanctuary, Li Ming, in a moment of desperate inspiration, had shifted his experimental setup. Instead of focusing solely on brute force shielding, he began to consciously channel a gentle, harmonizing qi into the containment chamber, visualizing it as a protective aura, a serene harbor for the volatile energy. To his astonishment, the field stabilized, the chaotic fluctuations subsiding into a steady, manageable hum. Professor Yu's lecture on phoenixes hadn't been about ornithology. It had been a coded instruction on how to create a stable energetic environment by drawing upon and cultivating ambient spiritual energy. The harbor of strength was not a physical place, but a state of being, an energetically prepared space. His resonance assessment for the concept of controlled energy transference was fast approaching, and Professor Yu's guidance had been as enigmatic as ever. Li Ming, she had instructed, her eyes twinkling with an almost mischievous light. Your task is to demonstrate the seamless transference of power. Do not merely push it, invite it. Imagine you are a skilled gardener, coaxing a delicate vine to grow along a trellis. You do not force its branches. You gently guide them, providing support and encouragement. The energy will follow the path of least resistance, if that path is illuminated by your focused intent. Find a point where the river of power meets the sea of potential, and guide its flow with the gentle hand of intention. The directive, when he'd first heard it, had sent a wave of panic through him. A gardener? A vine? He was a physics student, not a botanist. Professor Chun, ever the pragmatist, had sighed and suggested he focus on visualizing the energy pathways as electrical circuits, meticulously mapping the flow and resistance. But Professor Yu's analogy, though seemingly whimsical, had planted a seed of curiosity. He began to reconsider the nature of energy transference. Was it always a matter of forceful imposition? Or could it be a process of alignment, of resonance, much like attracting a delicate blossom to sunlight? He started experimenting with visualizations. He imagined the energy not as a blunt instrument, but as a flowing stream, and himself not as a dam builder, but as a sculptor of the riverbed. He focused on creating pathways of least resistance, not through physical barriers, but through intentional energetic pathways. He learned to project a sense of calm, of invitation, into the energy he was working with, mirroring the phoenix's need for a sanctuary. The gentle hand of intention wasn't about weak force. It was about precise, mindful direction, about harmonizing with the energy's natural inclination. He found that by projecting a serene and welcoming qi, the energy became more pliant, more willing to flow where he directed, without the violent backlash he had previously experienced. Professor Yu's subtle guidance wasn't confined to the lecture hall. She had a peculiar habit of assigning readings that seemed tangential to the core curriculum. One week, the assigned supplementary material was a collection of ancient Chinese poetry, specifically verses that spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the subtle energies that bound the universe, and the power of inner harmony. Li Ming, initially bewildered, found himself drawn into the lyrical descriptions of qi flow, the poetic metaphors for cultivation practices, and the philosophical musings on the relationship between the mind and the material world. He realized that within these verses lay hidden instructions, coded messages about energy cultivation and awareness. For example, a poem describing a tranquil lake, reflecting the moon with perfect stillness, became a lesson on achieving mental clarity and emotional equilibrium, essential prerequisites for advanced chi manipulation. Another, detailing the resilience of bamboo in the face of strong winds, served as an analogy for cultivating inner fortitude and flexibility in the face of energetic opposition. He began to see that these weren't just beautiful poems. They were mnemonic devices designed to embed profound cultivation principles into his subconscious, presented in a form so aesthetically pleasing that they bypassed his analytical defenses. Then there were the seemingly casual comments, dropped with an almost absent-minded air, that later proved to be critical warnings. One afternoon, as Li Ming was meticulously calibrating a complex energy matrix, Professor Yu paused by his workstation. She observed his work with a serene smile, then idly picked up a fallen leaf from a potted plant near his desk. This leaf, she mused, turning it over in her fingers, once vibrant and full of life, now begins its slow return to the earth. It is a natural cycle, a beautiful surrender. But imagine, she continued, her gaze sharpening slightly as she looked at him, if this leaf were to suddenly wither before its time, its vibrant green turning to a sickly yellow overnight. That would not be natural, would it? That would suggest an unseen blight, a hidden poison seeping into its very core. She let the leaf fall, and it landed with a soft rustle. Always observe the subtle signs, Li Ming. The unexpected decay, the sudden wilting. These are often the first whispers of danger. The ominous implication hung in the air, but it was delivered with such an air of detached observation that Li Ming initially dismissed it as another of her philosophical musings on entropy. However, a few days later, he noticed a peculiar anomaly in the energy readings of a closely monitored research project in an adjacent lab. The readings were subtly erratic, not a catastrophic failure, but a series of minor, inexplicable dips and fluctuations, like a plant showing early signs of distress. He also noticed that one of the graduate students working on that project had recently developed a persistent, unexplained fatigue, a pallor that had settled over his features. Recalling Professor Yu's words about the withering leaf, Li Ming's instincts sharpened. He discreetly investigated the environmental controls of the adjacent lab and discovered a minuscule, almost undetectable leak in a conduit carrying a specialized, highly reactive energy coolant. The leak was so small that it hadn't triggered any standard safety alarms, but it was slowly releasing trace amounts of a volatile, mutagenic agent into the air circulation system. This agent, while not immediately lethal, was subtly disrupting the bioenergetic fields of those exposed, causing the fatigue and the erratic energy readings. If left unchecked, it could have led to more severe health consequences for the students and potentially compromise the integrity of their research. Li Ming alerted Professor Chun, who, with his rigorous scientific approach, was able to quickly identify and contain the leak, averting a potential crisis. He never explicitly thanked Professor Yu for the warning, but he understood. Her cryptic pronouncements were not mere flights of fancy. They were carefully veiled alarms, designed to alert him to subtle dangers that might otherwise go unnoticed. Professor Yu's methods of imparting knowledge were as varied as they were unconventional. She frequently used laboratory demonstrations as vehicles for her lessons, often on subjects that seemed far removed from the immediate research goals. One instance involved the demonstration of resonance frequencies, where she tasked Li Ming with using a specialized sonic emitter to shatter a series of wine glasses. The standard approach, as outlined in the lab manual, involved meticulously finding the precise resonant frequency of each glass and applying a sustained, pure tone. However, Professor Yu's instructions added a twist. Li Ming, she had said, handing him a small, intricately carved jade pendant. Before you begin, hold this pendant. Let its coolness seep into your palm. Then, as you seek the frequency, do not merely listen with your ears. Listen with your spirit. Feel the vibration not just in the air, but within the very substance of the glass. Seek not just the tone, but the song of the glass. Allow your own inner harmony to guide your hand. Li Ming, though skeptical, complied. He held the pendant, which felt strangely warm despite its initial coolness, and focused. He didn't just aim for a precise frequency. He allowed himself to feel the subtle vibrations, to sense the inherent resonance of the glass. He discovered that by subtly adjusting his qi, by infusing his intent into the sonic waves, he could achieve a more profound and efficient shattering. The glasses didn't just break. They seemed to dissolve into a fine dust, a far more dramatic and complete disintegration than with the purely scientific method. Professor Yu had beamed, declaring his demonstration a resounding success, a testament to his ability to harmonize with the inherent nature of matter. He understood, then, that the pendant, imbued with the cultivation master's energy, was a tool for attuning his senses beyond the physical, enhancing his ability to perceive and interact with subtle energies. It was a lesson not just in acoustics, but in the fundamental principle of cultivating awareness and aligning one's inner energy with external forces. Another time, while Li Ming was struggling with the theoretical underpinnings of quantum entanglement, Professor Yu had brought in a set of beautifully painted Chinese calligraphy brushes. She proceeded to demonstrate the art of brush painting, not by depicting a specific object, but by evoking an emotion, a concept. She spoke of how the brush, charged with the artist's intent and energy, could create not just an image, but a living representation of a feeling. She described how the ink, when applied with precise control and focused energy, could manifest the essence of the subject. "Consider this," she'd said, her brush dancing across the paper, "the connection between two distant points. If the artist's intent is strong, the ink's flow is masterful, and the brush carries the essence of unity, then even a single stroke can represent a bond that transcends distance. The paper becomes a canvas for connection, and the ink becomes the messenger of shared reality." Li Ming, initially perplexed by the seemingly irrelevant art lesson, found himself transfixed. He began to see parallels between the controlled flow of ink and the entanglement of quantum particles. The artist's focused intent mirrored the conditions required to create and maintain entanglement. The brushstrokes, representing the chosen expression of unity, were akin to the shared quantum state. The paper was the vast expanse of space-time. Professor Yu wasn't just teaching him art. She was providing a tangible, intuitive model for understanding one of the most abstract concepts in physics. He realized that her lessons on calligraphy were a visual and energetic representation of how intention and controlled energy could manifest and sustain complex interconnectedness, mirroring the very principles of quantum entanglement. He found himself applying this newfound understanding to his theoretical work, visualizing the entangled particles not as abstract mathematical entities, but as strokes of ink connected by a unified artistic intent, a concept that brought a new clarity to his research. Professor Yu's guidance extended even to his diet and daily routines. She often shared recipes for traditional Chinese herbal teas and snacks, ostensibly for their health benefits. "This ginger and honey infusion," she would say, offering him a steaming cup, "enhances clarity of thought and warms the qi, essential for clear-headed analysis." Or, "These goji berry and lotus seed pastries are excellent for nourishing the spirit and calming the mind, preparing it for deeper contemplation." Li Ming, while enjoying the delicious concoctions, had initially assumed they were simply a nod to traditional wellness practices. However, he soon noticed that the teas and snacks often coincided with periods of intense mental strain or when he was grappling with particularly difficult theoretical problems. The ginger and honey infusion did seem to sharpen his focus when he was wading through dense mathematical proofs. The goji berry pastries did bring a sense of calm and mental quietude when he felt overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of his research. He started to understand that these were not just culinary delights. They were carefully curated energetic tonics, designed to optimize his physical and mental state for the demanding task of advanced study and cultivation. They were subtle adjustments to his internal environment, preparing him to better receive and process the complex information he was encountering. Professor Yu was, in essence, managing his energetic equilibrium, ensuring he was in the optimal state to learn and to grow, both as a scientist and as a cultivator. Perhaps the most profound aspect of Professor Yu's subtle guidance was her ability to plant seeds of inquiry that would later blossom into critical insights. She had a way of posing questions that seemed to have no immediate relevance, only for their significance to become apparent much later. One day, she had asked him, quite out of the blue, "Li Ming, have you ever considered why the lotus, despite growing in muddy water, blooms so beautifully and unsullied? What is the secret of its purity?" Li Ming had paused, the question echoing in his mind. He knew the lotus was a symbol of purity in many Eastern traditions, but he hadn't considered the practical implications of its growth. He had filed it away as another of her metaphorical inquiries. Months later, as he was grappling with the challenges of integrating disparate forms of energy without contamination, the image of the lotus returned to him. He remembered the unique hydrophobic properties of its petals, its ability to repel water and dirt, allowing it to remain pristine. He realized that Professor Yu had been subtly hinting at the concept of energetic impermeability, of cultivating a personal energetic field that could remain pure and unaffected by external impurities, much like the lotus's petals repelled the muddy water. He began to experiment with cultivating such a field around his energy containment systems, focusing on creating a lotus effect of energetic purity. This led to a significant breakthrough in his research, allowing him to achieve unprecedented levels of energy isolation and control, preventing cross-contamination between different energy frequencies. The seemingly simple question about a flower had unlocked a crucial aspect of his research, a testament to Professor Yu's far-reaching and deeply embedded wisdom. Her methods were a masterclass in indirect instruction, a sophisticated dance of veiled advice and timely wisdom, ensuring his progress was steady, safe, and deeply rooted in a profound understanding of both science and the ancient arts. The whispers of unease had begun subtly, like a tremor preceding an earthquake, almost imperceptible to the untrained ear. For weeks, the Black Lotus sect had been circling Skyward University, their movements shrouded in the same impenetrable darkness that defined their nefarious practices. Their initial attempts to locate Professor Yu Xiener directly, through conventional means, and even the darker arts they were so adept at, had proven fruitless. The university's arcane wards, meticulously crafted by generations of formidable cultivators, acted as an impassable barrier, deflecting their probes and obscuring any trace of the elusive professor. This inability to find their primary target, however, did not deter them. It only served to ignite a cold, calculating fury within their ranks. Frustration was a dangerous catalyst, and for the Black Lotus sect, it often led to a brutal escalation of tactics. Their leadership, comprised of individuals whose hearts had long since been leached of empathy, convened in a hidden chamber deep beneath the sect's mountain stronghold. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, meant to ward off unseen spirits, but more effectively serving to mask the more earthly stench of ambition and malice. Elder M.O., a man whose face was a roadmap of ancient scars and whose eyes gleamed with predatory intensity, slammed a gnarled fist onto the polished obsidian table. "She evades us at every turn," his voice boomed, echoing the chamber's oppressive atmosphere. "Her wards are formidable, but no fortress is impenetrable. We must find a weakness a way in." A younger disciple, his face pale and his hands nervously clasped, ventured a suggestion. "Elder M.O., perhaps we are focusing too much on the professor herself. Skyward University is a vast institution. Surely, there are other avenues of approach. We have noted unusual energy fluctuations emanating from within its grounds, signatures that do not align with the typical cultivation practices of their faculty or students. Elder Mo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of interest igniting within them. Elaborate. We have employed more subtle probes, the disciple explained, his voice gaining a touch of confidence. Scrying rituals conducted from afar, accompanied by specialized spirit beasts attuned to energetic anomalies. These probes have detected several distinct signatures. One, in particular, is erratic yet potent, originating from the physics department. It exhibits characteristics that are unfamiliar, not of this world, perhaps, or certainly not of our understanding of terrestrial cultivation. A slow, predatory smile spread across Elder Mo's face. Unfamiliar energy, interesting. And you believe this signature is connected to Yusianer? It is possible, Elder, the disciple conceded. Or it may be a new talent, a student, perhaps, who has unknowingly attracted her attention. If we cannot breach her direct defenses, we can exploit the periphery. We can infiltrate the university, not to confront her directly, but to gather intelligence, to sow discord, or even to acquire whatever valuable knowledge or artifact she might be protecting. A direct assault is too risky, too likely to alert the entire institution and their formidable guardians. But a subtle infiltration, a poison seeping into the very foundations of their academic pursuit, that is a strategy worthy of the Black Lotus. The elder nodded, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance, as if envisioning the university's hallowed halls being corrupted from within. Indeed, we cannot afford to be seen. We must become shadows, moving unseen amongst their scholars and students. We will send our most skilled infiltrators. They will pose as transfer students, visiting scholars, perhaps even maintenance staff. Their objective: to locate the source of this anomalous energy, to assess the university's defenses from within, and to identify any potential weaknesses or individuals who might be exploited. If this student is indeed connected to Yu Xiener, then they become our leverage. If not, they're simply a means to an end, a doorway into their sanctum. The plan was set in motion. In the ensuing days, a series of seemingly coincidental arrivals began to pepper Skyward University's campus. A new transfer student, a quiet, unassuming young woman named Mei Ling, enrolled in the advanced physics program, her academic record impeccably crafted to pass even the most stringent scrutiny. She possessed an uncanny ability to absorb information, her mind a voracious sponge, yet she remained aloof, avoiding deep connections, always with an excuse ready for why she couldn't participate in campus activities. Her true purpose was to observe, to listen, and to surreptitiously map the university's internal energetic flow, searching for vulnerabilities and the source of the anomalous readings. Her eyes, often downcast, were constantly scanning, her senses subtly attuned to the ebb and flow of qi within the campus grounds. She practiced a unique form of illusionary cultivation, allowing her to blend seamlessly into any environment, to become virtually invisible to casual observation. Simultaneously, a distinguished-looking scholar, Dr. Jian, arrived, ostensibly to collaborate on a cutting-edge research project in theoretical astrophysics. He was charming, eloquent, and possessed a wealth of knowledge that impressed even the most seasoned professors, including Li Ming's advisor, Professor Chun. Dr. Jin's inquiries, however, were not always confined to the theoretical. He would often steer conversations toward the university's security systems, the nature of its arcane wards, and the recent unusual energy fluctuations that had piqued his academic curiosity. He was, in reality, a master of spiritual probing, his gentle questions laced with the intent to gauge the strength and nature of Skyward University's defenses, to find any hidden passages or dormant weaknesses in their protective arrays. His calm demeanor was a carefully constructed facade, masking a mind constantly seeking to exploit any perceived lapse in vigilance. He would often spend late nights in the university's library, ostensibly poring over ancient texts, but in reality, he was meticulously charting the ley lines and energetic convergences within the campus, looking for a nexus that could be exploited. Even the groundskeepers were not immune to the Black Lotus's insidious reach. A new team of gardeners, hired to tend to the sprawling botanical gardens that graced the university's grounds, began their work with an unnatural efficiency. They were particularly attentive to the ancient, gnarled trees that bordered the university's perimeter, their roots said to draw sustenance from the very bedrock of spiritual energy. While ostensibly pruning branches and nurturing exotic flora, their true objective was to subtly tamper with the Earth's natural energetic flow, to create minor disruptions that, over time, could weaken the foundational wards of the university, like a persistent drip of water eroding stone. They would perform seemingly innocuous rituals under the cover of darkness, coaxing certain plants to grow in unnatural formations, altering the natural balance of the soil, all in an effort to create subtle, energetic fissures. These infiltrators, each with their specialized skills and masked agendas, moved like ghosts within the vibrant ecosystem of Skyward University. They observed the routines of students and faculty, cataloged the location of important research facilities, and, most importantly, began to piece together a clearer picture of the unusual energy signatures they had detected. The anomaly emanating from the physics department, the one that had first caught the Black Lotus's attention, remained their primary focus. It was here that Li Ming toiled, unknowingly becoming the focal point of the enemy's intense scrutiny. Li Ming, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, continued to immerse himself in his studies. Professor Yu's teachings, once a source of bewilderment, were now becoming the bedrock of his understanding. He practiced the art of channeling qi with a newfound finesse, envisioning the energy not as a brute force, but as a flowing river, his intention the skillful sculptor of its banks. He had spent hours in the university's energy research lab, meticulously refining his control, practicing the subtle art of energy transference, drawing inspiration from the resilience of bamboo and the purity of the lotus. He was beginning to understand the delicate balance between invitation and control, a lesson intricately woven into the fabric of his academic pursuits. He had recently achieved a significant breakthrough in his work on stable energy containment. By applying Professor Yu's guidance, he had managed to create a containment field that not only stabilized volatile energies, but also harmonized with them, drawing ambient qi to reinforce its structure, much like a gardener tending to a flourishing vine. The readings were exceptionally promising, far exceeding the theoretical limits previously established. He recorded the data meticulously, a small smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. This was, he felt, a testament to his growing understanding of both physics and the subtle arts. He had no idea that this very success, this beacon of his progress, was like a lighthouse flashing a signal to unseen ships on a dark and stormy sea. Mei Ling, the quiet transfer student, had spent weeks observing him from a distance. Her illusions made her presence unremarkable, her gaze often mistaken for that of a fellow student engrossed in thought. She noted his solitary nature, his intense focus in the lab, and the subtle yet distinct energetic aura that seemed to surround him when he worked with certain devices. She reported her findings back to Dr. Jian, who in turn relayed them to Elder Mo. The anomaly was indeed emanating from Li Ming's research, a powerful and unusual manifestation of controlled energy that defied conventional explanation. Dr. Jian, under the guise of academic collaboration, had managed to gain access to some of Li Ming's preliminary research data. He pored over the complex equations and energy schematics, his mind working at an accelerated pace, trying to decipher the underlying principles. He recognized elements that hinted at a deeper understanding of qi manipulation, integrated with advanced physics. This was far beyond mere academic curiosity. It was the very essence of what the Black Lotus sect sought, a method to bridge the gap between mortal science and arcane cultivation, to weaponize knowledge itself. He began to subtly influence Li Ming's research direction, posing leading questions that nudged him towards areas that would further illuminate his unique energy manipulation techniques, all while carefully masking his true intent. He would offer theoretical solutions to problems Li Ming was facing, solutions that, while appearing helpful, were designed to reveal more about Li Ming's inherent abilities and the specific cultivation methods he was employing, guided by Professor Yu. The gardeners, meanwhile, had made progress on their sabotage. While the university's main wards remained robust, they had managed to create a series of minor energetic leaks, almost imperceptible disturbances in the Earth's chi flow. These leaks were like tiny pinpricks in a vast, complex tapestry, not enough to unravel it immediately, but enough to create subtle instabilities. They reported to Dr. Jian that a section of the western perimeter wards, near the old observatory, was showing signs of unusual energetic drain. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless, offering a potential point of ingress should a more direct approach become necessary. The sense of encroaching danger, though unseen, began to permeate the university. Professor Chun, ever the pragmatist, started noticing a rise in minor equipment malfunctions, inexplicable power surges, and unusual atmospheric disturbances that defied meteorological explanation. He attributed them to the aging infrastructure of the university, but a nagging doubt persisted. These were not random occurrences. They seemed to have a pattern, a subtle progression that felt deliberate. He began to increase the security protocols around the more sensitive research labs, including Li Ming's. One evening, as Li Ming was packing up his equipment, he felt a distinct chill that had nothing to do with the autumnal air. It was a sensation of being watched, a prickling on his skin that sent a jolt of unease through him. He glanced around the nearly deserted laboratory, the hum of machinery, the only sound. He dismissed it as fatigue, the product of long hours spent poring over complex theories. But as he stepped out into the dimly lit corridor, he saw a fleeting shadow dart into an alcove. His heart pounded. He drew upon the subtle chi training Professor Yu had imparted, focusing his senses, trying to discern any lingering energetic trace. There was something there, a faint, acrid scent like stale incense, and something metallic, something that didn't belong. He remembered Professor Yu's words about the withering leaf, about the subtle signs of danger. He made a mental note of the location and the peculiar scent, his mind already working to analyze the anomaly. The university, once a sanctuary of learning, was beginning to feel like a battleground, its serene facade hiding unseen threats. The enemy was advancing, their presence no longer a distant rumor, but a tangible, chilling reality, closing in on the heart of Skyward University and on him. He could feel it in the subtle shifts of the campus's chi, a disharmony creeping into its once perfect symphony. The subtle currents were no longer just academic. They were fraught with peril. He knew, with a growing certainty, that his path forward would not just be about understanding physics and cultivation, but about surviving the encroaching darkness. The whispers of unease had solidified into a palpable threat, and Li Ming, the unwitting nexus of this unfolding conflict, was about to be thrust into the very center of the storm. The rhythmic thrum of the energy containment field generator in Li Ming's lab was usually a soothing balm to his academic soul. Tonight, however, it felt like a metronome counting down to an unknown event. He was in the midst of a particularly intricate recalibration, the holographic projections of energy flow patterns swirling around him like ethereal dancers. His fingers, guided by weeks of Professor Yu's rigorous training and his own relentless practice, moved with a fluidity that still surprised him. He was attempting to refine the harmonic resonance frequency of the field, a task that demanded not just precision, but a certain intuitive understanding of the energy's inherent nature. Beside him, the soft glow of a secondary console illuminated the focused intensity on Zhao Jingjing's face. She was meticulously cross-referencing his current readings with theoretical models of interdimensional energy stabilization, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her presence was a constant, grounding force, a counterpoint to the volatile energies he was manipulating. She understood, perhaps better than anyone, the delicate dance between theoretical physics and the nascent cultivation practices he was now embodying. Across the room, Chun Lily, perched on a stool near a workbench cluttered with diagnostic tools, was engaged in a more hands-on task. She was calibrating a series of microsensors, her delicate fingers moving with a surgeon's precision. Her role, though less directly involved with the core energy manipulation, was crucial. She was the one who could sense the subtle fluctuations, the minute deviations in the ambient qi that Li Ming's more powerful senses might overlook. It was a testament to their unique symbiotic training, a testament to the effectiveness of Professor Yu's unconventional methods. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clang echoed from the corridor outside the lab. Li Ming's head snapped up, his hands instinctively freezing above the console. It wasn't the usual sound of hurried footsteps or the distant murmur of late-night studying. This was sharper, more violent, like something heavy being dropped, or worse, thrown. Zhao Jingjing's head popped up, her eyes wide with a mixture of alarm and curiosity. What was that? Before Li Ming could even formulate a response, a heavy object, dark and metallic, came hurtling through the reinforced glass of the lab door. It was a projectile, its trajectory aimed with lethal precision. Time seemed to warp, the mundane reality of their research dissolving into a blur of immediate danger. Li Ming's instinct, honed by the cultivation that was rapidly becoming a part of his very being, took over. There was no conscious thought, no deliberated decision. His hand shot out, not to block, but to intercept. He felt a surge of raw energy, a feeling not unlike the controlled bursts he'd practiced in the training room, but amplified, almost instinctual. A faint, shimmering barrier, barely visible to the naked eye, materialized in front of his palm. The projectile, a wicked-looking throwing star imbued with a faint, malevolent aura, struck the barrier with a sharp ping. Instead of shattering or even deflecting it cleanly, the energy Li Ming had unconsciously projected seemed to absorb a portion of its momentum. The star wobbled, its deadly trajectory disrupted, and then clattered harmlessly to the floor a few feet away from him, its sharp edges dulled by the unexpected resistance. Silence descended, thick and heavy, broken only by the persistent hum of the containment field. Zhao Jingjing and Chun Lily stared, mouths agape, at the scene. The dented throwing star lay on the floor, a stark testament to the near disaster. What was that? Zhao Jingjing whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Li Ming stared at his outstretched hand, a strange mix of disbelief and exhilaration coursing through him. He hadn't tried to do that. It had just happened. It was a direct manifestation of the qi he had been diligently cultivating, a subconscious defense mechanism activated by the immediate threat. The training with Professor Yu, the dual cultivation sessions, the constant immersion in energy theory, it was all coalescing, transforming him from a mere student of physics into something more. Chun Lily scrambled down from her stool, her eyes fixed on the throwing star. That wasn't just a normal object. I felt it, a spike of negative energy. She then looked at Li Ming, her gaze filled with a dawning realization. Li Ming, you deflected it. With your hand. He flexed his fingers, still feeling the residual warmth, the subtle tingling that indicated a flow of energy. I don't know how. It just happened. Zhao Jingjing cautiously approached the throwing star, her scientific curiosity battling with her apprehension. She scanned it with a handheld energy detector, her eyes widening as the readings flashed across the small screen. This thing is radiating residual qi, and not exactly the friendly, let's all get along kind. It's corrupted, like something you'd find in a forbidden sex arsenal. Li Ming's mind immediately raced back to the previous weeks. The unusual energy signatures Professor Chun had mentioned, the unsettling feeling he'd had in the corridor, the subtle shifts in the campus's ambient qi that he'd begun to detect. This was no random act of vandalism. This was an attack. This is why Professor Yu has been so insistent on our training, he said, his voice more serious than it had been in months. This is what she warned us about. Chun Lily nodded, her earlier shock replaced by a determined resolve. The dual cultivation. It wasn't just about personal growth. It's about increasing our capacity to channel qi, to defend ourselves. She looked at Li Ming, her gaze steady. And it's working. You just manifested a protective shield, Li Ming, without even thinking about it. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. The implications of this incident were staggering. His powers were not just theoretical concepts confined to Professor Yu's cryptic lessons. They were real, tangible, and, as evidenced by the thrown weapon, increasingly necessary. He was becoming a conduit, a living nexus of energies that were attracting unwanted attention. The dual cultivation, a concept he'd initially approached with a mix of trepidation and academic curiosity, was proving to be not just beneficial, but vital for their survival. He picked up the throwing star, his fingers finding a strange resonance with its metallic surface. It felt familiar in a disturbing way, like a twisted echo of the energy he himself was learning to wield. The Black Lotus Sect. The name had been whispered in hushed tones by some of the more senior students, a shadowy organization of cultivators who trafficked in dark arts. Could this be their work? Were they targeting him, or Professor Yu, through him? We need to report this, Zhao Jingjing stated, her voice firm. To Professor Chun, to the security department. Li Ming hesitated. Reporting this incident would undoubtedly draw the attention of the university's security apparatus, potentially exposing his unusual abilities and the nature of his training to a wider audience. But the alternative, to ignore it, to pretend it hadn't happened, was far more dangerous. The throwing star was undeniable proof of a direct threat. Yes, Li Ming agreed, his gaze hardening. We'll report it. But first, let's examine the energy signature more closely. There might be something we can learn from it, something that could help us understand who they are and why they're targeting us. He returned to the console, his fingers flying across the holographic interface. The containment field, though momentarily disrupted, had maintained its integrity. The incident had, in fact, provided an unexpected opportunity. The energy surge he'd generated to deflect the projectile had left a distinct imprint on the lab's internal energy sensors, an imprint that he could now analyze in conjunction with the residual energy from the throwing star. Chen Lily retrieved a small vial from a sterile container and carefully collected a minute sample of dust from the point of impact, hoping to capture any lingering traces of the projectile's energy. Zhao Jingjing, meanwhile, was running a spectral analysis of the throwing star itself, her lips moving silently as she processed the data. As Li Ming delved deeper into the readings, a chilling realization began to dawn. The corrupted qi on the throwing star shared subtle harmonics with the anomalous energy signatures they had detected emanating from the physics department weeks ago, the same signatures that had first drawn the Black Lotus Sect's attention. It wasn't a coincidence. They weren't just being targeted. They were being targeted because of the very progress Li Ming was making. His growing prowess, the very success of his cultivation and his research into energy containment had inadvertently painted a target on his back. The dual cultivation with Zhao Jingjing and Chun Lily, initially a secretive and somewhat experimental endeavor, had suddenly transformed into a critical lifeline. The unintended deflection of the throwing star was not just a display of power. It was a stark demonstration of its necessity. He felt a surge of renewed determination. He had to become stronger, faster, more attuned to the subtle currents of energy that flowed around him. The academic pursuit of physics and cultivation had now inextricably intertwined with a fight for survival, a fight he was only just beginning to comprehend. The innocent pursuit of knowledge had opened a door, and through that door, unseen enemies were now actively seeking to enter. He looked at his two companions, their faces etched with concern but also with a shared resolve. They were in this together, and he would not let them down. The growing power within him, once a source of academic fascination, was now his greatest weapon and his most profound responsibility. The threat was no longer abstract. It was tangible, embodied by a corrupted throwing star that had breached the sanctity of his lab. And Li Ming, thanks to the very training he had undertaken, had managed to push it back, if only for now. This incident was a harsh but necessary lesson, a baptism by fire that underscored the true stakes of their unconventional education. He could feel the subtle shift in his own chi, a heightened awareness that permeated his senses. The world, once a predictable landscape of scientific principles, was now a vibrant, dangerous tapestry of energies, and he was becoming increasingly adept at navigating its intricate threads. He was no longer just Li Ming, the physics student. He was Li Ming, the cultivator, and his journey had just taken a perilous turn. The thought of Professor Yu, her calm demeanor and profound knowledge, offered a sliver of reassurance. She had foreseen this. She had prepared them for it. Now, it was up to them to prove worthy of her tutelage. The hum of the containment field, no longer just a scientific instrument, now seemed to resonate with the very chi flowing through his veins, a constant reminder of the power he was beginning to command and the enemies he was beginning to attract.